Chapter 99. Listening to the school doctor's nonsense with a straight face, Ning Shu felt uncomfortable. This made Ning Shu, the only one who knew his identity, feel itchy in her heart. She really wanted to say that this guy was crazy. How could he kill a crazy person? Suicide? The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Seeing her rolling her eyes, he reached out his hand and patted Ning Shu's back. He said faintly, "Such a big reaction. Do you have a problem?" Ning Shu waved her hand and said, "I don't have any problem." What problem could she have? Seeing the school doctor's cold face, she didn't dare to say anything even if she had a problem. The person who got rid of the gene fluid has the nerve to stay here. How thick-skinned. Don't you feel guilty at all? Young Phoenix retorted. Because of you, many people have been killed and infected by zombies. Ning Shu, oh, listening to young Phoenix's accusation, Ning Shu reflexively looked at the school doctor. Those words should be directed at the school doctor. The person who created the zombies should feel guilty. Seeing Ning Shu staring at him, the school doctor shrugged and said, "I didn't lose the gene fluid. It's useless for you to look at me." Ning Shu, pfft, once again, her understanding of the school doctor was refreshed. The school doctor's face was one of the thickest in the world. "Flower, I'm talking to you. Where did you lose the gene fluid? Do you know how important it is?" Young Phoenix asked Ning Shu calmly. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. "I didn't even remember where I lost it. There were so many zombies. I didn't even have time to deal with the zombies. How could I remember the gene fluid? Even if you lose your life, you should protect the gene fluid." Young Phoenix accused Ning Shu. Damn, there was no end to this. Ning Shu slammed the table, and suddenly the shabby table completely fell apart. "Young Phoenix, do you want to fight with me?" Although the young Phoenix did not like her before, it maintained a noble and cold attitude, unlike now when it was fighting with her and trying to suppress her. Ning Shu looked at the unperturbed school doctor uncle. Could it be that the female lead was jealous because she was close to the uncle? "Little Flower, I'm not going to argue with you because you're young. Are you done yet? Do you think you're going to be so arrogant just because you have someone backing you up?" Young Phoenix said coldly. She looked at the school doctor with resentment in her eyes. Hua Duo did not have a good figure. In terms of looks, compared to her, Hua Duo was simply ugly. Why did this man want to be close to Hua Duo instead of her? Thinking of this, the young Phoenix's expression became even more bitter. Lone Wolf saw the resentful look on young Phoenix's face, and his face turned ugly. He shouted, "What are you arguing about?" Now was the time to plan where to go next, not to argue about such details. Young Phoenix said, "Without the gene fluid, it's useless to say anything." Lone Wolf looked at the school doctor with a complicated expression. Finally, he said, "Since Madman is dead and the gene fluid has been destroyed, let's go back." Lone Wolf's meaning was obvious. He was not going to carry out any more missions and was ready to go back. Ning Shu did not have any objections. Anyway, the gene fluid was in her hands. When she went back and handed it to the head of the special agent group, her mission would be considered completed. Then, she would have to think about survival. However, she could not show that she wanted to go back. Ning Shu said listlessly, "If we go back like this, we won't get anything. We'll be punished." Young Phoenix rolled her eyes at Ning Shu. Who is this all because of? Anyway, it's not because of her, Ning Shu said silently in her heart. In the end, the team unanimously agreed to go back. Now that there was no gene fluid, and Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix had not awakened their superpowers, they naturally needed the power of the country to protect themselves. For the time being, they did not want to betray them. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Lone Wolf snorted and took the lead to leave. He glanced at Ning Shu with impatience and killing intent in his eyes. Ning Shu leaned against the school doctor. The school doctor's cold eyes met Lone Wolf's. Lone Wolf snorted and turned to leave. Flatterer. Tarantula mocked Ning Shu. The school doctor turned his head. Ning Shu sneered. Your teammates. Why is your character so bad? Ning Shu, who knows? You're quite strong. Is it natural? The school doctor asked Ning Shu as he adjusted his glasses. His eyes reflected the light, giving people a dangerous feeling. How should he answer this question? Why did he feel that the school doctor was up to no good? Uncle loved to dissect and study talented people. Ning Shu grinned at the school doctor and said, Uncle, I was born this way. The school doctor did not say anything else. Ning Shu waved his hand, and Ning Shu immediately moved in front of the school doctor. Don't get so close. The school doctor said. Ning Shu curled his lips and took 2 steps back. When will the school doctor change his bad habit? The gene fluid is on you. Have you ever thought about awakening your superpower? The school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu almost jumped up. Seeing the school doctor's indifferent face, he gave up quibbling. He shook his head and said, I don't want to. Why? Your teammates all want to get the gene fluid to awaken their superpower. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Are you afraid of becoming a zombie? To be honest, this 50% probability was really bad. You either become a superpower user or a zombie that only knows how to eat human flesh. Ning Shu quickly nodded. I'm afraid of becoming a zombie. The school doctor's expression was very disdainful. You don't even dare to try the 50% probability. Useless. What's the use of trash like you? Ning Shu heard the disdain in the school doctor's voice. Ning Shu said, you can laugh as much as you want. I still need this gene fluid to complete the mission. Uncle. Ning Shu sat next to the school doctor and asked, Uncle, where do you think this gene fluid came from? Ning Shu had always been curious about how this gene fluid came about. The school doctor faintly glanced at Ning Shu. Why are you so close to me when you want to talk? TSK, bitches are so pretentious. Ning Shu moved to the side. Ning Shu didn't expect the school doctor to be able to answer her question. The school doctor was just so capricious. The school doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, in fact, supernatural abilities are the same as the cultivation in the legends. They both have attributes. The so-called spiritual root is actually a high-level gene. This gene fluid was actually experimented on by a madman from a woman. He extracted the high-level gene fragments from her body. Some people failed to activate it because they couldn't match the genes in the gene fluid. Instead, their genes were messed up and they became monsters. However, some people could match the high-level genes in the gene fluid and activate the hidden high-level genes in their bodies. Ning Shu, oh, uncle, are you crazy? Is your family made? The woman the uncle was talking about was the female lead of the school world, Simida. The female lead was treated like this. She was definitely the most aggrieved female lead in history. She was probably dead by now. Chapter 100. Originally, they were going to look for the gene fluid, but after such a long time, they still couldn't find the gene fluid. The team was already disheartened, and the school doctor said that Madman was dead, so there was no more gene fluid. Thus, they decided to go back. More importantly, they encountered more and more zombies on the road, and there were more and more mutated zombies. So far, they had encountered 3 mutated zombies, and these mutated zombies could summon other zombies. The team was struggling to deal with these mutated zombies, so the decision to go back was basically unanimous. But what Ning Shu couldn't figure out was why the uncle followed them back. Was he walking into a trap? Flower, get up. The school doctor used his foot to nudge Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes, and followed the school doctor into the car. Young Phoenix originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but Ning Shu took the seat first. Young Phoenix stared at her and sat in the back. Along the way, Ning Shu felt a chill on the back of her head. Needless to say, this was young Phoenix's gaze. Ning Shu was now sure that young Phoenix's attention had shifted to the uncle, and Ning Shu heard young Phoenix and Lone Wolf arguing more than once. Anyway, it was about whether or not he would betray her, and then young Phoenix would quibble, and there was no blah blah blah. But the school doctor, as the person involved, was indifferent as if nothing had happened, and he did what he should do. This made Lone Wolf gnash his teeth, and wanted to kill the uncle more than once. Ning Shu certainly didn't want anything to happen to the uncle. Once the uncle was in trouble, she would also be in trouble. Didn't he see Lone Wolf's eyes looking at her with killing intent? The school doctor who was driving the car didn't look good, and said faintly, "There are zombies again." The atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. "Damn, is there an end to this?" Tarantula cursed. Along the way, they had encountered countless zombies. Everyone had a feeling that there were only a few of them left in the world. They really didn't see a single person. How did the zombies survive? They were running out of supplies and ammunition. Ning Shu was now killing zombies with an axe and a stick. The only person in the group who had a gun was the school doctor, but he didn't have any intention of leaving. At most, he would help Ning Shu when he was about to be bitten by zombies. Towards the others, it didn't matter if they were there or not. The school doctor said that there were zombies coming. Sure enough, it didn't take long before they heard the roars of zombies. There were zombies around the car trying to surround it. The school doctor's face was cold. He stepped on the accelerator and directly rushed to the zombies in front of the car, and then mercilessly ran over them. Ning Shu was about to throw up from the bumpy ride. Dong! A loud sound came from the roof of the car, and then the whole car shook twice. Everyone's face turned ugly as they encountered another mutated zombie. Why are there so many mutated zombies? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor uncle. The uncle's face was calm and indifferent, but his tightly pursed lips showed that he was in a bad mood. Ning Shu said to the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, why don't we get off the car and kill the mutated zombies?" "Flower, don't talk nonsense if you don't have a brain. There are so many zombies outside. If we go out, we will be surrounded by zombies. There are also mutated zombies. You want everyone to die." Young Phoenix said with a cold face. Lone Wolf and Tarantula looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly face. Ning Shu frowned and said, "Now the mutated zombies are on top. What if they break the car? Without the car, we will be torn apart by the zombies in minutes." Did they really think that she was willing to get off the car and face the zombies? Bang bang. The mutated zombies on the roof of the car kept the roof down. The uncle's car was relatively sturdy, so there was no problem for the time being. The uncle madly stepped on the gas pedal to get rid of the low-level zombies. Then he stopped the car and said to the people in the car, "Get off the car and kill this zombie." Everyone had no choice but to get off the car first. They madly fired at the zombies on top of the car, but the zombies were not harmed. Everyone's face showed a helpless look. The gap between the two sides was too big. Ning Shu held the gun and shot at the zombies, but the zombies dodged. Damn, where did these mutated zombies come from? The school doctor uncle narrowed his eyes and aimed at the zombies, but he did not shoot. It was estimated that the zombies' speed was too fast. Lone Wolf threw away the gun in his hand and directly used a hidden weapon, but it was useless. Instead, the zombies got close to him and were about to take out his heart. "Lone Wolf!" Young Phoenix screamed. "Quickly shoot!" Lone Wolf rolled on the ground to avoid the zombies' attack and shouted at the school doctor uncle. Tarantula and Young Phoenix went up to help, but the zombies seemed to be targeting Lone Wolf. They must kill the male lead first. The school doctor uncle did not shoot. He kept aiming but did not shoot. It was estimated that he was looking for an opportunity. The zombies attacked Lone Wolf again. This time, Lone Wolf was one step slower and did not dodge the zombies' attack. Seeing that Lone Wolf was about to be killed by the zombies, suddenly, Lone Wolf's hand burst out a lightning-like light and hit the zombie's body. The zombie's body immediately emitted white smoke. The mutated zombie was stunned. Apparently, it was shocked by the scene in front of it. Its gray face showed fear. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at Lone Wolf's hand. Even Lone Wolf had a blank look on his face. Then, ecstasy filled his face as he muttered, "This is a superpower, a superpower." Taking advantage of the zombie's blank space, the school doctor uncle pulled the trigger and exploded the zombie's head. Although the school doctor uncle killed the zombie, it made Lone Wolf's heart full of anger. He asked the school doctor uncle, "Why didn't you shoot just now?" Lone Wolf looked at the school doctor uncle with a malicious face. His hand was still releasing the lightning power. Apparently, he wanted to kill the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu was very nervous. He said to Lone Wolf, "Uncle gave a lot of thought to let you awaken your special ability in a critical moment." Sure enough, he was beloved. He actually awakened the lightning power to restrain zombies. The lightning power was the most harmful to zombies. Lone Wolf heard Ning Shu's sophistry and sneered, "If I didn't awaken my special ability in a critical moment, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the zombies. I will not spare this guy." Ning Shu could see that now that Lone Wolf had the ability, he wanted to take revenge and establish absolute prestige in the team. Lone Wolf's hand flashed with lightning. His face was full of eagerness. Apparently, he wanted to kill the school doctor uncle. The school doctor uncle raised his gun and pointed it at Lone Wolf's forehead. He sneered, "You're just a beginner with special abilities. Let's see if you're faster than my bullets." Lone Wolf's face trembled. He looked at the black muzzle and then looked at the school doctor uncle's indifferent face. He unwillingly withdrew his special ability. Chapter 101. After Lone Wolf activated his ability, he looked refreshed. His whole body was surrounded by a domineering aura, as if he had control of the whole world. Ning Shu couldn't help but ridicule him in her heart. Looking at Lone Wolf's appearance, he seemed to want to snatch the car, leave her and the uncle behind, and run away. However, he was very afraid of the gun in the uncle's hand, but his attitude was high and mighty. He gave her and the uncle less food to eat, which made Ning Shu despise him. Ning Shu was worried for the uncle. Now, she and the uncle were in the same boat. The team continued to walk back. On the way, they encountered a lot of zombies. Lone Wolf killed them all and became more proficient in using his lightning ability. During a zombie siege, young Phoenix also awakened her ability, and it was an ice ability. Not long after, Tarantula also awakened his earth ability. Among the 5 people, only Ning Shu and the school doctor hadn't awakened their abilities. They felt like the 2 of them were the odd ones out. Ning Shu didn't know why she couldn't activate her ability, but her strength was getting stronger and her body was getting lighter and lighter. Obviously, it was due to her peerless martial arts. If she didn't have an ability, then so be it. Ning Shu comforted the school doctor and said, "It's okay, uncle. You will awaken your ability one day." The school doctor rolled his eyes at Ning Shu and sneered, "You should worry about yourself. Don't get killed by these people." Ning Shu sighed. The school doctor could defeat everyone with his weapon. If she had a whip in her hand, then her lethality would be greater. "Uncle, why don't we just run away and not stay with these people?" Ning Shu whispered in the school doctor's ear. Ning Shu's hot breath blew on the school doctor's ear. The uncle's ear moved and moved to the side. "I hate it when you get so close. Can't we talk properly?" Ning Shu's face collapsed. "Uncle, we are discussing important things. Don't worry about these details." "Oh," the uncle said. "But now the other 3 have awakened their abilities. It's because they've all awakened that we have to run." Ning Shu said anxiously, "The 2 of us can't beat them." "No." The uncle refused. Ning Shu opened his eyes wide and asked, "Why?" "These are 3 good materials," the uncle said. Ning Shu, pfft, what did the uncle mean by this? Was he going to dissect those 3 people like a madman? Ning Shu really wanted to shake the uncle's body and beg him to give up such a ridiculous idea. "Here, this is your dinner." Young Phoenix threw a box of biscuits and a bottle of water on the ground in front of the school doctor and Ning Shu. The water bottle and the biscuit bag were covered with dust. Fortunately, they were still unopened. Otherwise, how could anyone eat them? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Previously, young Phoenix was still a little interested in the school doctor, but after Lone Wolf and she awakened their abilities, her attitude changed. The female lead probably felt that only the strong were worthy of her. Besides, she was also a strong person. The uncle without any abilities really had no advantage. Young Phoenix threw the things down and left, leaving the two of them with a noble and cold back view. The uncle held his glasses and raised his eyebrows as he looked at young Phoenix's back. Ning Shu picked up the biscuits and water bottle on the ground, patted the dust on them, and said to the uncle, "Don't look, she doesn't like you now." The apocalypse was reality. The school doctor didn't say anything. He supported his chin with his hand and looked at Ning Shu. His expression was very lazy, and he said indifferently, "I don't understand what you are talking about." Ning Shu snorted and pretended to be innocent. He didn't believe that the uncle didn't know that young Phoenix was interested in him before. Ning Shu tore open the biscuits, wrung out the water bottle, and handed it to the uncle. He said, "Uncle, eat first. Leave some for me." The uncle took the water bottle, drank a mouthful of water, ate some biscuits, and then gave the water bottle to Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't avoid the uncle's leftover water and ate the biscuits. The school doctor saw that Ning Shu was enjoying the biscuits and sneered. He said, "Eating my leftovers, do you have to be so happy? Pfff. Cough cough." Ning Shu hit his chest. Damn, he choked again. Who the hell liked to eat other people's leftovers? It was the uncle's fastidious habit that really made people's balls hurt. If she ate first, the uncle wouldn't even touch it, but young Phoenix only gave them so little to eat. She didn't mind, as long as they could eat their fill. She was despised by the school doctor again. The school doctor reached out his hand and patted Ning Shu's back. He seemed to feel that Ning Shu's back was a little dirty. Then, he wiped the dust off his hand on Ning Shu's body and withdrew his hand. Ning Shu was speechless. The next morning, young Phoenix came to inform the school doctor and Ning Shu that they were ready to leave. The school doctor was still the driver. Lone Wolf and the others were already waiting in the car. Their faces were long and they were in an extremely bad mood. The reason why Lone Wolf didn't do anything to the school doctor was that they couldn't drive the car. The most terrifying thing was the bomb that the school doctor mentioned. Lone Wolf looked at the school doctor and Ning Shu. So when he faced Ning Shu and the school doctor, his face was full of disdain and arrogance. It was as if letting them live was a great gift. Ning Shu directly ignored Lone Wolf's expression and turned a deaf ear to Tarantula's ridicule. Her skin was extremely thick. Along the way, they encountered a lot of zombies. Finally, they reached the city. It wasn't as desolate as before. The group passed by a city and found that there was no one in the city except for zombies. Originally, they wanted to find some food but found that the supermarket was basically empty. This gave people a very bad feeling. Ning Shu thought that the country had collapsed and all the people were gathered in the base. Fuck, the country was gone. Who should she give the gene fluid to? Ning Shu was deeply depressed. It was already late. The group found a small district to stay in. Some of the wandering zombies in the corridor were killed by them. Ning Shu turned on the tap. There was water, but she didn't know if it was drinkable. Forget it, it was better not to drink. The virus had destroyed the whole world. Even the water source had become muddy. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. This was really a sin. Uncle! Ning Shu shouted. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently. What's the matter? Ning Shu grabbed the school doctor's hand and earnestly said, Uncle, you should give up on young Phoenix. The two of us should run away. There are a lot of abandoned cars in the city. Lone Wolf doesn't need you anymore. Didn't he see that after entering the city, Lone Wolf looked at her and the school doctor's eyes with undisguised killing intent? It was already like this and the uncle was still thinking about young Phoenix. The school doctor looked down at his hand that was held by Ning Shu. He pulled his hand back and said, "Your hand is so dirty. Wash it." Ning Shu wailed, "Uncle." Chapter 102. The thing that made Ning Shu the most speechless was that she was clearly telling the uncle a very serious matter, but the uncle always made Ning Shu very angry. "Uncle." Ning Shu shouted weakly, "I'm worried to death, uncle." The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with his chin in his hand. Looking at her twisted face, he said lazily, "I don't know why you're so grumpy all day. Girl, can't you be good?" Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, the uncle still despised her. Ha! The team continued to move forward and finally found a base where humans were gathered. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the base. After walking for so long, they suddenly saw so many people and felt so excited. Ning Shu followed behind the school doctor and waited at the entrance to enter the base. The first thing they did when they entered the base was to take a shower. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were in front of the line. The people at the base registration looked at the others with a superior look. When it was Lone Wolf's turn, they asked, "What's your name? How old are you? Have you awakened your ability?" Lone Wolf didn't say anything. Lightning flashed in his hands, and crackling sounds could be heard. The scene looked particularly cool. Lightning ability, it's actually a lightning ability. The person at the registration stood up and looked at the ability in Lone Wolf's hand excitedly. His face became respectful and asked, "May I ask, what's your name? So that the base can arrange a place for you to live." The surrounding people looked at Lone Wolf with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ability users had better resources and a better quality of life. Those who didn't awaken their abilities could only be inferior people. Their lives were very difficult and they could only do some dirty work in the base. Lone Wolf, 28 years old, lightning ability. Lone Wolf said indifferently, looking particularly noble and cold. Next was Young Phoenix. Her ice ability also caused a commotion. Tarantula got his room key and the wood ability of Tarantula. Tarantula got his room key and turned his head to Ning Shu and made a throat-slitting gesture. Ning Shu shot a glance at the Tarantula. She didn't know what she had done to offend this guy to make him hate her so much. When it was the school doctor's turn, Ning Shu had always wanted to know his name. The registrar looked at him and asked, "What's your name? What's your superpower?" "Lunatic," the school doctor said. Pft, cough cough. Ning Shu hammered his chest. How could he say his code name so bluntly? The registrar obviously didn't know who Madman was. When he heard the name, he coldly looked at the uncle and said, "I'm talking about the name. Your name is Madman." "Okay." The school doctor answered with a serious face. "What special ability?" The school doctor shook his head. "No superpower." "If you don't have a special ability, then you're an inferior person," the registrar said coldly. The school doctor stood aside and waited for Ning Shu. When it was Ning Shu's turn, Ning Shu said directly, "Little flower, no superpower." The registrar shook his head and said disappointedly, "Another inferior person." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu walked to the school doctor's side and asked, "Uncle, what should we do now? We're inferior people. We don't even have a place to live." It was good enough that the base could take them in. They would only give them some simple things or live in a shabby house with many people. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix had already left. They had better accommodation and supplies. But Ning Shu and the uncle were more miserable. The uncle didn't care and walked into the base. Ning Shu hurriedly followed behind him. "Wait for me here. I have something to do. Wait for me here. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back." The school doctor said to Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu obediently waited for the uncle to come back. Then, she observed the surrounding environment. The people who passed by her were in two states. One was dead and lifeless. Their faces were gray, as if they could not see any future. They were like walking corpses. One type was people who exuded a powerful aura. Half of these people had awakened their special abilities, and their faces were filled with complacency. These people who had awakened their special abilities looked at Ning Shu. They were sizing up Ning Shu as if to determine whether he was the same kind or inferior. Little flower? A puzzled voice sounded. Ning Shu turned and saw a man in military uniform walking over. He looked at Ning Shu and said with surprise, "You're still alive." Ning Shu knew from the original owner's memory that this middle-aged man in military uniform was the officer of the special agent team. When Ning Shu saw the officer, he was surprised. He saluted him. "Sir. Where are the others?" The officer looked at Little Flower. Ning Shu said, "Lone Wolf and the others have returned. 2 people were sacrificed." The officer looked at Ning Shu with a rare kindness in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Not long after you left, the country also collapsed." Ning Shu didn't know what to say. He thought about it and gave the gene fluid to the officer. "This is the gene fluid I got. Lone Wolf and the others don't know about it." The officer shook his head and said, "Keep this gene fluid. Have you awakened your special ability?" Now that humans can awaken their special abilities, the gene fluid doesn't have much use. If you haven't awakened your special ability, use the gene fluid. The officer looked melancholy. The apocalypse is cruel. You have to protect yourself. When Ning Shu heard this, she sighed in her heart. This man had taken the original owner out of the orphanage, raised her up, and taught her skills. In the original owner's heart, he was probably the most important person in her life. "Sir, this gene fluid is for you. This is Little Flower's first mission. Little Flower wants to complete the mission given by you." Ning Shu said seriously and gave the gene fluid to the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He took the gene fluid and asked, "Do you have a place to stay now?" Ning Shu shook his head and said, "Not yet. I don't know where to stay. I'll arrange a place for you," the officer said. Ning Shu was about to nod when he heard the school doctor's voice. "Little Flower." Ning Shu and the officer looked at the school doctor. The school doctor was walking towards them. He was wearing a black windbreaker. When he walked over, everything was blurred. They could only see the school doctor walking towards them. Soon, the school doctor was in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu introduced him. "Uncle, this is my officer." The school doctor looked at the smile on Ning Shu's face indifferently. He reached out his hand to shake the officer's hand and said, "Hello." The senior officer looked at the school doctor and scanned his face. He frowned and looked puzzled. "You look familiar." The school doctor didn't say anything. Ning Shu raised the key in his hand and said, "I found a place to stay." Chapter 103. Ning Shu saw the school doctor walk around and find a place to stay. Ning Shu looked at the key in the school doctor's hand and said to him, "Uncle, I found a place to stay." The officer said he would find a place for me to stay. The officer was a trustworthy person. To the original owner, the officer was like a father. So when Ning Shu saw the officer, he couldn't help but want to get close to him. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged officer. "You found a place for this girl?" Before the officer could speak, the school doctor said to Ning Shu, "This room is the best in the base." Ning Shu blinked and said, "Thank you, uncle." Since they were already at the base, Ning Shu felt that he shouldn't trouble the uncle. The uncle had helped him a lot along the way. The leader of the special agent group patted Ning Shu's shoulder and said, "Since you already have a partner, then follow your partner. Although I'm one of the higher-ups in the base, it's not good for me to show favoritism. The apocalypse is cruel. It's good to have someone you can rely on." The officer walked away with his hands behind his back. Just like that, he left. Ning Shu turned his head stiffly and said to the school doctor awkwardly, "My officer is quite humorous." The school doctor held the key and looked at Ning Shu. He sneered and said, "Useless. Let's go." The school doctor said to Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu's face twisted as she followed behind the school doctor. When they arrived at the residential building, the house was indeed quite nice. "Uncle, how did you get this room?" Ning Shu asked. When they reached the door, the uncle opened it and glanced at Ning Shu. "You want to know?" Can't I say?" Ning Shu's mind immediately conjured up the scene of killing and robbing. This kind of thing was too common in the post-apocalyptic world. The strong were the truth. Ning Shu and the uncle were still talking when the door beside them opened. A person walked out from inside. They looked at each other and were quite surprised. Ning Shu was surprised by the uncle's ability to choose a room next to the female leads. But young Phoenix was surprised by the fact that two lowly people without abilities were staying here. Young Phoenix sized up Ning Shu and the school doctor and asked, "Why are you here?" Ning Shu shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know why she was here. Seeing young Phoenix's expression as if she had swallowed a fly, Ning Shu was puzzled. Why couldn't she and uncle come here? Young Phoenix's expression made it seem as if they had sullied her. The school doctor glanced at young Phoenix indifferently. He pulled Ning Shu's arm and pulled Ning Shu into the house. Then, he slammed the door shut, making young Phoenix angry and hateful. He was just a lowly person without abilities. That man had ignored her before. Now that she had awakened her ability, that man still ignored her. To put it bluntly, young Phoenix felt that her charm had been thwarted by the school doctor, so she resented him. "Why don't you like me? What qualifications do you have to not like me?" Young Phoenix's heart was full of resentment. Ning Shu sized up the room. Before the apocalypse, this kind of room could only be considered ordinary. The room was not very big, at most 70 or 80 square meters. But now, this kind of room was really good. It could even be considered a mansion. After all, the base was only so big, but there were so many people gathered here. It was even more valuable to have a private room. Ning Shu was even more curious about how this room came about. "I'm going to take a shower," Ning Shu said and went into the bathroom. The door was a little low, so the school doctor had to lower his head when he went in. Ning Shu nodded and cleaned the room. He then wiped his sweat and heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. He turned around and saw the school doctor coming out of the bathroom. Ning Shu quickly covered his nose, afraid that he would have a nosebleed. The school doctor came out with a bath towel wrapped around his waist. The towel was loosely wrapped around his body, and his Apollo's belt was exposed. Long legs and a muscular body. Ning Shu's mouth was dry. "Although this body was young, uncle, you shouldn't be so casual." The school doctor used a handkerchief to wipe his wet hair. The wet hair formed a shadow on his forehead, looking blurred and sexy. Ning Shu was speechless. "Fuck, I really want to pounce on this person." The school doctor saw Ning Shu's dazed look and frowned. "Why aren't you taking a shower? Do you know that you're dirty? I've been tolerating you for a long time." "Ning Shu, it's heartbreaking to say such things to a lady. After all, she was a woman." Although she was young, the school doctor didn't treat her as a woman but as a child. Ning Shu snorted. "Although this body was young, his mental age might be older than yours." Ning Shu went to the bathroom to take a shower. There were a lot of bathing items on the counter. Did these all belong to the school doctor? His worldview was refreshed again. The school doctor's obsession with cleanliness had reached the point where both humans and gods hated him. Ning Shu took a comfortable shower and smelled the fragrance. When he came out, he purposely walked a few rounds in front of the school doctor. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu and frowned. "You're still so ugly even after you've washed yourself clean." The school doctor's tone was a little strange. Ning Shu felt his knees hurt. "Uncle, can't you be more considerate when you speak? It's too hurtful, too vicious." His heart was tired. "Do you know how to cook?" the school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with a face full of ignorance. He said shyly, "Uncle, I don't know how to cook." The school doctor looked at him with disdain. Aren't you a special agent? If you're in an extreme environment and there's no food, won't you starve to death? I've never seen such a weak special agent. Damn, is the school doctor in dissing mode? He criticized her from her toes to her hair. The conclusion was that she was really a scumbag. In the end, the school doctor saw that Ning Shu didn't care about anything. He put on his clothes and was about to leave. He said, I'm going out to find food. Don't run around. If you get killed, you deserve it. Ning Shu nodded. He wondered if the school doctor was going to rob people again. After a while, the school doctor came back with a bag of things. The way he carried the bag was very handsome. Ning Shu took the bag from him and opened it. It was actually rice. He asked, where did you find this? Someone gave it to me. The school doctor patted the dust off his clothes and said indifferently. Resources were scarce in the apocalypse. Who would give you things? Cook. The school doctor said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. He had spent half his life in the hospital. When he entered the mission world, he had never cooked. Was he going to get a new skill? Chapter 104. In the end, Ning Shu didn't cook. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's twisted and guilty face and said straightforwardly, cooking is a waste of food. Then the rice was cooked by the uncle. There was also steamed meat. The meat was cut very evenly, as if it was made from the same mold. The uncle's OCD was really a disease. Ning Shu ate the rice mixed with meat and burped. She was so moved that she almost cried. The apocalypse was really torturous. When she was a little princess, she ate all kinds of delicacies, but none of them were as delicious as this rice. Especially when she had eaten so many hardtack biscuits that her taste buds were about to disappear. Now that she was suddenly eating rice and oily meat, Ning Shu even wanted to hug the uncle's thigh without any shame. The uncle didn't eat the meat, but slowly ate the fried vegetables. His movements were slow and elegant, which was a sharp contrast to Ning Shu's ravenous eating. The school doctor frowned and looked at Ning Shu's oily face. He pulled the corner of his mouth and turned his head away. He couldn't bear to look at her. After eating, she put down the bowl and burped. She was very satisfied. She gave the uncle a thumbs up and said, Uncle, you are quite capable. You can steal cars, dissect people, and even cook. Ning Shu suddenly froze. This was something that happened in the school world. She accidentally blurted it out. Ning Shu looked at the uncle. It seemed that he didn't hear what she said. Ning Shu was relieved. The uncle's ability was great, but his OCD was a bit serious. Also, his tongue was too sharp. It was unbearable. Ning Shu's heart was strong, so she turned a deaf ear to the uncle's sarcasm. The school doctor narrowed his eyes and moved to the side. Can you wash your face and talk to me again? Ning Shu was speechless. That was why the uncle was so annoying. Ning Shu went to the washroom to wash her face. Before she was done, she heard a series of urgent and ear-piercing sirens. It was so loud that it almost pierced her eardrums. Ning Shu quickly came out of the bathroom and asked the uncle, "What's wrong?" The uncle frowned and said, "Zombies are coming to attack the base. Take something to defend against the zombies." "Do I have to go too?" Ning Shu pointed at herself and asked. The school doctor rolled his eyes at Ning Shu. "You have to show your value if you accept the base's protection, little girl." Ning Shu looked at the school doctor in surprise. When did the uncle have such an awareness? The sirens were getting louder and louder. The uncle handed Ning Shu a gun and said, "Be careful. Don't rush into the zombie crowd. You don't have a superpower. You can't fight so many zombies even if you have great strength." Uncle's words. Ning Shu, she patted her chest and said, "If there is danger, I will run." The school doctor was speechless. The sirens became more urgent. The uncle and Ning Shu went out the door, and they ran into young Phoenix and Lone Wolf next door. Gu Lang's cold face was full of sarcasm. A lowly person without a superpower has to fight against zombies. Don't turn into a zombie in the end. The school doctor looked at him coldly. Gu Lang released his superpower and looked at the uncle warily. The uncle snorted and pulled Ning Shu's arm. They walked past Gu Lang and young Phoenix. How domineering. Gu Lang's handsome face was very long. He realized that he, a superpower user, was afraid of a lowly person without a superpower. It was really humiliating. Young Phoenix looked at the school doctor who was wearing a black windbreaker. Although this man did not have any special abilities, he was actually quite charming. However, in this post-apocalyptic world where the strong were respected, charm alone was not enough. One had to have strength. What made young Phoenix angry was that this lowly person without a superpower was so rude to her, but he was so nice to Flower. Flower was not comparable to her. The competitive young Phoenix tasted defeat in front of the school doctor. She was thinking about the uncle and wanted to subdue him to wash away her failure. In short, young Phoenix had the uncle in her heart. Flower's hands were covered in frost. She looked at the back of the school doctor and Ning Shu. What was so good about Flower who had nothing? Ning Shu followed the uncle to the base's entrance. He saw an overwhelming number of zombies rushing towards the base's entrance. The rotten smell made people faint. The base's walls were filled with cannons, bombs, and all kinds of new weapons. They were bombarding the zombies. Although they were lethal, they were not enough compared to the number of zombies. Even the people without superpowers in the base used stools and hose to fight against the zombies. However, the result was tragic. The ordinary people without superpowers were torn apart by the zombies. The zombies did not care about anything else. They tore apart the corpses on the spot. The scene was very bloody. The officer commanded the army to kill the zombies. He turned his head and saw Ning Shu. He frowned. Ning Shu shouted, "What are you doing here?" The sound of artillery shells was very loud. Ning Shu tried hard to hear what the officer said. He then shouted to the officer, "I'm here to fight against the zombies." The officer saw the school doctor next to Ning Shu. He did not say anything and continued to command the army to kill the zombies. There was also an even more dazzling scene, which was the ability users. All kinds of abilities were incomparably gorgeous, and they easily killed the zombies, especially Lone Wolf's lightning ability. When he struck the zombies' heads, the zombies immediately fell down. His destructive power was extremely dazzling. Countless people looked at Lone Wolf with amazement, admiration, and admiration. Lone Wolf felt the eyes of the people around him. His hands moved faster. The lightning in his hands shone brighter. It felt like he was deliberately showing off his skills. Ning Shu retracted his gaze and shot the zombie's head. The school doctor stood beside Ning Shu and did not move. Ning Shu said, "Such a large-scale attack. The zombies behind this are probably not weak. When this kind of zombie comes, you run first. You can't deal with it," the school doctor said lightly. He did not feel ashamed of running away. Ning Shu frowned and asked, "Is it a mutated zombie?" The school doctor nodded. "It is a mutated zombie. But it is stronger than the ones we have encountered before. Zombies evolve much faster than humans." The school doctor placed his hand on the group of paranormals and muttered to himself, "If I can dissect a few paranormals and observe their DNA, the gene fluid should not be just a half-finished product. It should be able to fully activate a person's superpower." Ning Shu was shooting while listening to the school doctor's mumbling. He pointed his ears and asked the school doctor, "Uncle, what are you talking about?" "The zombies are coming," the school doctor said lightly. Ning Shu nodded and began to kill the zombies. Finally, when the zombies were getting closer, Ning Shu directly picked up a long stick or a hoe on the ground and directly hit the zombie's head. Then the zombie's head exploded. Now Ning Shu learned to be smart. When the zombie's head exploded, he immediately moved away to avoid being splashed in the face by the zombie's brain. The school doctor stepped back and watched Ning Shu kill the zombies. He casually killed the zombies that came close to him. The scene was in a stalemate. Everyone was trying their best to kill the zombies to keep themselves alive. Roar, an extremely penetrating roar sounded, and the zombies who heard this roar became even more violent, desperately rushing towards the entrance of the base. More and more people died. The air became more and more turbid. The stench, the smell of blood, the dust. Chapter 105. Roar, another roar was heard. This sound made people's heart beat in disorder, their blood was surging, and they felt extremely dizzy. When the zombies heard this roar, they became restless. It was as if they had been blessed by some kind of power. They were restless and full of energy. Everyone was very uneasy. The officer commanded everyone and shouted, "Return to the base, quickly. Flower, quickly come in." Officer Ning Shu shouted. Ning Shu killed the zombie in front of him with a stick, turned around and ran into the base, standing next to the school doctor. The zombies scratched the base's walls and doors, trying to get in. Looking at the tide of zombies, Ning Shu had goosebumps all over his body. "It's coming," the school doctor said in a low voice. Ning Shu turned his head and saw a black dot. It was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, moving quickly, and finally floating in the air above the base. This was a zombie. This zombie seemed to be no different from a normal person except for its blue face, and its eyes were moving. Obviously, it was different from ordinary zombies, it obviously had vision. Ning Shu's jaw almost dropped. He turned his neck stiffly, looked at the uncle and stammered, "Uncle, uncle, it can fly." It completely violated Newton's law of gravity. The mutated zombies they encountered before only had good jumping ability and fast speed, but floating in the air like this was simply challenging people's worldview. The uncle squinted his eyes, looked at the zombie floating in the air, and said, "Is it easier to evolve into a zombie?" Such a human-like zombie caused a commotion in the base, especially when it could fly like an immortal. It made the people in the base feel shocked and helpless. This zombie was really too powerful. An atmosphere of despair filled the air, making people's hearts more panicked. "Fuck, I'll fight you." A paranormal released a golden beam of energy towards the zombie, but the zombie didn't even try to dodge. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. This zombie couldn't be so weak, right? It looked like a cow, but it was about to be hit. The power directly passed through the zombie's body, and people found that the power hit only an afterimage, so where did the zombie go? "Ah!" A mournful voice sounded, and people turned around to see that the zombie had directly passed through the chest of the paranormal who released the power. The zombie's bloody hand was still holding a beating heart. The zombie's eyes were very cold, and it directly threw the paranormal into the zombie crowd. The zombies below suddenly rioted, tearing the paranormal's body. The mutated zombie floating in the air, biting the bloody heart. Ning Shu stretched his neck and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This scene was really bloody and disgusting. Everyone felt that their hearts were being gnawed by the zombies. With the previous impulsive unlucky guy as an example, they didn't dare to move for a while, and it was even more impossible to rush. He was simply courting death. There were so many people, but the scene was silent, and the rapid sound of the alarm was more ear-piercing. The mutated zombie gnawed the heart in its hand, and stretched out its tongue to lick the blood at the corner of its mouth. Its eyes looked at the group of paranormal, looking at them as if they were food, and it made people scared. Ning Shu thought that the mutated zombie was more interested in the paranormal who was full of energy. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Ning Shu approached the school doctor uncle. Why were they in a deadlock now? The school doctor uncle stared at the zombie. "What else can we do, run?" Ning Shu was speechless. Although he said that, he didn't dare to move. What if the zombie took out his heart if he moved? Especially the paranormal, these people were the focus of the mutated zombie. The zombie looked at them with a pair of cold and ruthless eyes, as if it was trying to guess the taste of its food, and it was really stressful. "There's no other way, let's go together." Lone Wolf said with a cold face, "Let's go together." As soon as Lone Wolf's voice fell, the paranormal released their powers to attack the mutated zombie, but the zombie was too fast and dodged. Ning Shu was speechless. Zombies were so abnormal, how could they fight against such an invincible existence? However, the culprit was the school doctor uncle standing next to her, but she didn't dare to blame him. The zombie was surrounded by a group of paranormal, and there was always one paranormal that hit him. The zombie roared and looked at the paranormal with red eyes. Although there were so many people fighting the zombie, Lone Wolf and his team didn't have it easy, and they were very embarrassed. The officer ordered people to kill the ordinary zombies, and at the same time, he paid attention to the paranormal situation. Anyone with eyes could see that the paranormal situation was not good. Paranormal was very precious, and the death of one paranormal would cause the base to tremble in pain. Although there were now some people who could activate their powers, the number of paranormal was still very small, and they were a resource that every base fought for. The officer's face was sweating, and the muscles on his face were twitching. Ning Shu looked at him, but there was nothing she could do, because this kind of battle was not something she could intervene in. Ning Shu thought for a moment, and then she picked up the axe and went into the battle circle. She was very fast and strong, so she should be able to fight against the mutated zombie. Although the paranormal had their own powers, their speed and strength might not be as fast as her. Didn't they see that the mutated zombie's strength was its speed and physical strength? Where are you going? The school doctor uncle pulled Ning Shu's arm, raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Ning Shu had a hunch that if she said that she was going to kill the zombie, the school doctor uncle would despise her, so she said, "I need to go to the toilet." The school doctor uncle was speechless. "Stay here, if you run over, you will be accidentally injured by the paranormal's power. Don't overestimate yourself." The school doctor uncle said faintly, and then pulled out the gun from his waist, narrowed his eyes and aimed at the zombie. Ning Shu was speechless. The zombie's speed was too fast. "If you can hit the zombie, I will kneel down for you." The uncle pulled the trigger, but he didn't shoot the zombie directly, instead, he shot at a distance from the zombie. Then Ning Shu saw a magical scene, as if the zombie took the initiative to throw itself at the bullet. The zombie was shot. Ning Shu knelt down with a thud. Fuck, how could this happen? The zombie was stunned at first, and then the muscles on its chest trembled, squeezing the bullet out of its body. Ning Shu kowtowed to the ground. Damn it, both of them were so unscientific. But when the zombie squeezed the bullet out, the paranormal released his most powerful power at the same time, hitting the zombie's body. The huge power directly slammed the zombie to the ground, and the huge power seemed to make the ground shake twice, raising a lot of dust. The zombie's clothes were torn, and the places where the power hit its body were so deep that the bones could be seen. It stood there, glancing at the paranormal, and finally stopped at the school doctor uncle. It seemed that the zombie had a deep impression of the human who hit it. Chapter 106. Although the mutant zombie was hit by the superpower, it didn't seem to have any special injuries, which made people feel helpless. The school doctor was very calm under the gaze of the mutant zombie. Ning Shu suspected that the school doctor's facial nerves were damaged because he didn't have any expression. But when he was mocking her, his face was full of disdain. Roar! The mutant zombie roared twice at the school doctor. Everyone thought that the school doctor would be the next one to be cut open, but the mutant zombie turned and flew away. After a while, it turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Ning Shu thought, it ran away. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with the lingering fear of surviving a calamity. Young Phoenix looked at the school doctor with a complicated expression. Seeing him calmly pull up Flower, who was kneeling on the ground, young Phoenix did not know why, but her heart burned with jealousy. She was jealous that Flower, who had nothing, had such a man who would not leave her. Lone Wolf stood beside young Phoenix. He saw the resentment, jealousy, and love on young Phoenix's face. He said coldly, "He's just a lowly person with no superpowers. You really think he's a hero with some marksmanship? Young Phoenix, what are you thinking?" Young Phoenix looked away and said to Lone Wolf, "I think he's very mysterious. He makes people feel uneasy. That's why I pay special attention to him. Young Phoenix saw Lone Wolf's expression and explained, he's just a person with no superpower. He can't survive in this apocalyptic world. I always feel that this man is dangerous. That's why I pay special attention to him. Lone Wolf looked at young Phoenix and said coldly, I hope so. Then he turned and walked away. Young Phoenix frowned and caught up with Lone Wolf. What do you mean? Are you doubting me? If that's the case, why are we still together? You don't even trust me. If that's the case, let's go our separate ways. Young Phoenix walked faster than Lone Wolf and left him with an angry back view. On the other side, Ning Shu was impressed by the school doctor's superb marksmanship. He kept asking the school doctor how he practiced his marksmanship. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu and said, you can calculate the direction of a person's next move according to their movements. You can estimate the distance between you and the target and the time of arrival of the bullet. This way, the hit rate is very high. The school doctor said it very casually, as if it was a very simple thing. It was no big deal. Ning Shu knelt down with a thud. It was too fucking complicated. How fast was his brain calculating? Ning Shu felt that if it was so complicated, he might as well use an axe and a stick to do it. Don't your knees hurt from kneeling on the ground for no reason? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with disdain. You're useless. It wasn't painful at first, but after hearing what the uncle said, Ning Shu felt that her knees were going to break. It was painful. Back in the room, the school doctor went to take a shower again. It hadn't been long, and he had to take a shower again. Ning Shu lowered his head and sniffed his collar. After staying with the school doctor for so long, he felt that he was very sloppy. After the school doctor came out of the shower, he was only wrapped in a bath towel. Ning Shu felt his hands itching. He wanted to pull the bath towel off the uncle. It was better not to wear it. Go take a shower. The school doctor said to Ning Shu while wiping his wet hair. I feel good. I don't need to take a shower. Ning Shu said. After the apocalypse, even drinking water was a problem. How could there be so much water to take a shower? There was a little sweat smell, but it was not that unbearable. The school doctor stopped wiping his hair and looked at Ning Shu indifferently. His gaze made Ning Shu's hair stand up. The school doctor crossed his legs. His two slender legs were faintly discernible under the bath towel. Ning Shu tilted his head and looked under the bath towel. It was really annoying. I'm talking to you. The school doctor saw Ning Shu tilting his head and staring blankly. He couldn't help but say, it's okay if you're stupid, but your ears have problems too. You can't be saved. Ning Shu came back to his senses and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. When he was about to take a shower, the doorbell rang. Ning Shu quickly went to open the door. There was an officer in military uniform standing at the door. When he saw the officer, Ning Shu was surprised. He asked, Officer, why are you looking for me? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for your partner. The officer said and entered the room. He looked around but didn't see anyone. Ning Shu asked, where is he? The school doctor was still there. Ning Shu said, he probably went to get dressed. The school doctor was only wrapped in a bath towel. The officer looked at Ning Shu and said, you're still young. You're already with him. Ning Shu was speechless. What did he mean? Did the officer think that the uncle was naked because he did it with her? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. You're thinking too much. The uncle was such a pervert. It was still a question whether he liked women. After a while, the school doctor came out of the room. He was wearing a white shirt and a black windbreaker. When he saw the officer, his face was indifferent. Well, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go out and talk, the officer said to the school doctor. He was very respectful to the school doctor. The school doctor's eyes swept across Ning Shu's face. He nodded and followed the officer out. The school doctor turned back and said to Ning Shu, "There are biscuits if you're hungry. Don't touch the food. You can wait for me to come back and cook." Ning Shu nodded. He didn't know what they were talking about. Why did they have to avoid him? Was there a secret? Not long after the school doctor left, the doorbell rang again. Ning Shu was a little surprised. He came back so soon. When he opened the door, he saw that it was young Phoenix. Young Phoenix looked at Ning Shu with a cold face. Ning Shu wanted to close the door without thinking. Young Phoenix blocked the door and said coldly, "Flower, what's with your attitude?" Ning Shu mobilized the internal force in his body and closed the door. He clapped his hands. She didn't come without a reason. Ning Shu didn't even give young Phoenix a chance to speak. Young Phoenix knocked on the door outside. The person inside refused to open the door. Young Phoenix said coldly, "Flower, I advise you to open the door quickly. Otherwise, I will destroy your door with my superpower." Damn, he was so arrogant that he came knocking on her door. Ning Shu said through the door, "What do you want from me?" "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for your roommate," young Phoenix said. "Flower, open the door." What day was it today? Why did so many people come to the school doctor? Was it because they were amazed by his shooting skills? "Uncle isn't here." "Come another day," Ning Shu said. "Flower, I asked you to open the door. What's with your attitude? Do you think that you're going to be arrogant when you come to the base with an officer supporting you and a man protecting you?" Young Phoenix's voice was sharp through the door. Chapter 107. Ning Shu was speechless. She didn't approach young Phoenix at all, but the other party was trying to make trouble for her. She stayed far away from the protagonist. Why? Was her charm too low? Ning Shu was considering if she should add some of her attributes to her charm. A charm of 1 point was too shabby. Ning Shu was thinking about why the female protagonist didn't like her. Outside the room, young Phoenix was pounding on the door and calling Ning Shu's name. "Flower, flower." It was like she was asking for his life. Ning Shu opened the door and asked young Phoenix angrily, "What do you want?" "I'm looking for your roommate." Young Phoenix pushed Ning Shu away and walked around the room. She didn't see the school doctor. Ning Shu asked, "Where is he?" Ning Shu's heart felt like it was about to explode. She questioned her so confidently. Ning Shu said, "I already said that he's not here." "Where did he go?" Young Phoenix asked again. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and said, "How would I know?" Young Phoenix sat on the sofa and waited. Ning Shu was stunned. What did she mean? Did she have to wait for the school doctor to come back? Ning Shu and young Phoenix didn't speak. The room was quiet. Ning Shu didn't want to entertain guests. He didn't even pour a glass of water for young Phoenix. "Flower, do you know your roommate?" Young Phoenix suddenly asked Ning Shu. "By the way, what's his name?" She didn't know the school doctor's name. His code name was Crazy, but she didn't know his name. Ning Shu shook her head and said, "I don't know." Young Phoenix's face turned ugly. "Flower, what do you mean?" "I'm just asking for his name." Damn it, she really didn't know the uncle's name. Ning Shu said impatiently, "I said I don't know, so I don't know." "You." Young Phoenix was choked by Ning Shu's attitude. She said coldly, "Flower, don't be too proud." "What am I proud of? What's there to be proud of?" Ning Shu could not understand what young Phoenix meant. Did young Phoenix think that she deliberately did not tell the uncle her name? It was just a name. There was nothing he couldn't say. Young Phoenix's expression was cold. An icicle appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately pulled out his gun and said coldly, "Young Phoenix, what are you doing?" "Hua, you are just a lowly person who has yet to awaken an ability. How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I can kill you and the officer won't say anything," young Phoenix said coldly. Ning Shu was speechless. He squinted his eyes and aimed at Little Phoenix. He said loudly, "Little Phoenix, is there something wrong with your brain? Why did you come to my house to kill me?" He really couldn't understand what the female lead was thinking. "Based on your attitude towards me, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill you." The icicle in young Phoenix's hand was spinning. The icicle was very sharp. When it came into contact with the air, it emitted white smoke. Fuck, she was really crazy. What was the female lead's mentality? Ning Shu saw young Phoenix's teeth itching. He wondered if he had offended young Phoenix in some way. After arriving at the base, he had no contact with young Phoenix. The school doctor who was talking to the officer came back. When he walked into the room, he saw the two women confronting each other. He raised his handsome eyebrows and said, "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it at young Phoenix. Young Phoenix was a lot more nervous when facing the school doctor. After all, he was someone who could even hit a zombie. Young Phoenix didn't think that she could be faster than a zombie. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu and said calmly, "What are you doing? You're so useless that they came knocking on your door." Ning Shu was speechless. Young Phoenix put away the icicle in her hand and said to the school doctor, "Put away your gun. I am not an enemy." The school doctor put away his gun and asked young Phoenix coldly, "What's the matter?" Young Phoenix did not know what to say. She came to this man on impulse. Because of this man, she quarreled with Lone Wolf. "I quarreled with Lone Wolf." Young Phoenix blurted out her thoughts and looked at the school doctor. The school doctor was confused and confused. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen such an expression on the school doctor's face. The school doctor was surprised and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Ning Shu was speechless. Young Phoenix's face turned green and then white. When she saw Ning Shu's smile, she felt as if she was soaked in boiling water. Her whole body was burning. The young Phoenix rushed out of the room and slammed the door. The door made a loud bang, and even the dust on the wall fell down. Ning Shu dug his ears. It was really loud. Ning Shu turned to the school doctor and said, "Uncle, she is here to act coquettishly." "What the hell?" The school doctor frowned. Ning Shu said, "Dust the sofa." Ning Shu asked, "Why should I dust the sofa?" "The place where she sat is very dirty," the school doctor said indifferently. Ning Shu was speechless. She was hopeless. The school doctor made some food for Ning Shu. It was enough for one person. Ning Shu asked, "Aren't you eating?" "I have eaten," the school doctor said indifferently. Ning Shu pursed her lips. The officer did not even bring her along to treat people to a meal. "Uncle, there is only one bed. Where am I supposed to sleep?" This was a single-room apartment and there was only one bed. Therefore, Ning Shu wanted to know where she was. The school doctor said indifferently, "You want to sleep with me?" When he spoke, his gold-rimmed glasses reflected the light. He looked very creepy and dangerous. Ning Shu quickly waved her hand and said, "I can sleep on the sofa." The school doctor nodded. He was obviously very satisfied with this suggestion. Ning Shu pursed her lips. She was a woman. Shouldn't she sleep on the sofa and show her manliness? She felt that the school doctor did not see her as a woman at all. At night, Ning Shu curled up on the sofa and looked at the school doctor on the bed with resentment. He really wanted her to sleep on the sofa. Whoosh, whoosh, in the middle of the night, Ning Shu was sleeping soundly when an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Ning Shu sat up in shock as if she was on the verge of death. Her entire body was in a daze. When she turned her head, she saw the uncle get out of bed and put on his jacket. "The zombies are attacking the base. Get up." The school doctor adjusted his collar and buttoned up his shirt. Ning Shu, attacking the city in the middle of the night. Oh my god. Ning Shu jumped off the sofa and picked up the guns, sticks, and axes on the table. She followed the school doctor out the door. Many people rushed to the entrance of the base. Some people did not even put on their clothes. They put on their clothes as they ran. At the entrance of the base, a huge searchlight shone on the zombies outside the base. These zombies tirelessly rushed towards the entrance of the base. Even if they were blocked by the electric fence at the entrance, and were electrocuted until their bodies smelled black, they did not know fear. Chapter 108. The zombies were really smelly, and the rotten smell could make people faint. Ning Shu stood on the high wall of the base and looked at the zombies below. She felt very bitter. She had been in the apocalypse for so long, and she had given the gene solution to the officer. Why hadn't the system let her go back? Roar, the roar was very familiar. It was from the mutated zombies during the day. It was really endless. Did they want to fight with the base? The rocket bombs attacked the zombies, but the endless zombies were rushing over. At night, people's vision was limited. Paranormals had super strong vision, but it was a challenge for ordinary people. The mutated zombie was suspended in the air, and the searchlights were focused on it. The mutated zombie had changed its tattered clothes and was wearing new clothes. It looked no different from a normal person. Ning Shu looked up at the zombie. She was really annoyed. This zombie was as intelligent as a human, and it was particularly difficult to deal with so many zombies. It was like cheating. Ning Shu shot the head of the ordinary zombies, and the paranormals dealt with the mutated zombies. So many paranormals were powerless to deal with the mutated zombies. If the paranormals were not careful, their hearts would be taken out by the mutated zombies. It simply made people's hearts turn cold. Ning Shu was killing zombies while paying attention to the situation of the mutated zombies. The uncle didn't do anything, as if he was just a bystander. But no one said anything, as if they didn't see the carefree school doctor. Ning Shu was killing zombies when she suddenly felt a huge force on her back. Her body involuntarily flew forward, and the worst thing was that she was flying in the direction of the mutated zombies. Ning Shu hurriedly circulated her qi and turned back. When she turned around, she saw that it was young Phoenix who had done it. Ning Shu's heart was like a grass mud horse. The plot was really irresistible. Was she really going to die in the hands of young Phoenix and be dismembered by zombies like in the original plot? Ning Shu instantly understood why the system hadn't summoned her back for such a long time. There was still such a thing. Flower, dodge, Ning Shu shouted as he pulled out his gun and fired at Ning Shu. The bullet didn't hit Ning Shu, but hit the zombie behind Ning Shu. However, when Ning Shu tried to escape, the zombie still managed to injure his back. He felt the zombie's nails scratching his back painfully. Ning Shu was so angry that he couldn't care less. He ran towards young Phoenix and fired a shot. Young Phoenix released an ice shield to block Ning Shu's bullet. Fuck, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ning Shu ran over and grabbed young Phoenix's collar. Then, he smashed young Phoenix to the ground like a whip. Once, twice, young Phoenix's face turned green as blood spurted from its mouth. It looked at Ning Shu with fear in its eyes. Lone Wolf saw young Phoenix's situation and quickly came to its aid. Ning Shu directly used his qi to stab young Phoenix's heart with a sharpened wooden stick. Young Phoenix's body moved a little, and the stick avoided its heart and pierced its stomach. Young Phoenix wailed in pain. Lone Wolf rushed over with lightning flashing in his hand. He was about to hit Ning Shu's head, but in the next second, Lone Wolf's hand was pierced by a bullet. Blood spurted out. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment before his wrist was grabbed by someone. Ning Shu didn't think and wanted to fight back with the wooden stick. Girl, it's me. The school doctor's voice was very low. Ning Shu calmed down and looked up at the school doctor. Useless. The school doctor pulled Ning Shu into the base and didn't intend to care about the zombies at the gate. Back in the room, Ning Shu felt pain in his back. It was very painful. It was as if salt was sprinkled on the bleeding wound. Ning Shu's body began to tremble. Could it be that this mission couldn't be completed? Lie down. The school doctor uncle said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the needle in the school doctor uncle's hand and asked, "Uncle, what is this?" "You are infected with the zombie virus." The school doctor poked Ning Shu's arm with the needle. The whole needle went into the skin. It was too painful. Fuck, couldn't he be gentler? Then Ning Shu realized a problem. She was caught by zombies. She was infected with the zombie virus. Did that mean she would become a zombie? Fuck, how could this be? She thought about how the school doctor uncle killed an infected agent without hesitation. She couldn't have been killed by the uncle, right? Ning Shu endured the pain in his back and asked the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, what did you inject into me? Was it because they knew each other and gave her a euthanasia drug?" The school doctor uncle frowned and looked at Ning Shu. He said, "This drug can prevent your brain from being invaded by the virus to a certain extent." Hearing this, Ning Shu felt relieved. The school doctor wouldn't kill her directly. She guessed that she would become a research subject. This was good. "Uncle, can you give me some painkillers?" Ning Shu was in so much pain. The places where the zombies scratched were burning. The heat began to spread to the whole body. Ning Shu could even hear the cells in his body wailing. They were tortured by the powerful virus. Even his brain began to feel pain and heat. The virus had spread to his brain. Ning Shu finally understood why zombies were like walking corpses. They were monsters without any thoughts. It was because the virus was too destructive. "Flower, focus." The school doctor patted Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu tried to open her eyes and look at the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu was in so much pain. She didn't know how long the pain lasted. Everything in front of her blurred. An alluring scent that she had never smelled before entered her nose. She was extremely hungry and wanted to pounce on the man in front of her, press down on his body, bite his neck, cover his chest, and then dig out his beating heart that was full of temptation. Ning Shu wanted to make a sound, but found that her speech system had been destroyed. She couldn't say anything. When she opened her mouth to make a sound, it was like air was leaking out of her throat. Fuck, life was full of evil. She had become a zombie. She wanted to circulate her qi, but found that the qi in her body was gone. Her body had become clumsy. Ning Shu was speechless. But he was very hungry now. There was a living person beside him. Ning Shu reached out and wanted to grab the school doctor uncle. A cold black thing was placed on her forehead. "Don't point a gun at me." She was afraid. Ning Shu suddenly quivered and retracted her claws. The school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. "Conscious?" Ning Shu couldn't hear what the school doctor was saying. The virus had destroyed her hearing. She couldn't see very well. It was like 800 degrees of myopia. She couldn't distinguish between humans and animals. Chapter 109. The school doctor talked to Ning Shu, but Ning Shu was confused and couldn't hear what the uncle was saying. The uncle gave up talking to Ning Shu. The school doctor found a hearing aid from the box and hung it beside Ning Shu's ear. Ning Shu was speechless. "Can you hear me?" The school doctor raised his voice and asked. Ning Shu nodded with difficulty. Actually, she couldn't hear clearly. She didn't know if it was because the medicine was effective or because she was thinking about the mission. She was determined to complete the mission and kept a clear mind. However, her desire for human flesh didn't decrease at all. Her sense of smell became very sensitive. The smell of the base was too fragrant, but Ning Shu resisted and felt disgusted by human flesh. However, she instinctively wanted to eat it. Damn, the struggle in her heart was really intense. After a difficult night, Ning Shu completely turned into a zombie. She couldn't speak, her movements were slow, and she was in a state of hunger. She wanted to eat the man beside her at any time. Every time she showed such thoughts, there would be a black muzzle pointed at her. It made Ning Shu's unbeating heart spasm twice. What the fuck was this? What should she do about the mission? "We have to leave the base now," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu heard it with difficulty, but Ning Shu was very much in favor of leaving the base. She was now a zombie, and in the base, she was a monster who killed people. Especially if the young phoenix was fine, it would definitely take revenge on her. She felt that the young phoenix wouldn't die so easily. In any case, it was the world's favorite and had a lot of luck. However, Ning Shu couldn't walk fast at all. Looking at the school doctor in front of her, she couldn't catch up. The school doctor turned around and saw Ning Shu's slow movements. He squatted down and said loudly to Ning Shu, "Come up, I'll carry you." Ning Shu looked at the uncle's white shirt and black windbreaker. If she dirted them, the uncle would kill her. "Hurry up. Let's leave while everyone else is busy." The school doctor turned around and saw that Ning Shu was not moving. He pulled Ning Shu's hand and put it behind his back. Ning Shu was very touched. Then, he started to drool, especially when he saw the uncle's snow-white neck. He really wanted to take a bite. It was too fragrant. He had never felt that the uncle was so charming. "Little flower, if you drool on me, just wait for your head to explode," the uncle said coldly. Ning Shu felt wronged. She was now a disabled person. Her brain couldn't control things like drooling. The uncle shoved Ning Shu into the car and drove away from the base. No one knew what was going on. Lone Wolf's hand that was shot by the uncle was bandaged. He came to find trouble but found that the building was empty. Lone Wolf was so angry that he destroyed everything in the building. The school doctor ran far away from the base. Ning Shu wanted to ask the uncle where he was going, but she couldn't speak. Every time she opened her mouth, the uncle would think that she was going to bite him. The gun was pointed at her head, making Ning Shu feel very stifled. She just wanted to talk. The school doctor brought Ning Shu to a laboratory. The laboratory was very desolate. The entrance was under an old withered tree. However, the more Ning Shu walked, the more familiar it felt. She had been here before. Was this the uncle's nest? Ning Shu saw a corpse soaked in a huge glass bottle. It was the corpse of a beautiful woman. Her body was curvaceous. Ning Shu was shocked when she saw her face. Wasn't this Ling Shui? The facial muscles were twisted. It seemed that she suffered a lot before she died. Ning Shu felt a chill in her heart. She felt that the school doctor brought her here with bad intentions. Could it be that he didn't want to dissect a human and wanted to dissect a zombie? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with a pair of blurred, myopic eyes. The school doctor took off his black windbreaker and changed into a white coat. Coupled with his glowing gold-rimmed glasses, Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. He looked even more like a perverted scientist. "Lie down." The school doctor adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Ning Shu, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't see you, lie down on the operating table." The school doctor shouted at Ning Shu again. This time, his voice was louder. The whole laboratory echoed. Ning Shu was still confused. She didn't hear anything. "Lie down and let him dissect her. You're good at pretending to be stupid." Ning Shu walked over. Ning Shu stepped back. The school doctor directly dragged Ning Shu and pressed her on the operating table. Then, her limbs were cuffed by the handcuffs on the operating table. Ning Shu's heart turned cold. She finally understood how Ling Shui felt when she was lying on the operating table. She was at the mercy of others. "Save me." Ning Shu desperately blinked her eyes at the school doctor. "Uncle, please let me go. There are so many zombies. Why do you want to dissect me?" The school doctor saw Ning Shu blinking her eyes. "Hey, are you going blind? The virus in the mutated zombie also mutated?" Ning Shu, the school doctor took a needle and wanted to draw some blood from Ning Shu's arm. But he didn't find any blood vessels. The school doctor seemed to be impatient. He directly pierced the aorta on Ning Shu's neck and drew out a needle of blood. "Mom, help. The uncle is so perverted. Although the virus destroyed her nerves and she couldn't feel pain, the feeling was too horrible. Seeing that the uncle was busy and didn't seem to want to dissect her, Ning Shu's heart was relieved. She opened her eyes and looked around. Then she saw the pale body soaked in formalin. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She wanted to tear it. She was hungry. Disgusted and eager, Ning Shu felt like she was going crazy. Looking at the uncle in the laboratory studying her blood, smelling the smell of the uncle, her heart was burning. Please give me something to eat. Ning Shu felt that she was now a monster with only appetite. After a while, the uncle washed his hands several times. Then he sat next to the operating table. He looked at Ning Shu and said, "Girl, stay rational." Ning Shu wanted to cry. "You are hovering next to me. No matter how rational I am, I can't control it. You don't understand the pain in my heart." The school doctor in front of Ning Shu ate some hardtack and drank some water. Seeing Ning Shu staring at him, he asked, "Do you want to eat?" "I want to eat you." Ning Shu roared in her heart. She nodded to the uncle with difficulty. The uncle broke off some hardtack and put it in Ning Shu's mouth. Ning Shu chewed with difficulty and swallowed it. What the hell is this? It's not delicious at all. It's like people eating sand. If only the uncle could give her some blood. Chapter 110. Ning Shu didn't know how long she had stayed in the lab. She was starving every day, but she didn't starve to death. It was just that this appetite was tormenting her. The school doctor took the test tube, pinched Ning Shu's chin and poured some liquid into her mouth. Ning Shu smacked her lips. There was no taste. What was this? Ning Shu tried to use her blurred eyes to ask the uncle what this was. The uncle's brain waves finally matched with Ning Shu's. He said, "This is gene fluid." Ning Shu, pfft, why did he give a zombie like her to drink gene fluid? The school doctor frowned and asked, "Do you feel anything?" Ning Shu shook her head. She didn't feel anything. She just wasn't that hungry anymore. She didn't feel like dying from hunger anymore. Could it be that this gene fluid was an energy source? "Girl, how about now? How do you feel now?" The school doctor asked again. Ning Shu opened her mouth and used her lips to tell the school doctor that she wasn't that hungry anymore. "You don't feel that hungry anymore?" The school doctor guessed. Ning Shu immediately nodded. The school doctor's face flashed with understanding. He said, "No wonder zombies are also interested in gene fluid. Zombies are interested in humans and eat humans as food. Maybe zombies also want to replenish their body's genes. The intuitive manifestation is their extreme desire for humans." Ning Shu, perverted scientists were too scary. No matter if it was a psychic or a mutated zombie, the ultimate goal was to become an evolved human. The school doctor gave Ning Shu another test tube of gene fluid. Ning Shu felt great. It was much easier to control her body than before. The school doctor took off his white coat and put on a black windbreaker. It seemed that he was going to go out. Ning Shu stared at the school doctor and used her eyes to ask, "Uncle, where are you going?" The school doctor pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ning Shu said, "I'm going out." "Stay here." Ning Shu looked at the school doctor and thought, "You must come back." The lab was very quiet. Ning Shu was lying on the operating table. Her hands and feet were tied. Her heart was very sad. The most unbearable thing for Ning Shu was that she seemed to have lost her ability to sleep after becoming a zombie. He wanted to sleep but couldn't. Insomnia was really painful. After an unknown amount of time, the school doctor uncle came back with half of a female corpse. The other half of the body seemed to have been eaten by zombies. It was bloody and disgusting to look at. The school doctor's face didn't change. He directly put the body on the other side of the operating table and started dissecting the body. Ning Shu was watching from the side. She almost wanted to kneel down in front of the uncle. Ning Shu really admired his calm expression. But he didn't know where the uncle had found the corpse, or if he had taken it from a zombie. The school doctor started working busily. He even collected samples from the soaked Ling Shui's body for comparison. Then, Ning Shu lay on the operating table, bored. What Ning Shu wanted to do the most was to get up and walk around, but the uncle had no intention of letting her go. "Uncle, you think too much. I don't dare to touch you at all." The school doctor, who had been busy for a long time, seemed to have completely forgotten about Ning Shu's existence. Ning Shu chuckled twice to make her presence known. But the school doctor still ignored her. Ning Shu stared at the school doctor. His face was cold and his body was tall and straight. What a mysterious person. The school doctor was too mysterious. After an unknown amount of time, the uncle finally finished his work. He threw the body into the formalin, washed his hands countless times, and ate something. After that, he said to Ning Shu, "This time, let's try using the gene fluid extracted by the psychic." Ning Shu was forced to drink the gene fluid that hadn't been tested. When she drank it, she felt like she was drinking chilly water. Her whole throat was burning. Since she became a zombie, she didn't feel pain. When she drank the gene fluid, she felt numb. It felt like she was drinking sulfuric acid. She was really a poor lab rat. After drinking it, Ning Shu felt that her head was much clearer and her thoughts were much more active. She was no longer as muddle-headed as before. Although she was conscious, she felt that her head was very heavy. There was no change for the time being. The school doctor didn't ask. He lay on the operating table and fell asleep. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor silently. Damn it, watching him sleep while I can't sleep. It's so painful. Ning Shu thought and finally closed her eyes and fell asleep. Even Ning Shu didn't know how she fell asleep. She couldn't sleep before. Flower, wake up. The school doctor pushed Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu opened her eyes. She was stunned because she could see very clearly now. The school doctor's face was very clear in front of her. How do you feel? The school doctor asked. Ning Shu nodded. She felt very comfortable. The school doctor saw that Ning Shu's movements were very smooth. She didn't feel like a robot like before. He took the gene fluid and poured it into Ning Shu's mouth. Try to see if you can talk. The school doctor, Ning Shu, said while writing something in a notebook. Ning Shu opened her mouth and shook her head at the school doctor. She couldn't talk. It wasn't easy to make zombies talk. The powerful zombies that attacked the base couldn't talk. They could only howl like beasts. The school doctor unbuttoned Ning Shu's clothes. Ning Shu, oh, uncle, what are you trying to do? Ning Shu wanted to express her surprise, but her facial muscles weren't strong enough. The school doctor ignored Ning Shu. He took water and wiped the dust off Ning Shu's body. This feeling was no different from washing a test tube. The school doctor's expression was very indifferent. He said with disdain, I've never seen such a dirty person. Ning Shu, she was a zombie now, but she still had to endure the school doctor's severe mysophobia. Meeting the school doctor was really an unbearable burden in her life. Looking at the school doctor wiping her body without hesitation, Ning Shu felt very ashamed. After he finished wiping her body, the school doctor washed Ning Shu's hair and sprayed disinfectant all over her body. Ning Shu, he was bullying her for not knowing how to talk. After everything was done, the school doctor sat beside Ning Shu. He looked at Ning Shu lazily and said, Do you want to get up? Ning Shu quickly nodded. She really wanted to get up. She didn't want to lie in the operating room. This feeling was too horrifying. Especially when the school doctor was holding a shiny scalpel in his hand, this feeling was even worse. Not now. The school doctor said and put the scalpel on the tray. It made a crisp sound. Then he took out a syringe and directly inserted it into Ning Shu's aorta to draw blood. Let me see your cell division. The school doctor looked at the blood in the syringe under the light. Ning Shu, damn, can't you be gentler? Chapter 111. Ning Shu and the school doctor just stayed in the lab and didn't go anywhere. The school doctor studied the changes in her body every day, and occasionally pricked her neck with a needle. She didn't know if it was because she was fed too much gene fluid, but she didn't feel pain before. Now that she was pricked by the uncle, it was like being bitten by an ant. This meant that she was recovering from the pain, but the uncle was still as simple and crude as before. She couldn't tell the uncle that she was in pain. Ning Shu felt that she was now a lab rat being used by the uncle to study the evolution of zombies. Ning Shu was already very satisfied that she was still alive. Girl, do you remember? The school doctor raised his handsome eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately nodded. She really remembered what it felt like to be disinfected by the uncle twice a day and wash her hair twice a day. She felt like she was going to become bald. The uncle unlocked the chain and said, "If you dare to break the things in the lab, you can wait for your head to explode." Ning Shu was speechless. After unlocking the chain, Ning Shu moved, and then the bones all over her body made a crackling sound, as if they were rusty. Standing up, Ning Shu walked 2 steps and then jumped. Her body was very agile, and her jumping ability was very good. So she was now a mutated zombie. What a colorful life. How do you feel? The school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave him a thumbs up, but when he retracted his hand, he bumped into the shelf. Then, the shelf fell down with a crash. The flasks and test tubes used for experiments all fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Ning Shu was speechless. She just bumped into the shelf, how could it fall down? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor's indifferent face, expressionless, and the gold-rimmed glasses reflected a cold light. Ning Shu wanted to explain, but the moment she opened her mouth, she could only chuckle. She could only bend down and pick up the medicine on the ground. Then, she casually pinched it, and the medicine inside burst open. The chemicals inside sprayed out. Ning Shu was speechless. Was she that strong? Even those who had mastered peerless martial arts would not have such great strength. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently. Ning Shu felt bitter, especially when he saw the school doctor touching the gun at his waist. Ning Shu almost knelt down. Damn it, if she said it was an accident, would the uncle believe her? The uncle picked up the things on the ground. Ning Shu wanted to help, but the school doctor looked at her indifferently. Ning Shu immediately withdrew her hand. Emma, now she must learn to control this body. After tidying up the lab, the school doctor led Ning Shu out of the lab. Ning Shu used his eyes to ask the uncle where they were going. The school doctor ignored Ning Shu and drove as if he was looking for something. Ning Shu's ears twitched. There were zombies nearby. Ning Shu wanted to remind the uncle, but the uncle glanced at her and said, "I don't want to talk to you now." Ning Shu was speechless. The uncle was still angry about the lab. It was an accident. Roar, the roars of the zombies were getting closer. Ning Shu looked at the uncle's indifferent face. Ning Shu wondered if the uncle was deaf. After a while, the zombies surrounded them. The school doctor was not in a hurry. He was just taking a walk and even stopped the car. Seeing so many zombies, Ning Shu's heart trembled. She quietly approached the uncle. The uncle pushed Ning Shu away, opened the car door and kicked Ning Shu out. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was in a mess. What was the uncle doing? Why did he throw her into a group of zombies? Help, there are so many zombies. Ning Shu looked at the zombies around her and slapped the car window. Uncle, help. She could not deal with so many zombies. She would be torn apart by them. Hua, you are a zombie, not a human. The school doctor saw Ning Shu's panicked look. Ning Shu was speechless. She still felt that she was a human and not a zombie. Ning Shu looked around and found that the zombies did not attack her. The zombies around her did not dare to come close. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. Oh my God, that was so scary. I thought I was going to be torn apart by the zombies. Go kill the zombies and control your strength. The school doctor sat in the car and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment and then excitedly went to kill the zombies. The zombies seemed to have felt Ning Shu's breath. When they saw Ning Shu coming over, they turned their heads and went in another direction. They seemed to be deliberately avoiding Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the zombie's head and squeezed it hard. The zombie's head was like a piece of tofu in her hand. She squeezed it easily and the gray brain matter splashed on her face. Ning Shu stared blankly at her filthy hands. Why was she so strong? I don't have enough disinfectant to wash your body. Pay attention to your hygiene. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's face that was covered in brain matter and could not bear to look at it. You looked like this when you were a human. You still look like this after becoming a zombie. Ning Shu had a certain understanding of her own strength. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and smashed it on the zombie's head. Then, the zombie's head exploded, just like a hammer smashing a walnut. It felt very good. Okay, you can come back. The school doctor uncle shouted to Ning Shu. Ning Shu heard the uncle's voice and immediately opened the car door. She wanted to sit in the car but the door was pulled down by her. Ning Shu looked at the car door in her hand and then looked at the school doctor uncle's indifferent face. The school doctor uncle's eyes reflected a dangerous light. Ning Shu was speechless. She suddenly became a strong woman. It felt so complicated. Take the car door and sit on the roof. The school doctor uncle said indifferently and pointed at the roof. Ning Shu curled her lips. She held the car door with one hand and climbed onto the roof of the car. She sat on the roof. Sigh, there was so much dust on the roof. When they returned to the laboratory, the uncle threw Ning Shu into the pool to wash up. He then started to eat. Ning Shu saw the uncle eating and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course, it wasn't because of the biscuits in the uncle's hand. It was because of the uncle's neck. She wanted to take a bite and drink some warm blood. Ning Shu silently approached the uncle and took a deep breath. It smelled so good. Ning Shu slowly approached the uncle's neck. The uncle turned his head and his lips brushed past Ning Shu's face. He spat in disgust and took out a gun and pointed it at Ning Shu's forehead. Ning Shu was immersed in the aroma when she suddenly felt something cold on her forehead. She shuddered and looked up to see the black muzzle of a gun pointed at her. Ning Shu pretended to be at a loss and innocently moved to the side, away from the uncle. The uncle took out a bottle of gene fluid and threw it to Ning Shu. Drink this. Ning Shu gently opened it and gulped down the gene fluid. It was like drinking chilly water. It tasted very good. Chapter 112. Every time Ning Shu drank the gene fluid, she didn't feel hungry, and the smell of the school doctor's body was no longer attractive to her. This gene fluid was really a treasure. From now on, would her food be the gene fluid that tasted like chilly water? It seemed that this kind of thing was very rare, and the uncle didn't have much. Ning Shu burped, sat on the ground and leaned against the wall for a while. Every time she drank the gene fluid, she seemed to be a little sleepy. Flower, how do you feel now? The school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu lifted her eyelids and made a gesture of wanting to sleep. The uncle wrote something in his notebook, and Ning Shu said, "Sleep on the operating table." You can sleep anywhere, you don't look like a woman at all. Ning Shu was speechless. Uncle, sleeping on the operating table would be weird. She was a zombie now, and the term woman should have nothing to do with her. Sleep on the operating table. The school doctor pointed at the operating table. Ning Shu could only climb onto the operating table to sleep, and then the school doctor inserted a needle into Ning Shu's neck. The school doctor looked at the purplish-black blood and said, Your lifespan will be very long. Ordinary zombies have a very long lifespan, but they have to endure the endless torment of appetite. The lucky zombies that have evolved are all advanced humans. Superpowered people and zombies have the same goal, they both want to evolve themselves. The school doctor shook the blood in the test tube. Your cell division is very slow, and there is basically no cell death. This means that your life will be infinitely extended. Ning Shu was speechless. So complicated. She was a child who had never been to school, and Ning Shu, who only had elementary school knowledge, didn't understand what the school doctor was talking about. The school doctor went to study the blood, and Ning Shu was sleeping on the operating table. She didn't know how long she slept, but when Ning Shu woke up, she felt very good. She didn't feel like a zombie at all. She looked in the mirror, and her face was a little green, and her skin was dry. Let's go out. The school doctor Uncle Ning Shu said. Seeing Ning Shu looking in the mirror, he glanced at Ning Shu's face and said faintly, TSK, I feel that there is no difference between a human and a zombie. You don't look good. Ning Shu felt as if an arrow had pierced through his heart. Even when speaking directly, he had to consider whether others would be able to take it or not. He followed the uncle out of the lab. Were they going to kill zombies again? Sit on the roof of the car, Uncle Ning Shu said. Ning Shu, why? Isn't your car door fixed? Under the gaze of the school doctor, Ning Shu silently climbed onto the roof of the car. This was definitely discrimination against a zombie like her, not even allowing her to get on the car. This time, the uncle didn't seem to specifically look for zombies. Instead, he brought Ning Shu to a tall building, and then a human and a zombie climbed onto the highest floor of the building. Ning Shu looked down. It was quite high, more than 20 meters. She was afraid of heights. Ning Shu took 2 steps back and looked at the school doctor uncle with a puzzled expression. What were they doing on the roof? Overlooking the world. The school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's heart suddenly surged with a bad feeling. She took 2 steps back and looked at the uncle vigilantly. The school doctor uncle grabbed Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu was confused. What was he trying to do? The school doctor uncle directly threw Ning Shu down the building. Ning Shu held the uncle's hand tightly and looked at the uncle with a pitiful expression. Uncle, don't let go. Fuck, the uncle was going to push her down the building. Please let go, I'm going to die. Let go. The school doctor uncle swung his hand twice, but didn't manage to get rid of Ning Shu. He repeated, let go. Ning Shu shook her head. If she fell from 20 meters, she would become a meat patty. Hua, you're a zombie. Even if you fall, you won't die. The school doctor uncle said, now you should be able to overcome gravity and float in the air. Ning Shu, oh, fuck, he didn't have to directly throw her down the building. What if something happened? Let's see how you feel when I throw you down the building. Useless. The uncle pulled Ning Shu up. Ning Shu patted her chest in fear. The school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately pretended to be at a loss. Since you're afraid of heights, let's go to a lower floor. The school doctor uncle looked at her with disdain. Again, Ning Shu bitterly followed the uncle downstairs. At 15 meters, the school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly shook her head. It's too high. The school doctor uncle looked indifferent. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected a dangerous light. Ning Shu lowered her head and didn't look at him. Fuck, this uncle is too evil. Then the uncle took Ning Shu to the 10-meter floor. Then he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook her head with difficulty. It's still a bit high. After that, they reached the 5-meter floor. The school doctor uncle's thin lips were tightly pursed. He raised his chin and looked at Ning Shu. The uncle's body was very oppressive. If she still thought it was too high, the uncle would probably go berserk. What do you think about this height? The school doctor uncle asked indifferently. Ning Shu stretched her neck and looked outside. She really wanted to ask if it could be on the 2nd floor. Under the uncle's gaze, Ning Shu nodded with difficulty. Then, before Ning Shu could react, she was kicked down the stairs by the uncle. Help! Ning Shu's heart was roaring. Her ears were filled with the whistling of the wind. Mama, she was so scared. Plop. Ning Shu fell into the garden. She raised her head and spat out the soil in her mouth. She was really unlucky. Flower, come up quickly. The uncle's voice was like a demon's. Ning Shu got up and checked her body to see if she was injured. She checked again. Luckily, there were no injuries. Wait, she wasn't injured. Did the representative have to continue? Girl, come up. The uncle's voice sounded again. Ning Shu slowly prepared to climb up the stairs. Then, she heard the uncle say, "Don't climb the stairs. Jump up." Ning Shu, what the fuck? He wouldn't give up until he forced her to death. Ning Shu looked up and met the uncle's eyes. Then, she silently looked away and checked if there was anything around her that she could use to jump up the stairs. Ning Shu picked a big tree not far from the building and quickly climbed up the building. Then, she crouched down and jumped towards the uncle's position. Ning Shu was just giving it a try. She didn't expect that she would really jump up the stairs. Ning Shu looked at the uncle who was just inches away from her and suddenly reached out to hug him. Then, the two of them fell to the ground. Ning Shu was on top of the uncle. Her hand touched the uncle's chest and she could feel his beating heart under her hand. The school doctor's face was indifferent. He pressed the gun against Ning Shu's forehead. Ning Shu immediately got up from the school doctor's body and helped the uncle up. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu. He patted the dust off his clothes with a look of disgust and disgust. He looked very irritable. OCD and severe mysophobia. Uncle, you're hopeless. Chapter 113. The school doctor used an inhumane training method to make her master the ability to walk in the air. Ning Shu had no choice but to learn how to jump. Without any support, she was able to walk in the air. This was something that went against science, but the uncle, a scientist, still tried his best to make her practice. The key point was that the uncle was not a good teacher. Every time she did not do well, he would disdain and humiliate her in all aspects. Why hadn't she left this world yet? Fuck. When would these days come to an end? Ning Shu felt uncomfortable as she watched the uncle record data in his notebook every day. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu, shook his head and said disdainfully, "A zombie that retains consciousness is really incomparable to a zombie that regains consciousness." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu also felt that in her heart, she still thought of herself as a human, just wearing the skin of a zombie. She was different from mutated zombies. Fortunately, Ning Shu's speed was very fast now, and she could walk in the air. Back in the lab, the uncle gave Ning Shu a small bottle of gene fluid. Ning Shu was very grateful to the school doctor uncle and showed a ferocious smile. The school doctor uncle turned his head and ignored her. Ning Shu drank the gene fluid. She felt that her body did not need this gene fluid because her hunger was not as strong as before. She also felt that this body had entered a bottleneck. It should be able to evolve, but she did not know how to evolve. This body was already very strong, with infinite strength. It could fly without wings and walk in the air. Ning Shu tried to open her mouth, but could only make simple syllables. Now Ning Shu had to learn to speak like a child. The school doctor uncle ate the biscuits, turned his head and looked at Ning Shu, but did not speak. Ning Shu was confused by his stare. She looked at him with inquiring eyes and stuttered, what's wrong? The school doctor uncle frowned, looked a little puzzled and said, "You said that your body is now under advanced genetic modification. The genes will automatically modify the body's defects. Why is your face still like this?" Ning Shu, fuck, are you mocking me for being ugly? Ning Shu really wanted to push the school doctor down, bite his neck, and dig out his heart. The uncle's words really hurt his self-esteem. Venomous tongue, mysophobia, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Uncle, no one in the world can save you. You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. After resting in the laboratory for a night, the school doctor gave Ning Shu a bag. Ning Shu opened the bag and saw that there was quite a lot of gene fluid inside. They were all in small bottles and there was quite a lot of it. Ning Shu was confused. Why did the uncle give her so much geno fluid? The school doctor did not say anything. Ning Shu followed him out of the lab, and he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Ning Shu very obediently climbed onto the roof of the car. The school doctor Uncle Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "Sit in the car." What was wrong with him today? She felt that there was something wrong with the uncle. Ning Shu sat in the car silently. The school doctor drove the car aimlessly. She didn't know where he was going. "Duh, uncle!" Ning Shu shouted. The uncle stepped on the brake and looked at Ning Shu. "Fuck, if you have something to say, just say it. People are originally cold and ascetic. Uncle, do you know that your ghost value has reached max? Get off." The school doctor Uncle Ning Shu said, "Bring your bag." Ning Shu said, "Oh," and got off the car. The school doctor uncle also got off the car. He walked in front of Ning Shu and said, "You are a zombie. You should adapt to your new life." Ning Shu blinked. What does this mean? This geno fluid should be enough for you to drink for a while. Your body doesn't need any more geno fluid. I have more important things to do, so I won't take you. The school doctor uncle said indifferently. Fuck, the uncle is going to abandon me. Before she was tortured by the uncle, she was fine, but now she is going to be separated from the uncle. Ning Shu's heart suddenly felt sour. The uncle can be considered as her second parent. Ning Shu stretched out her hand and pulled the uncle's sleeve. She slowly said, "Uncle, take me with you. My fighting ability is off the charts." The school doctor uncle stretched out his finger and touched Ning Shu's forehead. He sneered and said, "I don't want to take a sloppy woman. Since we are going to be separated, I might as well say goodbye first." Ning Shu was speechless. The school doctor uncle got on the car. The car was very fast and disappeared in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt even more desolate. Now the situation was like releasing a wild animal back to nature. Ning Shu thought for a while and chased in the direction where the uncle disappeared. However, she didn't find the uncle. Instead, she encountered a lot of zombies. These zombies didn't attack Ning Shu. Obviously, they treated her as one of their kind. Maybe it was because Ning Shu was more advanced than these zombies. Some of the zombies actually followed behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu used all the horsepower to get rid of these zombies. She didn't want to be followed by a group of roaring zombies wherever she went. It was a torture to her ears. It wasn't easy to find the laboratory that she was in before. However, there was no one in the laboratory. Some of the things had been destroyed by the uncle. The laboratory was empty. Ning Shu deeply sighed. Where did the uncle go? Then where should she go now? Ning Shu was suddenly at a loss. She didn't know where to go. The mission had been carried out until now. Why didn't they let her go back? Ning Shu left the laboratory. She didn't have a specific destination. She had to find a target for herself. Ning Shu thought for a while and decided to find young Phoenix for revenge. With a target in her heart, she felt more at ease. Ning Shu wandered around every day, looking for human bases. Occasionally, she would encounter mutated zombies. If they didn't provoke Ning Shu wouldn't fight with them. What made Ning Shu speechless was that there were always zombies wandering behind her. What was attracting these zombies? Ning Shu touched the bag on her waist. Yes, it was the gene fluid. Now this thing was her food. She didn't want to share it with other zombies. Moreover, she didn't know where the school doctor uncle went. She didn't even know if she could see the gene fluid again in the future. Now, Ning Shu wouldn't be hungry for half a month. When she was really hungry, she would drink a little of the gene fluid. Ning Shu walked unsteadily. She actually had the feeling of walking the world with a sword. Sometimes, she looked coldly at the battle between humans and zombies. Seeing humans being torn apart by zombies, Ning Shu didn't feel anything in her heart. From Ning Shu's point of view, zombies and humans were all for each other's survival. They restricted and balanced each other. There was no major right or wrong. Ning Shu originally wanted to drive. Although walking didn't make her feel tired, it was very boring. However, she didn't have the same skill as the uncle to steal a car. Roar, a very familiar roar came from far away to Ning Shu's ears. Ning Shu suddenly became alert. Fuck, if I can't find young Phoenix, I'll take revenge on you. Chapter 114. Ning Shu ran in the direction of the roar, looking for the mutated zombie to take revenge. When Ning Shu found the place, she saw the mutated zombie floating in the air from a distance. Seeing this zombie, Ning Shu's eyes turned red. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Fuck, she had never suffered such a big loss. Below the mutated zombie was an army of zombies. A team of humans was surrounded by zombies. The paranormals in the team struggled to kill the zombies and protect the supplies in the truck. Ning Shu casually glanced around and saw young Phoenix in the team. Young Phoenix was wearing tight black leather pants that accentuated her curves. When she was killing zombies, her black hair fluttered in the wind, making her look devilish and sexy. She really didn't die. At that time, her wooden stick had already pierced through young Phoenix's body, but she was still fine. Ning Shu sneered. It was really a small world. She looked around, except for young Phoenix, she didn't know anyone else in the team. Young Phoenix actually came out to look for supplies. Roar, the mutated zombie floating in the air suddenly turned its head and roared twice at Ning Shu. Ning Shu listened to the roar of the zombie and felt that it had a certain frequency, transmitting some kind of message. Roar, the mutated zombie roared twice at Ning Shu, this time the roar was a lot more urgent. Ning Shu understood that the zombie wanted her to fight. Fight your sister, I am here to duel with you. The actions of the mutated zombie attracted the attention of the humans. Young Phoenix looked over and saw Ning Shu. She looked surprised and killed the zombie in front of her with an icicle. She looked at Ning Shu with vigilance. Ning Shu's body floated up and walked toward the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie looked at Ning Shu with a tilted head, its nose moved, and looked a little puzzled. It was sure that the person in front of it was the same kind. Ning Shu floated in the air and looked at young Phoenix below. She smiled and said to young Phoenix, "Long time no see." As soon as Ning Shu spoke, the young Phoenix's expression became even more surprised. She shouted, "Hua, you're still alive." Young Phoenix looked around and didn't see the man who used to be with Ning Shu. Now that she saw Ning Shu walking in the air like a zombie, young Phoenix's face twisted. "What the hell are you?" Young Phoenix asked Ning Shu. Zombies couldn't speak, but Flower could. Ning Shu crossed her arms and looked at young Phoenix, saying, "Guess." "Flower, you've become a zombie. Even if you've become a mutant zombie, the nucleus in your head is mine. You used to be a good-for-nothing person. Even if you've become a zombie, you're still a good-for-nothing. I'll kindly accept your nucleus." Young Phoenix raised her eyebrows. Her whole body seemed to be unusually cold and her temperament was ice-cold. Ning Shu touched his head with some doubts. What is a nucleus? He felt that after not going out for a while, he could keep up with the changes in society. The icicle in young Phoenix's hand shot toward Ning Shu. Ning Shu just moved his body slightly and dodged her attack. When young Phoenix saw that Ning Shu had dodged her attack so easily, her face turned cold. She bit her lip and reached out to touch her abdomen. There were still scars on her abdomen. She almost died that time. If it wasn't for Lone Wolf's efforts to save her, she really would have gone to see the King of Hell. Now that she saw Ning Shu, especially when she saw that Ning Shu had become stronger, her heart was particularly angry. She continued to attack Ning Shu with her icicles. Ning Shu flashed directly in front of young Phoenix. Then he clenched his fist and hit young Phoenix's head. Young Phoenix's pupils shrank. She immediately condensed an ice shield to block Ning Shu's attack. Ning Shu sneered and used more strength. He directly broke the ice shield and then hit young Phoenix's head. Young Phoenix's face turned pale. Looking at the fist in front of her, young Phoenix's face uncontrollably became ferocious. It was too fast. She didn't even have a chance to dodge. Just when Ning Shu thought that his fist would explode young Phoenix's head, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. He hugged young Phoenix and used his back to block Ning Shu's fist. Ning Shu was stunned. He wanted to retract his fist, but it still hit the person's back. The man and young Phoenix rolled a short distance away. Ning Shu frowned and looked at the man who was protecting young Phoenix in his arms. The man was vomiting blood, but he anxiously asked young Phoenix how she was. Young Phoenix was shocked. She wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in panic. Her voice trembled as she cried, Lin Wen, why are you so stupid? As long as you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Lin Wen's mouth kept bleeding as she spoke. Young Phoenix turned her head and looked at Ning Shu with hatred in her red eyes. Flower, I want you dead. How dare you hurt him? I want you dead. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu inexplicably felt that he was a villain. Then, the man who risked his life to save young Phoenix should be the supporting male lead. Therefore, every time the male and female leads were in danger, someone would come to their rescue. In the end, justice prevailed over evil. Bah, she was not evil. There was no such thing as evil or not. It was just that she was in a different position. Should she wait for the female lead to take the crystal nucleus out of her head? A strong force erupted from young Phoenix's body. This force made Ning Shu narrow his eyes. It was mixed with the smell of zombies. Did superpowered people use zombies' crystal nuclei to improve their superpowers? This power was not weak, and Ning Shu was very vigilant. She floated in the air and looked down at the young Phoenix. The young Phoenix's face was filled with grief and indignation. It looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of hatred. Ning Shu was speechless. In this situation, shouldn't the supporting male lead be treated first? Even if he killed her, it would delay the treatment. Ning Shu felt that his heart was broken. Young Phoenix's body erupted with dense and powerful icicles, sweeping towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu increased his speed to avoid these icicles. Flower, if you have the ability, don't dodge. Fight me one-on-one. Young Phoenix shouted angrily. Why don't you dodge? You're just a target. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. Ah! A mournful and painful voice sounded. Ning Shu looked over and was stunned. The supporting male lead abandoned by young Phoenix could not be saved. Young Phoenix turned around and saw that Lin Wen's heart had been taken out by another mutated zombie. Young Phoenix's eyes were bloodshot. Her face was filled with grief and anger as she released icicles towards the mutated zombie. However, the mutated zombie casually dodged and floated in the air. He held the heart in his hand and looked indifferent. Lin Wen. The noble and cold young Phoenix held the man's body and cried. Young Phoenix, you must be happy. The man's head tilted and then he stopped breathing. Chapter 115. Ning Shu witnessed a touching scene where the supporting male sacrificed his life for the female lead. Ning Shu's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. In Ning Shu's view, this person called Lin Wen was just a tool to stop her, a tool to save the female lead. If young Phoenix didn't insist on killing her and ran away with this man, she might not have died. There was really someone who sacrificed so much for the person he loved. He didn't ask for anything, and when he died, he still wanted the person he loved to be with another man. Really, stupid, so selfless. It felt like a person who lived for the female lead. Didn't he have his own thoughts? Ning Shu was also drunk. Someone was injured, yet he insisted on taking revenge at this time. Saving a life was more important than anything else. Ning Shu looked at the mutated zombie in front of her. The mutated zombie was holding a heart that was still dripping blood. Ning Shu was speechless when she saw this. At this time, not far away, there was an army green tank driving towards them. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Fuck, it was actually a tank. Moreover, these tanks were actually equipped with long-range rockets. Ning Shu's heart spontaneously felt a sense of danger. The mutated zombie also roared, and the ordinary zombies immediately rushed towards the tank. However, this tank was very domineering and directly ran over. When young Phoenix saw the tank, her face suddenly showed a surprised expression. Then she raised her face and looked at Ning Shu. She said in a fierce voice, "Flower, your time has come. You killed Lin Wen. I will avenge Lin Wen." Ning Shu pointed at the mutated zombie and said, "I didn't kill her. He killed her. Can't you see that your spare tire's heart is still in his hand?" The mutated zombie that was pointed at by Ning Shu turned his head. Ning Shu roared. "Today, all of you will die." Young Phoenix was so angry that her face turned red. "Flower, I will not only dig out your head, I will also throw you into the research institute and make you suffer." Ning Shu patted his chest. He was so scared. Ning Shu looked at the approaching tank, especially the black rocket launcher. The sense of danger in Ning Shu's heart grew stronger. He turned around and ran. Flesh and blood could not withstand firearms, especially high-temperature weapons. They could directly vaporize a person. "Flower, why are you running? Aren't you very capable?" Young Phoenix shouted angrily when she saw Ning Shu run away without any integrity. Ning Shu simply ignored young Phoenix's words. If he didn't run, he would die. The colossal zombie saw Ning Shu running away and hesitated for a moment before chasing after Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned his head and saw the colossal zombie. He almost fell from the sky. "Fuck, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you've come here yourself. That's good, I won't have to look for you everywhere in the future." Ning Shu sped up, and the colossal zombie also sped up. After running for a long time, Ning Shu found an abandoned warehouse and planned to live there. Although he was now a zombie, he was still a human. There was no way to eat and sleep in the open. The colossal zombie followed Ning Shu into the warehouse. Ning Shu turned his head and looked at the colossal zombie. His expression was very cold. Zombies have a numb expression, and a pair of gray eyes gave people a feeling of horror. The colossal zombie handed the bloody heart in his hand to Ning Shu. It seemed that he wanted to be friends with Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook his head and did not take the heart. He was a zombie that had broken away from vulgar interests. He absolutely would not eat this thing. Roar! The variant zombie roared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu ignored him. The colossal zombie saw that Ning Shu really did not want it, and then he ate the heart himself. Ning Shu stretched his neck and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was too fucking disgusting. "I said, don't eat this. It's useless." Ning Shu could feel that the colossal zombie had evolved to a bottleneck like her. It was not enough to just eat the corpses of human paranormals to supplement the missing genes. The colossal zombie did not understand what Ning Shu was saying. After eating the heart, Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu stretched out his hand and punched the colossal zombie's face. The result was like punching a piece of iron, very hard. Ning Shu stretched out his foot and kicked the colossal zombie's stomach. The man was sent flying with a kick. He crashed into the wall, causing it to crumble. Roar! Ning Shu roared angrily. It seemed to be questioning Ning Shu why he attacked him. The colossal zombie probably felt wronged. He had already given his heart to her, why did she still attack him? Ning Shu sneered. If it was not for this bastard in front of her, she would not have become like this. If it was not for this uncle, she would have become a zombie without consciousness. She could not go back to the system space. From then on, she would become a zombie controlled by appetite. She would not know when her head would be blown off. Thinking of this, Ning Shu felt cold. He felt that the colossal zombie in front of him was more and more disgusting. Ning Shu became angrier and angrier. He beat the colossal zombie. The colossal zombie roared to summon nearby zombies while fighting with Ning Shu. A pair of gray eyes looked at Ning Shu. Its pupils trembled, and it roared at Ning Shu. Peng! The colossal zombie fell to the ground. Ning Shu stretched out his foot and stomped on the colossal zombie. The ground cracked, but the colossal zombie was still alive. Ning Shu sighed and took back his foot. It was not easy to kill this kind of zombie. Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu dug his ears. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't always howl. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Roar, Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the colossal zombie vigilantly. Seeing that the colossal zombie had no intention to attack, he went into the warehouse and prepared to find a place to sleep. The colossal zombie also followed Ning Shu in. Seeing Ning Shu lying down, he also laid down. Ning Shu whispered. Ning Shu saw the colossal zombie's actions and suddenly understood why the colossal zombie followed him. It was to learn. Although the colossal zombie had powerful abilities and was rational, but it acted based on instinct. Fuck, why do I feel like I got into trouble again? I don't care about the grudge of the claw, you should hurry up and leave. Ning Shu turned over, and the colossal zombie next to him also turned over. Ning Shu, what the hell, what is this? Ning Shu was especially angry. He sat up and stared at the colossal zombie. The colossal zombie turned his head and looked at Ning Shu. Hurry up and leave. Ning Shu roared. Play. The colossal zombie's pronunciation was not accurate. His eyes were staring at Ning Shu's lips. Ning Shu, go. When Ning Shu spoke, his lips moved exaggeratedly to let the colossal zombie see clearly. Beat. When the colossal zombie spoke, it was like air was leaking from his throat. He always made a sound. Zo, go. Ning Shu roared. Go. This time the colossal zombie finally pronounced the words correctly, but it felt very awkward. Ning Shu felt very tired and laid down. The colossal zombie next to him kept repeating, go, beat, go. Chapter 116. Beside Ning Shu was a repeater. Whatever Ning Shu said, it would repeat. Over and over again, it made Ning Shu's head hurt. Why did she always meet such a weirdo? And no matter what she did, the mutated zombie would follow. She couldn't kill it, so it followed her every day. It made Ning Shu feel so bad. Her hair that was washed by the uncle was now in knots. She missed the uncle so much. She suddenly understood that the uncle's feelings towards her were the same as her facing this zombie. It was so stupid that she wanted to strangle him. Compared to the mutated zombie, Ning Shu felt that she was quite smart. If the school doctor uncle faced this zombie, Uncle would have killed this zombie a long time ago. Flower, my name is Flower. Ning Shu pointed to herself and said to the mutated zombie word by word. Flower. The mutated zombie followed. Flower, duo, air. Ning Shu repeated. The mutated zombie, flower, air. Well, these three words were too difficult for the mutated zombie. Ning Shu was too lazy to correct him. Flower is flower. Flower, flower. As long as the mutated zombie learned a word, it would keep repeating it, just like the band tightening spell. Sometimes the mutated zombie would run out and come back with a bloody heart for Ning Shu to eat. Ning Shu, after explaining to this guy for a long time, he finally understood that she didn't eat this thing and didn't give her bloody heart. Ning Shu saw him like this and didn't reject him. He guessed that this guy didn't remember that he had hurt her. After all, there were too many people who died in his hands. However, Ning Shu taught the zombie seriously. Two zombies could communicate with each other. In order to facilitate communication, Ning Shu gave the zombie a name, Xiao Ming. Then the mutated zombie happily accepted the name. Every day, it would either be Xiao Ming or Flower. After staying in the abandoned warehouse for a long time, Ning Shu also felt bored. He decided to find young Phoenix and go to the base where the officer was. Young Phoenix should also be there. Little Ming, I'm leaving. You don't have to follow me. Ning Shu planned to wander around alone. It would be good if he could find young Phoenix. However, Ning Shu felt that he would find little Phoenix. Since little Phoenix hated her so much, the plot would give little Phoenix a chance to take revenge. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu and stammered, "Go, where?" "I don't know." Ning Shu shrugged. "I'll go," Xiao Ming said. "Follow me if you want." In any case, he had a powerful companion. The most important thing was that this guy had the ability to summon zombies. Ning Shu had always wondered why she couldn't summon zombies. Then, Ning Shu dragged a little tail behind him and wandered around aimlessly every day. When he had nothing to do, he would teach Little Ming how to speak. Little Ming, on the other hand, became more and more fluent in speaking. Ning Shu tentatively took out the gene fluid. He wanted to see if Little Ming would steal his gene fluid. It turned out that Ning Shu thought too much. Little Ming didn't seem to like drinking the gene fluid. Between the heart and the gene fluid, Little Ming firmly chose the heart. Ning Shu guessed that Little Ming was used to one kind of food and didn't want to change his diet. Therefore, when Ning Shu was hungry, he would generously take out the gene fluid and drink it. After walking for several days, he basically didn't see anyone. All he saw were wandering zombies. He couldn't see half a human figure. This gave Ning Shu the illusion that human beings were extinct. Ning Shu said to Little Ming, "In the future, don't kill people, especially people with abilities." "Why?" Little Ming looked at Ning Shu in confusion. To Little Ming, humans were just food that he could take as he pleased. "Everyone has been killed. What are you going to eat in the future?" Ning Shu said snappily. It was difficult for human beings to survive. Ordinary zombies were tortured by hunger. Living was worse than death. Variant zombies were too strong. Little Ming seemed to understand, but his eyes turned. Apparently, he was thinking. Ning Shu was thinking that humans now seemed to be able to use the energy nuclei of zombies to enhance their abilities. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before humans became strong. Ning Shu pried open the heads of zombies. Some zombies had an irregular crystal in their heads. Some zombies had it. Some zombies didn't. Some were only the size of a grain of rice, while others were the size of a thumb. Ning Shu guessed that this should be the source of the zombies' power. Ning Shu asked Little Ming if he had such a thing. Little Ming nodded. Ning Shu touched his head. He suddenly wanted to know if his head also had this kind of lump. This kind of foreign object in the head didn't hurt or itch. It felt very strange. It felt like zombies and humans were opposed to each other, but they also needed each other. Zombies wanted to eat humans, and humans needed zombie nuclei to enhance their abilities. He didn't know when this kind of struggle would end. He didn't want to destroy this plane. Ning Shu and Little Ming wandered around for a long time. Finally, they saw a car. Little Ming reflexively wanted to gather the zombies, but he was stopped by Ning Shu. Little Ming looked at Ning Shu in confusion and asked, "Why?" "Let's secretly follow and see which base these humans are from," Ning Shu said. "Why?" Little Ming asked again. "I'm looking for someone." "Of course, we're following," Ning Shu said. "Why don't we go and ask?" Little Ming asked again. "Damn, 100,000 whys. Ning Shu said unhappily, "Just listen to me. If we go and ask like this, we'll be attacked." "I can, call the monsters," Little Ming said. "I'm not afraid of them." The monsters that Little Ming was talking about were ordinary zombies that didn't have any intelligence. Little Ming also gave these zombies such a fashionable name. Feeling that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Ning Shu said directly, "Shut up. We'll follow." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Little Ming turned on the repeater mode. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu followed the car in front stealthily. He couldn't be discovered by these people. Little Ming, who was behind, followed suit. Every time he saw Little Ming learn the good and bad things, Ning Shu felt guilty. He didn't know what Little Ming would be like in the future. Ning Shu chanted Amit Ba in his heart. He hoped that Little Ming would be a good youth in the future. Ning Shu followed the car to the base and entered the base. Looking at the base, Ning Shu could only sigh silently. It was fate that brought her to the previous base. Was she courting death by running in front of the young phoenix? Seeing the base, Little Ming reflexively wanted to gather his monsters. Ning Shu pulled him and said, "Let's find a place to rest next to the base." "Why?" Little Ming asked. "I'm not sure if the person we're looking for is in the base." Ning Shu replied. "If the monsters come, they'll come out." "They're afraid of the monsters," Little Ming said seriously. "No, they're more afraid of you." Ning Shu heard Little Ming's simple and crude method and had a feeling that he couldn't refute. "Don't bother. Do your own thing." Ning Shu put on a serious look. Little Ming said, "Oh." Chapter 117. Ning Shu found an abandoned building next to the base. Then, she wandered around the base and eavesdropped on other people's conversations. Xiao Ming followed behind Ning Shu. He did not know what she was doing. In Xiao Ming's opinion, what Ning Shu was doing was meaningless. Anything that was not for hunting was meaningless. Ning Shu did not know that Xiao Ming despised her in his heart. She also got the information she wanted. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were in this base. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix's ability levels were very high. They were very respected in the base and were even about to become the leaders of the base. Young Phoenix was the base's goddess. Coupled with her ability, she was called the Goddess of Ice. Goddess. Ning Shu was envious. She had never been called a goddess. God was indeed fair. If he gave you an ugly appearance, he would definitely give you a low IQ to avoid imbalance and disharmony. Ning Shu wanted to know how the officer was doing. Now that Lone Wolf had replaced the base, what was the situation with the original higher-ups of the base? She felt that things were not looking good. "Okay, let's go back," Ning Shu said lightly. After guarding the base for a few days, Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix did not leave the base at all. This made Ning Shu very disappointed. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu and asked, "What are you doing?" "Gathering information," Ning Shu said. Xiao Ming said, "Let's gather the monsters." "Okay." Ning Shu nodded. Hearing that Ning Shu had finally agreed to gather the monsters, Xiao Ming's pupils trembled. Then, he floated in the air and roared at the top of his lungs. In a short while, zombies came from all directions from the base. The base also became restless in an instant. Ear-piercing and urgent alarms rang out. In an instant, many people rushed out of the base's entrance and looked at Xiao Ming, who was floating in the air. Ning Shu stood among the zombies and did not attract attention. He patrolled the base and did not see the officer. In the past, when the zombies attacked the base, the officer would organize the resistance. Why didn't he come today? Could something have happened? Ning Shu frowned as he looked at Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix, who were standing at the front. Their robes fluttered in the wind, making them look like an immortal couple. What surprised Ning Shu the most was that under everyone's gaze, Lone Wolf actually floated in midair, facing Xiao Ming from a distance. Xiao Ming sized up the man in front of him. His expression was solemn. This man was not weak. Ning Shu's face was also solemn. Lone Wolf's strength had increased so quickly. It seemed that while the zombies were evolving, the human's strength was also increasing. Compared to the vigilance of Ning Shu and Xiao Ming, the morale of the humans was high. Everyone looked at the floating Lone Wolf in awe. Lone Wolf condensed a ball of lightning in his hand and looked at Little Ming coldly. Little Ming looked at the energy ball in Lone Wolf's hand with caution. "Lone Wolf, this is the zombie that killed Lin Wen. Young Phoenix pointed at Little Ming and shouted at Lone Wolf with a face full of hatred. Lone Wolf squinted his eyes and released his superpower at Xiao Ming. Lightning flashed and looked very dangerous. Xiao Ming dodged the lightning-like superpower, but the superpower hit an ordinary zombie and turned it into black ash. Ning Shu was speechless. It was not directly burned, but directly turned into ash. The power was too terrifying. Little Ming looked at the unlucky zombie that was left with a handful of black ash, and then looked at Lone Wolf with unprecedented vigilance. Ning Shu made a gesture to Little Ming to run. Little Ming was confused. Ning Shu saw that he did not pay attention to him at all, so he shouted at him, "Let's go." Ning Shu's voice suddenly attracted Young Phoenix's attention. Young Phoenix saw Ning Shu in the group of zombies and roared, "Flower! Flower, come here and die." Young Phoenix's face was ferocious. Ning Shu roared, "I want to avenge Lin Wen." Ning Shu rolled his eyes and shouted at Little Ming, "Let's go." Little Ming turned around and rushed to Ning Shu's side. He was ready to run with Ning Shu. Lone Wolf saw that the target was running away and wanted to chase after them. This zombie must be very powerful. If he got the crystal, his power would be upgraded again. Little Ming looked back and saw that the human was chasing after them. He quickly roared and urged the ordinary zombies to attack the base. Lone Wolf saw that the base was about to fall, so he could only turn back to kill zombies. Ning Shu and Little Ming ran for a while and stopped. Ning Shu sat on the ground and Little Ming also sat on the ground. They took a wooden stick and wrote on the ground. "Flower, the human today is very strong," Little Ming said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. He was very strong. His cultivation was like sitting on a rocket. Ning Shu said, "Don't go to the base if you don't have to." "Flower, have you found him?" Little Ming didn't forget their purpose. Ning Shu shook his head. Today, the zombies attacked the base, but the officer didn't show up. Lone Wolf seemed to have become the uncrowned king of the base. The worst result was that Lone Wolf killed the officer. Ning Shu felt depressed and said to Little Ming, "We'll keep an eye on that base in the future." Little Ming said, "I want to eat that human's heart." Ning Shu was speechless. Good ambition. Then Ning Shu and Little Ming formed a wretched two-man team and wandered around the base. As long as the humans in the base left the base, they would play all kinds of tricks. This made Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf very unhappy. They formed a special team to deal with Ning Shu and Little Ming. Little Ming learned a lot of shameless behavior from Ning Shu, which caused his pure mind to become dark. He often set up traps and things like that to trick humans. Every time Ning Shu saw it, he felt guilty. Little Ming changed from a person who tore humans apart with his bare hands to a zombie who tortured humans. She couldn't escape the blame. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were so determined to kill Ning Shu and Little Ming. In addition to taking revenge and eliminating the danger of the base, they wanted to get the crystal cores more. The pressure on Ning Shu and Little Ming from the base was increasing. Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf seemed to be fighting with them. They sent more and more superpowered people, and even had firearms. Ning Shu and Little Ming's advantage in fighting with them was getting smaller and smaller. Little Ming would summon a lot of zombies to consume the enemy's strength. Sometimes, Lone Wolf would even lead the team in person, just to take the crystal cores out of Little Ming's head. Every time they saw Lone Wolf leading the team, Ning Shu and Little Ming would run away directly. The power of thunder was the most effective against zombies. Damn, they were really shameless. They ran away when they couldn't beat them. This made Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf so angry that they bit their cheeks. Ning Shu felt that he was digging his own grave. He would be killed sooner or later if he went against the male and female protagonists. Ning Shu looked at Little Ming, who was writing and drawing, and said, "Don't go to the base with me in the future. Don't be killed by the base people." He was really embarrassed to ask Little Ming to tease the male and female protagonists. Chapter 118. Xiao Ming shouldn't be involved in the grudge between her and the male and female leads. If Xiao Ming was really killed and his nucleus was taken out, Ning Shu would feel guilty. After all, they had been together for so long, and there were some feelings between them. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu, and when he heard that Ning Shu didn't want him to follow, he asked excitedly, "Why?" "You will die." Ning Shu said. "I won't." Xiao Ming said seriously, "I won't die." "TSK, you won't die just because you said so." "Okay, if you want to follow then follow." Ning Shu told Xiao Ming, "If there is danger, quickly run, don't talk about moral integrity." "What is moral integrity?" Xiao Ming tilted his head and asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said faintly, "I don't know what moral integrity is." "Hua, look, doesn't this look like you?" Xiao Ming pointed at the painting on the ground. The painting was very abstract, and Ning Shu looked at it for a long time before she realized that Xiao Ming was painting her. "Your eyes are too small, I have big eyes." Ning Shu pointed at the painting on the ground, "I have an oval face, you painted me into a flat face, the difference is too big, practice hard." Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu and said, "That's right. Do you understand the difference between romanticism and realism? Do you understand romanticism?" Xiao Ming, "I don't understand." Ning Shu and Xiao Ming returned to the surroundings of the base, squatting around the base, causing trouble for the base and then quickly running away, repeating the cycle again and again. Ning Shu and Xiao Ming's actions made the atmosphere of the entire base tense. The two mutated zombies fought and ran away, ran and ran back. They were slippery, and couldn't be killed, which made people very angry. Ning Shu took out the gene fluid and drank it, and asked Xiao Ming, "Do you want to drink?" Xiao Ming shook his head, and his eyebrows showed some rejection of the gene fluid. Ning Shu directly opened his mouth and poured the gene fluid into his mouth, and said, "Drink, this thing is good for you." Xiao Ming smacked his lips with a look of disdain. "I don't like this," Xiao Ming said, feeling wronged. "Shoo, don't talk. Someone is coming out of the base." Ning Shu was surprised to see a car come out of the base. It was night time, and people rarely left the base at night. People's vision was greatly affected at night, but zombies weren't affected at all. Therefore, it was strange for someone to leave the base in the middle of the night. "Should we summon some monsters?" Little Ming asked. Ning Shu shook his head. "Let's see what's going on first. Let's follow them." Ning Shu planned to follow the car. At this time, another car came out of the base and chased in the direction of the first car. When Ning Shu chased after them with Xiao Ming, he found that the two sides had already started fighting. The dazzling superpowers were exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. "What are they doing?" Little Ming Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him. When he heard Xiao Ming's question, he answered, "They are fighting." "Why?" "They are all humans." Xiao Ming asked again. He had never been attacked by a zombie before, so he couldn't figure it out. The human world is very complicated. "You won't understand," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu looked at the two groups of people and finally saw the officer. The officer's hair was white, and he was much older than before. He was fighting with all his might. The officer had also awakened a superpower. It was a surprise attack superpower, but it wasn't very strong. It could only be used with guns to kill enemies. "Xiao Ming, hurry up and summon the zombies." Ning Shu saw that the officer's side was at a disadvantage, so he quickly said to Xiao Ming, "Roar." Xiao Ming immediately roared at the top of his lungs. His roar was extremely penetrating, causing Ning Shu's head to shake twice. Hearing Xiao Ming's roar, the two sides stopped fighting. They looked nervous. One side finally got into the car and was ready to run. Ning Shu saw that the people in the base had left, so he quickly ran to the officer. However, he was pointed at by a black muzzle. The dazzling light of the flashlight shone on her face. Ning Shu quickly said, "Officer, I am Hua, The officer's expression couldn't be seen in the dark. He sounded a little confused. Weren't you killed by a zombie? I heard from young Phoenix that you became a zombie. How can a zombie talk? This is very complicated. Officer, put down the gun first. Ning Shu said. Put down the gun. The officer ordered. He pointed the flashlight at Ning Shu and looked up and down. Are you a human or a zombie now? Zombie. Ning Shu said honestly. Hearing that it was a zombie, the other people who had just put down their guns immediately pointed at Ning Shu and Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming roared at these people. Ning Shu said, Officer, I won't hurt you. It's so late. Why did you come out of the base? Why are those people chasing you? Ning Shu asked. Put down the gun. The officer ordered. Then he said to it's good that you are alive. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix took over the base and betrayed the country. The country's top officials were basically killed by Lone Wolf. I drank the gene fluid you gave me and was lucky enough to awaken my ability. Lone Wolf didn't kill me because he wanted to subdue me. Today, I found an opportunity to escape with my subordinates, but they immediately found me. The officer saw Ning Shu and the mutated zombie together. He knew that was a zombie. He didn't know why became a zombie and still had her memories. Sure enough, it seemed that the male and female lead were still on the path of the overlord of the base. Ning Shu asked, so where are you going next? Find a base to start over. We can't stay in that base anymore. It's the world of Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. When the officer talked about Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf, his tone was very complicated. He was betrayed by the subordinates he brought up. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, Officer, I'll send you to find a new base. This way, you can avoid being harassed by zombies on the way. The officer froze for a moment and said with a sigh, no need, we can go by ourselves. Officer, you don't have to be so polite with me. The two of us will follow you all the way. When you find a new base, we will leave immediately. Ning Shu suggested. It was good to do something for the original owner who loved him like a father. Well, you just follow from a distance. The officer walked to Ning Shu. Ning Shu whispered, don't follow too close. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Now, mutated zombie nuclei are very precious. Ning Shu nodded. Then Ning Shu and Xiao Ming followed the team from a distance and accompanied the officer to find a new base. The people in the team usually couldn't feel the existence of Ning Shu and Xiao Ming. Along the way, there were no zombies that attacked them. This kind of situation made the people in the team become ambitious. They even instigated the commanding officer to control Ning Shu. Every time he heard such words, Little Ming would tear the person who spoke to him apart, pull out his heart, and chew it in front of everyone. Sure enough, people's hearts were not what they used to be. These people were not grateful to her and Xiao Ming for escorting them. Instead, they had such thoughts. Humans were greedy. Chapter 119. After a while, the team finally arrived at the new base. Ning Shu saw that the officer had safely entered the base, so he turned around and left with Little Ming. Although she could think and speak, she was still an alien to humans. Those who were not of the same race would be punished. Ning Shu had never thought of living with the officer. This was because it was impossible. Ning Shu repeatedly emphasized to this body that she was now a different life form compared to humans. There was no way she could coexist with humans. Ning Shu was afraid that after he left, the original owner of the body would still want to live with humans. Flower. Little Ming shouted for Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned to look at him and asked, what's wrong? Flower, don't live with humans in the future. Humans are too annoying, Little Ming said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. I won't. Okay. Little Ming's tone was very happy. This made Ning Shu feel very relaxed. Ning Shu and Little Ming found a place to rest. Actually, they did not need to rest, but Ning Shu was still a human. Habits could not be changed. Little Ming seemed to be used to this, too. Ning Shu looked at Little Ming, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Little Ming, I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future." "Take good care of me." Little Ming looked at Ning Shu and nodded. "I'll take care of you. Please don't let me live with humans. If I suddenly go crazy and insist on being close to humans, you have to stop me, okay? If I'm killed by humans and they dig out my crystal, then no one will be with you," Ning Shu said half-threateningly. Little Ming looked at Ning Shu seriously and said, "I won't let humans kill you." "Very good." Ning Shu closed his eyes and thought. He did not know when the mission would end. Ning Shu felt a little guilty. He did not know what the mission was like. He felt that the system had completely disappeared. It had not spoken for a long time. Xiao Ming nudged Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just wanted to see if you were asleep," Xiao Ming said. Ning Shu was speechless. Now, Xiao Ming could speak fluently and think like a human. Ning Shu still decided to go back and cause trouble for Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. Little Ming didn't say anything and followed Ning Shu around. He was so deep in thought that no one knew what he was thinking. "Flower, do you think I can build a base like the humans?" Little Ming Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu firmly patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said, "If you want to do it, then do it. I support you." A convulsive smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Ning Shu silently turned his head away from his face. "What's the point of building a base? Are you going to put a bunch of zombies that have no consciousness but only appetite in the base?" Just thinking about it made him feel that it was too beautiful to look at. "When the time comes, we can gather the smart monsters like us," Xiao Ming said. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Building a place where mutated zombies gather, Xiao Ming really dared to think about it. "Okay." Ning Shu agreed. Xiao Ming was very happy and started to write and draw on the ground. Ning Shu said, "How about we directly attack a base and make it our base?" Ning Shu, "Okay." Xiao Ming, "How many mutated zombies do you think our base will have in the future?" Ning Shu, "A lot." Ning Shu looked at Xiao Ming's serious face. Sure enough, men have the ambition to expand their territory. Ding, mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? The system that hadn't appeared for a long time finally made a sound. Ning Shu was dazed for a moment and immediately left the mission world. Ning Shu's heart suddenly surged with disappointment. Before leaving, he didn't see the school doctor again. It was already a miracle to meet him twice. Maybe he wouldn't meet him again in the future. "Uncle, thank you." Ning Shu was dazed for a moment. In a daze, he heard Xiao Ming call Hua Hua, Hua Hua. When Ning Shu opened his eyes again, he was already in the vast white space of the system. Ning Shu took a deep breath and then heavily exhaled, as if to let out the turbid air in his heart. Ning Shu looked down at his soul. It was a little dim. "Congratulations, player has returned to the system space. Do you want to check the status panel?" The cold mechanical voice sounded. "Yes." After Ning Shu finished speaking, his information appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 8,600, 8,600/10,000, Soul, 601 Life, 501 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 283 Spirit, 120 Martial Strength, 10 Qualifications, 26 Merit, 2 Skills, 5 Rings Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Absolute Martial Arts Entry Trash. Honorable Title, Goddess of War Mission Completion, 100. Obtained 5,000 points. Obtained 10 Attribute Points. Please distribute as you wish. Ning Shu saw that the points this time were actually 5,000 points. That was a lot. Then Ning Shu guessed that it was because he saved the commanding officer that he obtained so many points. Ning Shu added the 10 attribute points to Wisdom, Charm, and Luck. Then, the information on the panel changed. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 13600, 13600/10,000, Soul, 61 Life, 50 Wisdom, 805 Charm, 12 Luck, 313 Spirit, 120 Martial Strength, 10 Qualifications, 26 Merit, 2 Skills, 5 Rings Shooting Technique, Trash Fighting Technique, Absolute Martial Arts Entry Trash. Honorable Title, Goddess of War. Congratulations player for completing the beginner 10,000 points mission. You are now an official player. After the system finished speaking, the sound of firecrackers rang out in the system space, accompanied by a song. Pleasant sheep, beautiful sheep, lazy sheep. Ning Shu was speechless. The system was definitely broken. After the song was finished, the system said, the system needs to be upgraded. Do you want to clear the mission points to upgrade the system? Clear the mission points to 0. 10,000 points to upgrade the system. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, no. Ning Shu's heart ached for the mission points. You must upgrade. After becoming an official player, you have to deal with more things. The system is too low level and will drag you down. Also, the upgraded system will be more intelligent. The system said. Damn, it's mandatory. Then what are you talking about? Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said, upgrade the system. Please wait, the system is upgrading. Ning Shu's heart ached. A few world points in exchange for an upgraded system. Who knows what kind of system it is? The system was upgrading. Ning Shu also sat down and began to absorb the unknown substance in the space to enrich his soul. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. Ning Shu opened his eyes and looked around. It was still a vast expanse of white. Nothing had changed. System sir, you're still here. Hello, I am System 2333. I am very happy to serve you. A voice rang out in the space. This voice was not as cold as the previous system. Ning Shu was very angry and shouted, why is it still 2333, 2333 your sister? Chapter 120. Why was it 2333? Ning Shu did not like the title of 2333. He thought that he would be able to get rid of 2333 after his internship ended. But now that the system called itself 2333, Ning Shu wanted to vomit blood. 2333 is at your service. From today onwards, 2333 is the player's exclusive system. 2333 is required to serve the player in all aspects, including the player's mental state. When the player is unhappy, 2333 is responsible for making the player happy. When the player is happy, 2333 is responsible for making the player happy. Ning Shu was speechless. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? He would rather have the cold and emotionless system than this weird one. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead and said, that, 2333, is there anything the player needs? 2333 quickly said. He was like a small employee who was eager to impress his boss. Explain the situation to me first. Ning Shu said. What situation? 2333 asked. I am now an official player. I want to know the situation of the other players. Ning Shu suppressed the anger in his heart. He spent more than 10,000 points to exchange for this piece of trash. Ning Shu was really frustrated. 2333 seemed to have sensed that Ning Shu was not too happy. He quickly said, the player does not have the right to know the situation of the other players. Then what can I know? Ning Shu squinted his eyes and asked. You can know your quest and the origin of the system. 2333 said, the reason why players are chosen is that their souls are stronger than ordinary people. They can withstand the damage caused by teleportation. The player's job is to help those who have great resentment and have sacrificed their souls or important things to turn their lives around. The player's job is to repair the plane, the tinkerer of the world. 2333 said. Ning Shu nodded and said, I understand. Oh right, Is there a secret book that can cultivate the soul? I feel that my soul is still too weak. When it came to things like the soul, the stronger the better. There is, but the player does not have points. You can't exchange for it. 2333 said. Fuck, I really want to choke 2333's neck and make it spit out the points. I feel like this system is useless. Right, what do you look like? Come out and let me have a look, Ning Shu said. Player, I don't have a physical body. I am the mastermind of this space. 2333 said. Fuck, I wanted to beat it up to vent my anger. By the way, after becoming an official player, you will receive a special quest. It is to identify the behavior of the player's family members. In the future, when you assign quests, try to match the player's personality. 2333 said. Sure, Ning Shu said. Do you want to complete the special mission now? There's no rush. The player needs to meet the client first. 2333 said. Ning Shu felt awkward hearing 2333 calling him a player, so he said, you can just call him by his name, Ning Shu. Okay, Ning Shu. 2333 replied cheerfully and asked, do you want to meet the client now? Okay. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, a figure slowly appeared in the space. The soul was a little thin, just like Ning Shu's soul. It was an ancient woman wearing ancient clothing. She had a rough hairpin on her head and the fabric on her body was not very good. Her face was very pale, but she was very beautiful. Her body was graceful, soft, and slender. Ning Shu guessed that this woman knew how to dance. The woman first looked around and then looked at Ning Shu. She looked up and down at Ning Shu with a proud expression and said, are you the one who turned the tide for me? Me? Ning Shu said, I am. And you are? I am Madam Qi. When the woman said her identity, she straightened her back and looked very proud. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Looking at this woman who called herself Madam Qi, he felt like he should know her, but he really didn't know this Madam Qi. 2333 reminded Ning Shu, you are the Madam Qi who was made into a human swine in history. Oh. Ning Shu suddenly realized and asked, haven't you been dead for 2,000 years? A person who had been dead for more than 1,800 years was standing in front of him. Although she was just a soul, Ning Shu felt very surprised. I don't want to. I don't want to be made into a human swine by that evil woman Lu Ji. Do you know how painful it is? When Madam Qi talked about human swine, her face twitched and her soul trembled. Human swine was a kind of torture that turned people into pigs. It was to chop off their limbs, gouge out their eyes, inject copper into their ears to make them deafened, pour poison down their throats, cut off their tongues, and destroy their vocal cords so that they couldn't speak. Then, they were thrown into the toilet. Some had to cut off their noses, shave their hair, and shave their eyebrows, not only their eyebrows and hair, but also their eyelashes. Then, a medicine was applied to destroy their hair follicles. After the hair follicles fell off, they would no longer grow hair. Then, they would be pulled out one by one. Some were too tired, so they would be pulled out together. If their skin fell off, they would die during the execution. Those who didn't die were put in the toilet and made into human swine. The most famous one was that Empress Dowager Lu of the Han Dynasty had made Madam Qi into a human swine. She had even arranged for someone to take care of her before throwing her in the toilet and letting her die in pain. Her ears were cut off, and even her face was scratched. This was a kind of torture invented by Empress Lu to deal with Madam Qi. Ning Shu looked at Madam Qi and asked, then what do you want? Hatred burst out of Madam Qi's eyes as she said fiercely, I want Empress Lu to taste the pain of being made into a human swine. My son, Rui, was still so young, but he was killed by that woman. Ning Shu looked at Madam Qi's twisted face and said indifferently, you can go. I won't accept this mission. Madam Qi was stunned. Why? As long as you help me counterattack, I will give you half of my soul power. 2333 also said, Ning Shu, why? The main reason was that Ning Shu didn't want to go against Empress Lu, a woman who had been in power for more than 10 years. This woman was ruthless and cunning. Secondly, Ning Shu didn't have a good impression of Madame Qi, and he didn't have a good impression of Liu Bang, the rogue emperor. Liu Bang was exactly the kind of person who was called a scumbag. Although Madame Qi's end was very miserable, Ning Shu didn't sympathize with her at all. It was completely self-inflicted. She was ambitious and didn't have the strength to match it. This had always been the case in the harem. 2333, can you reject this mission? I don't want to do this mission, Ning Shu said through the system. Yes, but you can't reject the next mission, 2333 said. Madame Qi's soul began to dim. She was probably going to leave the system space. Ning Shu roared, why? Why can't you counterattack for me? Do I deserve to be tortured by that vicious woman, Empress Lu? I don't want to. Chapter 121. When Madame Qi heard that Ning Shu refused to help her, her face twisted. Ning Shu shouted bitterly, why? Ning Shu said indifferently, your son, Lu Rui, was killed by you. As a mother, you don't know how to protect your son. You only care about glory and wealth. No, Rui was killed by Lu Zhijiu. Madame Qi heard Ning Shu's words and refuted fiercely. Although your son can't be the emperor, he is still a prince. However, you want to uphold justice for your son. It would be strange if Lu Zhijiu let your son go. Ning Shu said indifferently. After Liu Bang's death, Madame Qi was forced by Lu Zhijiu to wear prison clothes and iron shackles. She was locked in Yongchun Alley and pounded rice day and night. Madame Qi couldn't stand it anymore and made a song. She wanted her son to uphold justice for her and leave here. Madame Qi's soul became dimmer and dimmer. It was estimated that she was about to leave the system space and disappear completely. The system echoed Madame Qi's roar. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Ning Shu let out a long breath. Ning Shu didn't want to care about this kind of mess. Also, Ning Shu was definitely on the side of the legal wife. Even if it was reasonable and legal in ancient times, Ning Shu was still very disgusted. As a rich young lady, Lu Zhijiu married Liu Bang, who had nothing. She washed and cooked for Liu Bang and gave birth to children for him. She was not beautiful and was even captured by Xiang Yu as a hostage for 2 years. She waited bitterly for Liu Bang, but Liu Bang and Madame Qi were like gods. Madame Qi enjoyed glory and favor. Lu Zhijiu had nothing but the position of empress. Madame Qi was ambitious. She encouraged Liu Bang to depose the crown prince and make her son the crown prince. LVG was vicious and merciless, but she had changed from a pampered, intelligent, and innocent young girl to this. Behind every heartless and ruthless woman, there was a heartless man. Too much hurt, disappointment, and despair had turned a soft heart into a cold and hard iron. If it was Ning Shu himself, he would do the same. He would kill Liu Bang first. This kind of ungrateful grassroots emperor was simply too disgusting. Let's look at the next quest. Ning Shu said. 2333 quickly said, Ning Shu, you can't reject this mission. No matter what kind of mission it is, you must accept it. Okay, I got it. Ning Shu nodded. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, a figure slowly appeared in the space. When the figure gradually became clear, Ning Shu was stunned when he saw the soul. It was a woman, a very beautiful woman. Her soul seemed to be stronger than Lu Zhi's soul. It was like a real person standing in front of Ning Shu. Her appearance was dazzling and captivating. The fabric of her clothes was excellent. There was no wind in the space, but the clothes on her body seemed to be fluttering, giving people the feeling that she was floating in the air like an immortal. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen such a beautiful woman. Her face was pure and innocent, but her body was very hot. Her waist was very thin, and the belt she wore made her chest even more turbulent. With such good looks, there was no hurdle that couldn't be overcome. As the saying goes, 3 points of fate, 7 points of hard work, and 90 points of appearance. Like cannon fodder, she could just grow as long as she wanted. Ning Shu felt that this woman was not simple. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. The woman who entered the space looked around, then looked at Ning Shu and said, "You are the one who will counterattack for me." Her voice was very soft. When Ning Shu heard this voice, he shivered. She was a woman, and when she heard this voice, she couldn't control herself, let alone a man. Her voice was filled with charm. It was soft and carried a hint of innocence. It was simply too alluring. "I am." Ning Shu nodded and said. Hearing Ning Shu's words, the woman quickly walked towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the woman in front of him. Her body was slightly swaying, and her waist was so thin that Ning Shu was afraid that she would break it. The woman reached out and held Ning Shu's hand, and shouted, "Elder sister, help me." Ning Shu looked at the flawless face in front of him. Ning Shu's mouth was dry, and he asked, "How can I help you?" "I beg you to help me. I don't want to be reincarnated. I really can't stand it. I would rather be reincarnated. If elder sister can counterattack for me and let me escape the fate of reincarnation, Yen Luo is willing to give up all of my soul force. I just want to be reincarnated." Ning Shu heard Yen Luo's words, and his heart suddenly thumped. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He asked, "Speak clearly." "My name is Mu Yen Luo. I am the daughter of a country's prime minister." Mu Yen Luo said. She was a perfect example of a rich and beautiful woman. "My mission is to get rid of those men. I've really had enough of those men. I've been reborn 3 times. I thought I could get rid of these men, but I can't. I wanted to escape the first time I was reborn, but I still fell into the hands of those men. The second time I was reborn, I wanted to hang myself, but I was still saved by those men. Just like in my first life, I'm still entangled with those men." Living 3 lives, no wonder her soul force was so strong. Mu Yen Luo looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of hope and expectation. "Elder sister, I want to get rid of this fate. Of course, it would be better if you could teach those men a lesson." Ning Shu's mouth twitched, and he asked, "How many men are entangled with you?" Mu Yen Luo's eyes were very clear, and she said, "Several." Ning Shu was speechless. "So, what kind of mission was this?" 2333, "I don't want to accept this mission," Ning Shu said to the system. "No, you refused the last mission. You can't refuse this one," 2333 said. "Otherwise, Ning Shu will be obliterated." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu turned his head, and Mu Yen Luo said with a ferocious expression, "I accept this mission. Thank you, elder sister." Mu Yen Luo's face lit up with a smile, and she looked even more beautiful than before. It felt like the whole room was lit up by her smile. She was so damn beautiful. Mu Yen Luo was very happy to hear Ning Shu accept the mission. Before she left, Ning Shu said, "Elder sister, you are a good person. The others don't want to accept my mission, or they failed it. Thank you. Ning Shu, come back. Let's talk about it." After Mu Yen Luo left, Ning Shu felt even worse. He asked 2333, "What's going on?" Mu Yen Luo is the female lead of a world, 2333 said. "It's just that she's been reborn twice, and she doesn't want to live the life of being reborn anymore. So, she's looking for players to counterattack. She's the female lead, and I'm just a cannon fodder. What the hell am I supposed to counterattack?" Ning Shu said in a huff. Chapter 122. She was supposed to be the cannon fodder, but now she was going to be the heroine's counterattack. 2333 said, "I told you this is a special mission. After this mission, you can only be cannon fodder." Damn it. How could it be so direct? It even said that it had to take care of the player's emotions. This was how the system took care of people. Ning Shu sat down and began to absorb the materials in the space to enrich his soul. When he had points, he would immediately exchange them for the secret book of soul cultivation. This was too slow. After some time, Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw that his soul had been enriched a lot. He was very satisfied and asked, 2333, are you still there? Yes. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, 2333's voice sounded. Obviously, he had been waiting for Ning Shu to wake up. Ning Shu said, can you change your name? 2333 said, no, my main brain has been with this number since birth. It can't be changed. Ning Shu thought, what the hell, he felt that this number was full of malice. Forget it, there was no need to care about these trivial things. Ning Shu said, let's enter the mission. Okay. In an instant, Ning Shu felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. He felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. When this feeling disappeared, Ning Shu opened his eyes. The room was very dark. There were candles on the table and a maid was sleeping on the recliner. She was probably on night watch. Ning Shu rubbed his head and looked out the window. It was very dark now. Ning Shu decided to accept the plot first. Prime Minister Mu of Donghua Nation had a daughter named Mu Yenluo. She was born with a natural charm and was devastatingly beautiful. Many people had come to propose marriage to her, wondering who could win her heart. But what was unexpected was that Donghua Nation was destroyed overnight. The Prime Minister's residence was attacked. Prime Minister Mu told his daughter to escape, and then he fled in the opposite direction. Mu Yenluo, who had just escaped from the Prime Minister's residence, was caught by a general. Then, the general raped her and started a shameless life. Mu Yenluo gradually gave her heart to the general, but then a lord took a fancy to Mu Yenluo. However, the general directly gave Mu Yenluo to the lord. Mu Yenluo was so heartlessly tortured by the general that her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all moved. Then she and the lord started a love-hate relationship. I don't love you. You can have my body, but you can't have my heart. The general, who lost Mu Yenluo, found out that he loved Mu Yenluo. The general negotiated with the lord, and then something even more shameful. Ning Shu, Mu Yenluo was heartbroken. She ran away and met many men along the way. There were imperial merchants, divine doctors, martial arts alliance chiefs, scholars, and demonic sect leaders. Towards the end of the story, these men all fell in love with Mu Yenluo. After a discussion, they decided to share Mu Yenluo and live a more shameless life. Fuck. Ning Shu shuddered at the sight of this string of people. Most importantly, every man Mu Yenluo passed by was tormented both physically and mentally. Then, the men would come to their senses and realize that the one they loved was Mu Yenluo. They no longer had any feelings for other women. It was heartbreaking, miscarriages, misunderstandings, and physical abuse. It was simply too tragic. This was a world of NP meat. It was a world of literary abuse. No wonder Mu Yenluo was able to counterattack. After experiencing such a life 3 times, these men were definitely masochistic, and Mu Yenluo was definitely a masochist. Even in such a situation, they could still live happily together. Ning Shu counted with his fingers how many men there were. The valiant general, the overbearing lord, the black-bellied imperial merchant, the indifferent divine doctor, the coquettish sect leader, the righteous leader, and the scholar. Well, there were 7 in total. 1 night per person, just enough for a week. Ning Shu wanted to go home. This world of filth. Ding. Ning Shu, wax, I am 2333. A voice suddenly appeared in Ning Shu's mind. Lost in thought, Ning Shu almost jumped out of bed. What is it? Ning Shu asked coldly. Wax? Ha ha ha. 2333 didn't waste any time and said, since you are helping Mu Yenluo to escape her fate, you can't let these men take advantage of her. Mu Yenluo's 3 lives have been tortured by these men. So Ning Shu, if you want to get more points, you better torture these men too. The higher the torture, the more points you will get. This mission is difficult because the rules of heaven and earth are strong. Mu Yenluo is set in stone. Even if she is reborn, she can't escape her fate. 2333 explained. Ning Shu suddenly understood. It was like a tape that had been put on. It could only follow the plot. But if the plot deviated, the rules of heaven and earth would soon return to the starting point. Ning Shu felt a sudden pressure. Damn, why was the mission so difficult? Could it be that she picked the leftovers of others? Fuck. All in all, this mission was to change Mu Yenluo's fate. Moreover, he had to torture these men. Of course, if he didn't kill these scumbags, would he keep them for the new year? Ning Shu sat up on the bed and prepared to practice his peerless martial arts. Without strength, he could only be slept with. Ning Shu didn't want to be slept with by these men. After a long time, Ning Shu sat on the bed and took a deep breath. Ning Shu sadly found that this body couldn't practice martial arts at all. After practicing for almost 4 hours, Ning Shu found that there was no qi in his body. Ning Shu was so anxious that he started to sweat. Without strength, how could he just wait to be raped by these men? Ning Shu expressed that he was a pure person. How could he do such a thing? This body can't practice martial arts. Ning Shu, give up, give up. 2333's voice echoed in Ning Shu's mind. His heart was tired. That's right, the female lead just had to wait to be raped. After practicing her peerless martial arts, she would be incomparably powerful. How could she be raped by men? A soft body was easy to be pushed over. A little resistance was fun, but it was impossible for the female lead to possess great strength. Ning Shu sat on the bed and sighed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. Ning Shu was startled. The maidservant who was sleeping on the recliner was so frightened by the loud noise that she fell to the ground. She got up from the ground at a loss and saw Ning Shu sitting on the bed. She shouted, Miss, what's wrong? How the hell would I know what's going on? Ning Shu looked at the door. A man walked in with a group of people behind him. Yenluo, the army is attacking the city. Let's hurry and leave. A handsome middle-aged man walked in. Ning Shu said anxiously. So it was the original owner's father. He thought it was the general who attacked the city. Ning Shu still hadn't calmed down. Why aren't you packing up for the young miss? Prime Minister Mu shouted at the pale-faced servant. The servant hurriedly packed up. Prime Minister Mu looked at Ning Shu and sighed. Donghua has fallen. Ning Shu also sighed. This was the beginning of the original owner's tragedy. Father, where are we going? Ning Shu didn't think he could escape. The plot was quite powerful. Chapter 123. The sky of the apocalypse was gray, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in dust. Viruses and zombies roared, and the whole environment was filled with despair, greed, and the infinite magnification of human nature. The law of the jungle was that the strong were respected. Struggling to survive, the strong became stronger, and the weak were eliminated. In front of the base, there were zombies roaring without reason in all directions, and crazily rushing toward the base. Human and human-like zombies were floating in the air above the base. Young Phoenix looked at Hua Duo, and scolded, Hua Duo, do you have any shame? You come here every day to attack our base. What do you want? Xiao Ming, who was in a suit, stood next to Hua Duo, Xiao Ming ignored young Phoenix and turned to Hua Duo, and said, Hua Duo, move aside. I'll deal with this woman. Hua Duo, shook her head and looked at young Phoenix. She said, I'll do it myself. Young Phoenix pushed her into a group of zombies and wanted to kill her, so she went against Hua Duo, Hua Duo, only remembered being pushed into a group of zombies when they found the gene fluid. She didn't know how she became a zombie, and there was a zombie called Xiao Ming beside her. She didn't know who gave him the name, but Xiao Ming said she gave him the name. Hua Duo said she wouldn't give him such a name. Xiao Ming might as well be called Xiao Dong. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Hua Duo, if you can't beat her, run. Don't fight with this woman. She's stronger than before. I'll run. Hua nodded. Although Xiao Ming was a zombie, he was very black-bellied and was a thick-skinned person. Young Phoenix, you pushed me into a group of zombies. I'll take revenge today. Hua Duo raised her fist and punched Young Phoenix. Young Phoenix sneered, you're just lucky to become a mutated zombie, and you think you've become Superman. No matter what you become, you're useless. You're just giving me nuclei. Hua Duo didn't say anything. She dodged Young Phoenix's icicles and fought with Young Phoenix. Hua Duo couldn't understand. They were all from the special agent team, and they were all trained by the officer. How could Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf attack the officer? He was simply a human-faced beast. You're nothing but a slut. You're even called a goddess by others. Don't you feel guilty? Why are you pretending to be so pure? Hua Duo cursed as she fought with Young Phoenix. Young Phoenix's eyes turned red when she heard Flower's words. This was because she had to sacrifice her body when she was doing quests. It was not even her first time. In order to complete quests, this was necessary. In the past, Young Phoenix did not care, but now that she was the goddess of the base, Young Phoenix was very concerned about such a dark history. She was now a strong person of the base, so how could she have such an imperfect history? Hua, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will tear your mouth off? Young Phoenix said through gritted teeth. Especially when she saw the strange look in the eyes of the people around her, Young Phoenix gritted her teeth and looked at Flower Duo, with resentment. Hua, smiled as she looked at the angry Young Phoenix. When she saw Young Phoenix send out dense and large icicles, she quickly dodged and shouted to Xiao Ming, I can't beat her. Let's run. Xiao Ming was fighting with Lone Wolf. Then, he turned around and ran. He pulled Hua and ran quickly. In an instant, they were out of sight. Young Phoenix was so angry that her face turned red. Looking at Hua, who ran away, she was so angry that she started to bombard the zombies below. Hua, if I don't kill you, I, Young Phoenix, am not human. Young Phoenix was almost angered to death by Hua, For no reason, she would bring a large wave of zombies to harass the base. When the situation was not right, she would immediately run away. Lone Wolf frowned and said to Young Phoenix, this zombie and Hua even built a base. It seems that the one just now should be the zombie king. Young Phoenix was even angrier. This is so annoying. Moreover, the base built by Hua and the zombie king was not far from here. Young Phoenix felt that Hua did it on purpose. However, humans were no match for the endless and tireless zombies. Otherwise, Young Phoenix would have attacked them long ago. Xiao Ming and Hua ran for a while and stopped. Then, they slowly walked towards the base. Hua saw a car parked not far in front of them. A person leaned against the car door and looked up at her and Xiao Ming. His expression was very cold. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He was tall and slender, and his black windbreaker swayed with the breeze. Hua Duo felt his sharp gaze grazing her face. Hua Duo even had the feeling that she was being seen through. Hua could feel that this man was not a psychic, but he had a deep and unfathomable temperament. Roar! Xiao Ming roared at the school doctor. He looked at him warily. After a moment of hesitation, he was ready to pounce on the school doctor and take out his heart. Hua grabbed Xiao Ming, who was about to rush over. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked at Hua. Hua said, he didn't attack us. Let's let him go. Xiao Ming frowned. In the end, he did not make a move. However, he looked at the person leaning against the car with a serious expression. His muscles were trembling, ready to attack at any time. Let's go. Hua pulled Xiao Ming away. She looked back at the man. He slightly pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Under the sunlight, the glasses reflected a white light. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and finally sneered. He opened the car door and started the car. The car kicked up a cloud of dust. After a while, the car disappeared. Hua sighed in relief when they were far away from the strange man. Although she did not know why, she felt uncomfortable when she saw the man. Xiao Ming and Hua walked into the base. This base was built by Xiao Ming. It was filled with mutated zombies. Seeing Xiao Ming and Hua, the mutated zombies all knelt on the ground to show their allegiance. The law of the jungle among zombies was clearer than among humans. Hua, that man seemed to know you. Xiao Ming thought about it and felt that the man should know Hua, Hua shook her head and said, I don't know him. Humans and zombies fought each other for survival. Hua, was at odds with Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. Lone Wolf, who was angry, also organized people to fight back. In short, you hit me, I hit you. Xiao Ming's strength was getting stronger. He did not seem to like eating hearts. He always gave the corpses of psychics to the zombies below. Xiao Ming was becoming more and more like a normal person. No one could tell that he was a zombie just by looking at his appearance. Perhaps he was already a human, a high-level human. Chapter 124. Also, why do we have to run? Can't we just surrender? Ning Shu asked. With Prime Minister Mu's status in Donghua, there was still a way out if they surrendered. Prime Minister Mu's handsome face stiffened. Ning Shu said sternly, your father is a scholar. How can I do something so unprincipled? Ning Shu was speechless. If they were really unprincipled, why did they have to run? They might as well stay and live and die with Donghua. They would definitely be famous in history. They would be proud and unyielding. They would be afraid of losing their lives if they stayed. Master, miss, everything is packed. The little maid held the package in her arms. Ning Shu did not want to go with Prime Minister Mu. He said, Father, you and Mother go first. We will go in different directions. That's fine. We are a family. When can we meet again? If we are separated in this chaotic world, we might not be able to see each other before we die. Prime Minister Mu frowned. Obviously, he agreed with Ning Shu's suggestion. Ning Shu said, Father, Mother, go with big brother and little brother first. This way, the Mu family will have a bloodline. I won't go with you. Prime Minister Mu thought for a moment and said, that's fine. Ning Shu was speechless. You are really big. Aren't you worried about leaving your daughter behind? It was probably because of the plot. Thinking about it, any scene would be sex. His father-in-law was watching from the side. What was this? In the plot, Mu Yenluo was all alone. Take these banknotes. Prime Minister Mu took out a stack of banknotes and gave them to Ning Shu. Ning Shu accepted the banknotes and said, Thank you, Father. Father will give you one more person to protect you. This is my guard. He will protect you secretly in the future. Prime Minister Mu pointed to a guard holding a sword. Ning Shu looked at the guard. This guard looked very special. He had a square face and a wide chin. There was no such guard in the plot. Ning Shu recalled the plot and found that the guard had appeared once before, but he didn't appear after that. He either ran away on his own or was secretly killed by the male lead. He will protect you in secret. This girl will also follow you. Prime Minister Mu hurriedly finished his words. Then, he looked at Ning Shu with sorrowful eyes. Daughter, father is leaving. You must take care of yourself. The army is coming. Hurry up and run. As soon as Prime Minister Mu spoke, he ran out of sight. The guard glanced at Ning Shu and then jumped out of the window. He was probably going to protect her in the dark. It felt unreliable. Ning Shu put away the silver that Prime Minister Mu gave him and then said to the servant girl who was holding the package, You can go too. You don't have to follow me. This servant is by Mrs. side. This servant is not afraid. The young maidservant's teeth were chattering and her legs were trembling. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the bed and said indifferently, "You don't have to follow me. I won't leave. This servant is by Mrs. side. Yulan is Mrs. person. Even if I die, I will be Mrs. Ghost." Yulan said firmly. Ning Shu waved her hand. "Up to you. If you want to follow me, then follow me. Get something to eat. I'm a bit hungry." Ning Shu said to Yulan. Yulan put down the package and went to get something for Ning Shu to eat. Looking out of the window, one could see that the city gate was brightly lit. There were also sounds of killing. The smell of blood drifted far away. The entire capital seemed to be in turmoil. "That guard, are you still there?" Ning Shu shouted out of the window. After waiting for a while, there was no response from the guard. Ning Shu felt depressed. This guy couldn't have run away, right? "Here." A voice sounded. Ning Shu, she felt that this guy's reaction arc was a bit long. She called for such a long time before answering. How should I inform you? Did she have to call for him every time? If he didn't respond for a long time, it would be too late. Moreover, Ning Shu didn't know how loyal this guard was. Sigh, so melancholy. A black shadow appeared in front of Ning Shu. His face was covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. Ning Shu was shocked. "Miss, it's me," the guard said. Ning Shu stroked her chest. "Why are you covering your face?" "This is the rule of us secret guards," the guard said. "Ning Shu, you're like this, forgetting what you look like after a glance. Covering your face is even more eye-catching. This is a whistle. When Miss blows the whistle, I will appear." The guard gave Ning Shu a whistle. Ning Shu took the whistle and asked, "Can I hear it no matter where I am?" This question was a bit difficult. The guard didn't answer for a long time. Finally, he said, "As long as I am by Mrs. side, I can hear when Miss blows the whistle." "Thank you." Ning Shu put away the whistle. At least she felt a bit safer. Yulan brought food. Ning Shu said, "Miss, there's no one in the residence now. This servant made some noodles." Ning Shu didn't dislike it. She ate some of the food that Yulan brought and said, "You can also make some food yourself." Ning Shu rubbed her stomach and waited for the general to come. She waited until Ning Shu was about to fall asleep. Finally, someone broke into the Prime Minister's residence. Messy footsteps came over. Peng, the door was kicked open. Then, the door fell to the ground with a creak. It fell to the ground and splashed up dust. It was completely ruined. Ning Shu was speechless. Couldn't they open the door properly? All of them liked to kick the door open. Ning Shu remained silent and sat on the stool without moving. She looked at the man walking at the front. This man was tall and strong, and he was wearing armor. The moment he walked into the room, the entire room was filled with the thick smell of blood. Ning Shu looked at him. This was Mu Yanluo's first man, Situ Qingyu. "Wow, General, there's a beauty here. So beautiful, so beautiful." When Ning Shu saw these people looking at her with lustful and disgusting eyes, she cursed in her heart. She had never enjoyed such treatment before. She felt like she had been raped. Sure enough, she was used to being an ugly little cannon fodder. "All of you, get out," Situ Qingyu said to the soldiers behind him. His voice was deep and forceful like a powerful army, majestic and cold. Seeing Ning Shu, a great beauty, these soldiers and officers were reluctant to leave. One of them cupped his fists and said, "General, this beauty must be the famous beauty Mu Yanluo of Donghua Nation. We have worked hard for the whole night. General, what do you think?" I said get lost. Situ Qingyu directly pulled out the big saber at his waist and said coldly, "What's wrong? My words don't matter, or do you want to go against the military order?" Everyone immediately understood that the general had taken a fancy to this beauty and wanted to have sex with her first. The eyes of the men blocking the door were glued to Ning Shu. They couldn't look away and some of them even drooled. However, with Situ Qingyu around, they couldn't think of this beauty. Situ Qingyu was very powerful and these men were very afraid of him. In the end, they all left reluctantly, leaving Situ Qingyu alone. Chapter 125. After the other soldiers left, Situ Qingyu walked over to Ning Shu and threw the sword on the table. The little girl, Yuelan, was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She fell to the ground and looked at the fierce Situ Qingyu in shock. Ning Shu's eyelids twitched, but her expression did not change. "Damn it, if I could master a peerless martial art, I would whip you to death." Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu and let out a low laugh. "I didn't expect Miss Mu to be so bold. Were you waiting for me in this embroidery house?" Although Situ Qingyu was a general, he was definitely good-looking and handsome. Now, he looked at Ning Shu with undisguised passion and desire. Ning Shu coughed and tried to make her voice sound a little rougher. "General, are you going to kill women and children now?" "Kill you? How could I bear to kill you?" As Situ Qingyu said this, he suddenly twitched the saber at his waist. The saber reflected a white light that shone on Ning Shu's face. Situ Qingyu stabbed the saber at Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu did not dodge and just stared at Situ Qingyu in a daze. "Miss!" Yulan shouted, her face deathly pale. Situ Qingyu glanced at Ning Shu, whose expression did not change. With a flick of his wrist, he took the hairpin in her hair and held it in his hand. Then, he put the hairpin to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He said in a low and sexy voice, "It smells so good." Ning Shu grinned and did not say anything. She had to maintain a noble and elegant appearance to reduce the seductiveness of her body. Mu Yanluo's body was emitting hormones at any time and anywhere, sending out signals that said, "Come on me, come on me." No man liked a woman with a cold face. Situ Qingyu put the hairpin back into Ning Shu's hair bun. This hairpin suits you best." He's a master at flirting." In the plot, Situ Qingyu raped Mu Yanluo and was mesmerized by her body. The Prime Minister's residence was a place for pleasure at any time and place. Women would always have some special feelings for their first man. Moreover, after a long time together, Mu Yanluo's heart had been given to Situ Qingyu. Mu Yanluo had thought that Situ Qingyu also loved her. After all, if he didn't love her, how could he roll around with her every day? Moreover, he was so passionate. However, he did not hesitate to give her away as if she was a brothel girl. Mu Yanluo was truly beaten to a pulp. Situ Qingyu saw that the beauty was ignoring him. She was indifferent to whatever he did. Situ Qingyu revealed a faint smile and said lightly, "Interesting, very interesting." "Ning Shu, that's a classic line for picking up girls. So, are you going to say, 'Woman, you've successfully attracted my attention'?" "Very well, you've attracted my attention." Situ Qingyu bent over slightly and lowered his head to get closer to Ning Shu. This action was very ambiguous, as if he was going to lean over and kiss her. At the same time, Situ Qingyu had an extremely strong aura and oppression that would make a woman's heart pound wildly. However, in the face of Situ Qingyu's flirting skills, Ning Shu looked up at Situ Qingyu expressionlessly. Situ Qingyu stretched out his head and lifted Ning Shu's chin. Situ Qingyu's face was getting closer and closer, and it looked like he was going to kiss her. "Tsk, tsk." There was a bloody smell on him. Ning Shu instantly felt that this guy had come back from slaughtering pigs and hadn't even taken a shower. Ning Shu stretched out his fist and punched Situ Qingyu in the eye, only to hit Situ Qingyu's palm. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu with a faint smile and grabbed Ning Shu's fist with his slender and broad hand. "I like this frosty look of yours even more. It's even more mesmerizing to see a frosty look turn into a passionate one when you're about to give pleasure." Situ Qingyu's words were lewd, but his handsome face made him look particularly devilish. Ning Shu, damn, he failed to pretend to be noble and cold. Situ Qingyu lowered his head and wanted to kiss the hand in his palm. Ning Shu withdrew his hand and picked up the whistle hanging in front of his chest. He took a deep breath and blew the whistle as loudly as he could. Bang! A black shadow jumped in through the window. He was dressed in black and had a mask on his face. He was very conspicuous in this brightly lit room. Beat him as hard as you can. This bastard dared to take advantage of me. Cut off his penis. Ning Shu pointed at Situ Qingyu and cursed. She didn't look noble and cold at all. Situ Qingyu was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he couldn't figure out why the beauty suddenly changed her style. Situ Qingyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He said in a low voice, "So you have a helper. Beauty, I like to hear you speak. Even if you're cursing, it sounds like you're pleasing me." Ning Shu, damn. Ning Shu wished he could poison himself into a mute. This was the female lead of an erotic novel. It was obviously a very painful thing, but the expression on her face was both joyful and painful. It made men want to torture her even more and tear her apart. Ning Shu pinched her own neck and tried her best to make her voice sound less seductive. She shouted at the secret guard, "Cut off his dick." Situ Qingyu and the secret guard fought. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The chairs and benches in the room were swept by the aftermath and turned into wreckage. Yuelan's face was pale. She moved to Ning Shu's side and watched the fight. She asked in a trembling voice, "Miss, what's a dick?" Ning Shu. Plop. A figure fell at Ning Shu's feet. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable when he saw that it was the secret guard. The secret guard stood up with a hand on his chest. Ning Shu said, "Miss, this person is not weak. I can't beat him. I'll go and treat my injuries first." With that, the secret guard jumped out of the window and ran away. "Damn, you're so useless. What's the point of keeping you? If you want to run, you have to run with your master." Ning Shu pretended to be noble and aloof as she raised her chin and looked at Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu's arm was injured and was bleeding profusely. "General, what's wrong?" a guard outside the door asked. Ning Shu smiled, revealing his white teeth. He said indifferently to the door, "It's nothing." The battle was a little intense. Situ Qingyu's words were very ambiguous. The person outside the house immediately let out a wretched laugh and left again. Ning Shu beckoned Situ Qingyu with his finger. "Come here and bandage my wound." He didn't know how to bandage a wound. Ning Shu didn't say anything. "Since you're not coming over, I'll come over. I'm not just here to bandage my wound," Situ Qingyu said as he asked Ning Shu to come over. "Damn it." Ning Shu cursed in his heart and walked towards Situ Qingyu. When he walked, Ning Shu found that his body was habitually twisting his waist. It was completely spontaneous. Chapter 126. Her body automatically made the most seductive movements. When her waist moved, it was the most comfortable position. Ning Shu clamped her buttocks, not allowing her waist to move. Her entire body stiffened as she walked towards Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu took off his shirt without hesitation, revealing his muscular body. The only thing that ruined the scene was the bloodstain on his arm. Situ Qingyu said indifferently, "Help me bandage my wound." Ning Shu said directly, "I don't know how to." Situ Qingyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Shu dangerously. "Don't you know how to bandage a wound? You really are a lady from a noble family." Situ Qingyu's voice was full of sarcasm as he said coldly, "You ladies from noble families have your eyes in the sky. You are my captive now. Whatever I say goes." Ning Shu pursed his lips and wrapped the cloth that Yuelan had torn around Situ Qingyu's arm. Situ Qingyu seemed to have thought of something bad and looked at Ning Shu with ferocity and disgust. "Shouldn't you clean the wound first? You really don't eat the food of mortals." Ning Shu used the cloth to wipe his wound. Situ Qingyu hissed in pain and looked at Ning Shu coldly. "Did you do it on purpose?" "No," Ning Shu said indifferently. Sure enough, you ladies from noble families are all whores. Situ Qingyu became irritable and his words became more and more unpleasant. Ding! Abuse points, 5, 2333's voice suddenly appeared in Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. What did she do? She was the one who was scolded by Situ Qingyu. How did she abuse him? Ning Shu was very confused, but his hands were not slow. After tying the cloth for Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu with a gloomy face. Ning Shu was confused. What was wrong with him? Situ Qingyu stood up. The muscles on his body were bulging, and his entire body was filled with the smell of hormones. Get out! Situ Qingyu growled at Yuelan in a low voice, and the whole room shook. Yuelan was so scared that she fell to the ground and looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. You can leave. Ning Shu Yuelan said calmly. But miss, if this servant goes out, miss will face this barbarian alone. This servant is afraid that something will happen to Mississippi. Although Yuelan was afraid, she was still determined to stay and accompany Ning Shu. Yuelan shouted at Situ Qingyu, let go of my miss and come at me. Yuelan puffed out her chest as she spoke. Ning Shu was speechless. Scram! Situ Qingyu looked at Yuelan with killing intent. Get out! Ning Shu said. Yuelan left while crying. After Yuelan left, Situ Qingyu lowered his head and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at him indifferently. There was a pair of scissors hidden under the sleeves of his deep robe. Ning Shu had secretly hidden the scissors when he was cutting the cloth. If Situ Qingyu really dared to make a move on her, Ning Shu would not hesitate to stab the scissors into his heart. So what if he was handsome? He was still a rapist even if he was handsome. I hate young ladies like you the most in my life. In front of others, you look pure and innocent, but behind others, you are vicious and arrogant. Situ Qingyu pinched Ning Shu's chin and said viciously, so, when I meet a young lady like you, I will first rape and then kill you. Fuck, this guy was a psychopath. He mourned for Mu Yenluo. Although she was raped, she was not killed. Ning Shu's expression did not change. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu and asked, what do you think I should do to you? Kill and rape? In the past, it was always rape and then kill. Now that she was the female lead, she naturally had to be special. Then guess what happened to the young lady who made me kneel and lick her shoes? Situ Qingyu seemed to want to chat with Ning Shu, but the content of the conversation was not so pleasant. What do you think Ben will do to her? Situ Qingyu sat down and looked at Ning Shu with a faint smile, but there was disgust in the depths of his eyes. Ning Shu blinked and said, it must be some inhumane torture. I threw her into a pack of wolves, and the wolves were fed with drugs in advance. The pack of wolves raped her while tearing her flesh, but I didn't want her to die so quickly. She lived for half a month under the wolves' bodies, and finally died with her body in a bloody mess. When she died, I couldn't even see her arrogant and despotic face. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu. Do you think this punishment is good? Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was filled with disgust. Situ Qingyu continued to blabber. In summary, Situ Qingyu, who was once a poor boy, was humiliated by the young ladies of noble families. In addition, Situ Qingyu was very tall and handsome, which aroused the desire of these young ladies to conquer him. They even made Situ Qingyu kneel on the ground and bark like a dog to lick his shoes. This caused Situ Qingyu to be traumatized and twisted. Then, when he became successful and famous, he took revenge on these people one by one in cruel and vicious ways. Ning Shu finally understood why Situ Qingyu did not say anything when he caught Mu Yenluo and directly raped her. It turned out that there was such a story. No wonder Situ Qingyu sent Mu Yenluo away without a word when the Lord wanted her. Situ Qingyu hated the young ladies of noble families. Mu Yenluo was the daughter of the Prime Minister of Donghua Nation and had a noble status. When Situ Qingyu saw Mu Yenluo, he vented all his anger on her. However, the female lead's body was so alluring that Situ Qingyu directly imprisoned Mu Yenluo and trapped her in the embroidery house. They had sex almost 24 hours a day. Ning Shu was speechless. Mu Yenluo was completely unjustly implicated. TSK, TSK. Sure enough, Situ Qingyu wanted to take revenge on society and women. He was a scumbag who felt that he had been wronged. Situ Qingyu saw Ning Shu's disdainful look and his face darkened. What's with your expression? Are you looking down on me? Do you really think you're a high and mighty young lady? TSK, TSK. I didn't say anything. What are you trying to say? Ning Shu shook his head and said, are you trying to get back at a woman? Ha, get back at a woman? You think too highly of yourself. I heard that you're the most beautiful woman in Donghua Nation. Let me think, what would it be like if the most beautiful woman in Donghua Nation were to be pleasured by me and end up as a promiscuous military prostitute? Situ Qingyu's voice was filled with doubt, but he looked at Ning Shu with malicious eyes. What a perverted lunatic. Ning Shu said expressionlessly, how would I know what it would be like? Try it and you'll know. Situ Qingyu's voice was very evil. He looked at Ning Shu with naked desire and malice. Chapter 127. When Ning Shu saw Situ Qingyu's expression and the deep desire in his eyes, she knew what this guy wanted to do. Not to mention this mission, even Ning Shu herself did not want to roll around with such a lunatic. What do you want to do? Ning Shu looked at Situ Qingyu coldly with a murderous look in his eyes. Situ Qingyu met Ning Shu's eyes and said sarcastically, don't look at me with such a high and mighty look. Do you believe that I will dig your eyeballs out? Those bitches looked at me like that and they will never be able to see again. TSK TSK, what a sensitive pervert. Why are you asking me? What can a man and a woman do in a room? Situ Qingyu said evilly. You will be fucked by me like a bitch. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, even the male lead of a pornographic novel spoke so vulgarly. But he was good-looking and had a special charm when he said something only a hooligan would say. Like a bitch? Shin Qingqing sneered. You were also born by a bitch. This idiot hated women so much that he wanted to exterminate them. You have a sharp tongue. I will let you know that you will not have a good ending if you anger me. Situ Qingyu bared his teeth, which reflected a white light. The entire Prime Minister's mansion is my people. Do you think you can escape? Do you think you are invincible just because you have a secret guard? Ning Shu lifted his chin slightly and looked at Situ Qingyu proudly. He said disdainfully, you are just like a bug. You are amazing after climbing to a high position. Since Situ Qingyu cared a lot about those days of being treated badly, Ning Shu's action was to tear open his scars and then sprinkle salt on the wound. She even rubbed it hard twice so that it would be easier for the taste to seep in. Situ Qingyu's eyes turned red at Ning Shu's condescending attitude. His face trembled and he gritted his teeth. You are courting death. Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 15. The sound of 2333 suddenly rang in his head. Ning Shu instantly felt that this was the right move. Situ Qingyu really cared about that past. Even if I die, I still look down on people like you. No wonder those women despise you. It's all because of you. People like you deserve to be bullied. Ning Shu's face was full of disdain. Why don't you blame your mother for giving birth to you? You are courting death. Situ Qingyu's eyes were red as he reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's neck. Ning Shu instantly felt as if his breathing had been cut off. This body was indeed weak. Mu Yenluo, you successfully infuriated me. Situ Qingyu clenched his fist. He felt that he could break this thin neck with a gentle pinch. A life would end in his hands. This feeling made Situ Qingyu feel infatuated and carefree. Ning Shu felt that it was difficult to breathe. He took out the scissors that he had hidden and quickly slit Situ Qingyu's wrist. In an instant, the skin and flesh split open and blood gushed out. Situ Qingyu was stunned. Ning Shu kicked Situ Qingyu's crotch. I'm going to play with your penis today. Ning Shu used all the strength in this body to kick, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Situ Qingyu only groaned and didn't show any expression of pain. Ning Shu, fuck, how weak is this body? Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. The wound that was cut by the scissors was dripping blood. Ning Shu didn't think twice and used the divine dragon tail whip to trip Situ Qingyu, but Situ Qingyu didn't move at all. Ning Shu felt that he was struggling before death. Fuck, her fighting skills were completely useless. It was all because of this body. It was so weak. I've decided. I won't kill you. I want to see how you noble ladies will look when you fall in love with me. Crying and begging for pleasure. Situ Qingyu's face revealed a convulsive smile, cold and cruel. Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, at least the female lead halo was useful. If she was cannon fodder, she would have been killed by Situ Qingyu. Now, Situ Qingyu wanted her to fall in love with him and then be abandoned by him. Then, she would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Now, Situ Qingyu didn't care about physical torture. He wanted to torture his opponent mentally. Ning Shu immediately raised her chin and said, "Why would this lady like a lowly person like you? Are you kidding? You're just a bug." Ding, abuse points 5. Current abuse points 20. Ning Shu, huh? 2333 came out to make her presence known again. Damn it, she did not even make a sound when Situ Qingyu grabbed her by the neck just now. Don't test my patience. Situ Qingyu clenched his fist quietly. His hand that was cut by Ning Shu bled even more, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Situ Qingyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he kicked it, and the other door also fell to the ground. As soon as Situ Qingyu left, Ning Shu's entire body relaxed. She moved her neck. Fuck, it was so painful from Situ Qingyu's grip. However, not being raped by Situ Qingyu was her greatest achievement. At least she got 20 abuse points. These abuse points were just rubbing salt on the wound. There were 7 hardships in life: birth, old age, illness, death, resentment, separation, and not being able to get it. There was nothing more painful than not being able to get it. Situ Qingyu wanted her to fall in love with him and then torture her. Ning Shu was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. The problem was, Ning Shu had no idea how to do it. 2333, are you there? Can you give me some advice? Shen Qingqing asked. How do I make Situ Qingyu fall in love with me? After you have sex with him, he will naturally fall in love with you, 2333 said. Ning Shu was speechless. What was the female lead's body? Could men fall in love with her after having sex? Was it a masterpiece? Ning Shu gave up on this plan. She was not suitable for seducing others. Besides, wasn't this cheating on their feelings? Ning Shu did not have any feelings for these men. Why would she hurt herself by seducing these men? She might as well find a sore spot and step on it with all her might. Then, the abuse value would go up. For example, Situ Qingyu was arrogant and self-abased. He cared most about women looking down on him, so Ning Shu used all her strength to mock him. Miss, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Yulan wailed as she ran into the room. She saw Ning Shu sitting on a stool with her legs crossed, as if nothing had happened. Yulan thought that when she walked in, she would see a messy and torn piece of clothing. Then, the young miss would lie on the bed with nothing left to live for. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Yulan's wailing stopped immediately. She was like a duck being strangled. Chapter 128. Yulan was dumbfounded. Ning Shu asked, Miss, are you alright? What do you think happened to me? Ning Shu said angrily. Yulan's face suddenly showed an expression of relief. She patted her chest and said, It's good that Miss is fine. It's good that you are fine. Ning Shu said, let's go get something to eat. I'm a little hungry. Miss, everything in the Prime Minister's mansion has been taken away. There is no food in the kitchen at all. Yuelan said with a sad face. Yuelan was a girl of 13 or 14 years old. She had a baby face. When she held her face, her whole face wrinkled into a thin bun. Situ Qingyu was really ruthless. Did he want to starve her to death? Then let's go to a restaurant. Ning Shu waved his hand, looking very heroic. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yuelan looked at Ning Shu with a bitter face. We are surrounded by guards in all directions. We can't even leave the embroidery building. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu picked up the spoon hanging on his chest without thinking. However, his chest was too big. Ning Shu took off his clothes and took out the whistle from his deep cleavage. In his previous life, Ning Shu did not expect to have such a big chest. He felt that he had no regrets in life. Ning Shu blew the whistle. It was melodious and very pleasant to listen to. After blowing for a long time, Ning Shu's cheeks were sore, but the secret guards did not appear. Ning Shu was speechless. Did this guy run away? He was definitely not reliable. What should he do now? Was he going to starve to death? Ning Shu and Yuelan looked at each other. Ning Shu coughed and said, "Is there a dog hole nearby? Let's go out and look for food." Yuelan looked at Ning Shu and said hesitantly, "Miss has a precious body, how can you crawl through a dog hole?" "It's fine. Your miss can do anything. Isn't it just going through a dog hole?" Ning Shu said without a care. As long as he could achieve his goal, there was nothing he couldn't do. "Miss, this servant is a pitiful Mississippi. She is a golden branch and a jade leaf, yet she has to do such a thing." Yuelan howled again. Ning Shu's face darkened. "Stop howling. Where's the dog hole?" Ning Shu tied up his hair. Too complicated a bun was very inconvenient. Then, he said to Yuelan, "Let's go." Yuelan had been looking at Ning Shu with a guilty and distressed expression. It's all because this servant didn't take good care of Mississippi. This servant has failed master's instructions. Ning Shu was speechless. He felt that this girl was thinking too much. Did she look so pitiful? Yuelan brought Ning Shu to the desolate backyard of the Prime Minister's residence. She pushed aside the withered grass at the foot of the wall, revealing a dog hole in the wall. Ning Shu looked at Yuelan. "How do you know there's a dog hole here? Have you crawled through it?" "Miss, how can you say that about this servant?" Yuelan looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. "Ning Shu, what did I say? This servant is Mrs. Servant. How can I crawl through a dog hole? This servant walks through the main door." Yuelan defended her dignity. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu crawled out of the dog hole with difficulty. Her chest was almost stuck. If Yuelan hadn't pushed her with all her strength, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out. This was the first time she realized that having big breasts wasn't perfect. Ning Shu rubbed her chest. It hurt so much. Yuelan crawled out of the dog hole easily. Seeing Ning Shu grimacing in pain, she hurried over to help Ning Shu brush off the dust and grass on her body. "Miss, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? Master will be heartbroken if he finds out," Yuelan said. Ning Shu didn't care at all. How was this humiliating? Mu Yanluo in the plot was the one who was humiliating herself. She humiliated herself, and men humiliated her too. Moreover, it wasn't a man. "Look, this is the noble and beautiful miss of a big family. How does it feel to crawl through a dog hole?" Situ Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out. Ning Shu looked around but didn't see Situ Qingyu anywhere. "Miss, he's up there." Yulan's teeth were chattering. Ning Shu looked up and saw Situ Qingyu standing on the wall in a blue robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked very pretentious. Ning Shu brushed his messy hair and said indifferently, "It feels very convenient." "Very good. Humph. Situ Qingyu snorted coldly. Then, he opened his arms and flew in front of Ning Shu. He really looked like a birdman. Ning Shu took a step back. Situ Qingyu stood in front of Ning Shu and said coldly, "You're very bold. How dare you sneak out of the mansion without my permission? Tell me, how should I punish you?" Ning Shu pulled Yuelan back a step and said, "Rape first and then kill, kill first and then rape." Situ Qingyu's face twitched. He said in a low voice, "In your heart, I'm a big sex fiend." Ning Shu nodded without hesitation. "You're definitely the perverted sex fiend." Situ Qingyu sneered. "If I don't do anything, I'll be unworthy of this title." As Situ Qingyu spoke, he reached out to grab Ning Shu. Ning Shu shouted, "Look at my hidden weapon." Bah! Ning Shu directly spat at Situ Qingyu's face. Then, he pulled Yulan and quickly ran away. Situ Qingyu moved his body slightly and dodged Ning Shu's hidden weapon. His eyes were red as he watched Ning Shu run away. "Miss, please stop. I can't run anymore." Yulan looked like she was about to stop breathing. Ning Shu stopped and panted. He looked around and did not see Situ Qingyu's figure chasing after him. "Miss, it's really been hard on you." Yulan had not recovered from Ning Shu's fierce spitting. "Miss is gentle and noble. Now, you've become like this. Master will be so heartbroken if he knows." "Alright, don't be heartbroken. Where are we going to eat now?" Ning Shu saw the buns in the bun shop's drawer and drooled. "Boss, give me 2 steamers of buns." Go, beggars, get lost." The boss of the bun shop drove Ning Shu and Yulan away. Yulan immediately raised her eyebrows. "How dare you be so rude to my Mississippi? If you don't get lost, I'll beat you to death, beggars." The boss of the bun shop unceremoniously roared at Ning Shu and Yulan. His attitude was as bad as it could be. Ning Shu was puzzled. She was now the female lead. Wherever she went, there would be people helping her. Why was the boss of the bun shop so fierce to her? Why did it feel like they had a grudge? "Do you know who our miss is?" Yulan wiped the dust on Ning Shu's face with a handkerchief. She pushed her hair aside and showed Ning Shu's face. She asked the boss, look clearly who our miss is." The boss of the bun shop widened his eyes and said, "I don't care who you are. Buy buns if you have money. Get lost if you don't." Ning Shu was speechless. "Forget it. Let's go." Ning Shu looked at the increasing number of people around them. The female lead had a constitution of accidents. Something would happen wherever she went and then attract attention. Chapter 129. Ning Shu didn't want to fight to the death with this bun shop owner. It was completely meaningless. There was more than one bun shop. However, Yuelan acted as if the bun shop owner had dug up her ancestral grave. She fought with the owner and insisted on defending her dignity as a young lady. Ning Shu didn't know whether to be moved or to knock her out and drag her away. "You 2 thieves, how dare you steal my buns and yell at me, little beggars." The bun shop owner looked at Ning Shu and Yuelan, the 2 women. She rolled her eyes and slandered Ning Shu and Yuelan for stealing her buns. Yuelan's eyes widened. "You're talking nonsense. When did the young lady and I steal your buns? Shame on you." Ning Shu still didn't know what this shop owner was thinking. Ning Shu was a pig. Ning Shu thought about whether she should sit on the ground and cry. "What's going on?" A dignified and domineering voice sounded. When Ning Shu heard this voice, her whole body trembled. A person who even had background music when he spoke was definitely the male lead. Ning Shu looked in the direction of the voice with a pair of myopic eyes. She saw a man with a feathered crown sitting on the back of a horse. He was wearing a brocade robe and a translucent white jade pendant on his waist. He held the reins in his hand. He was a still picture of a handsome man. He was handsome and well-dressed, elegant and distinguished. "This humble one greets the regent." The bun shop owner immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the regent. The prince regent was that prince. Ning Shu was speechless. She was really unlucky. She just came out to get some food. She didn't even take out the money, and the bun shop owner chased her and Yuelan away. She even called them little beggars and accused them of stealing buns. Now that she met this prince, Ning Shu guessed that the next plot should be a hero saving the damsel in distress. The regent Luo Junyan. What's going on? Luo Junyan turned over and dismounted from the horse. His movements were noble and elegant. When Yulan saw that someone was in charge, and that this person's status was not low, she quickly said, "This snobbish boss wrongly accused this servant and young miss of stealing her buns." Miss? Luo Junyan looked at Ning Shu, who was filthy and had messy hair. Which family are you from? My miss is. Yuelan wanted to speak, but Ning Shu covered her mouth. Ning Shu coughed and pinched his neck. I'm not a Mississippi. Ning Shu not only raised her voice, but also looked at Luo Junyan with a pair of myopic eyes. Since she was already so unkempt, she might as well pretend to be a little beggar. If she had a pair of clear eyes, wouldn't she be exposed? We'll be leaving first. Ning Shu pulled Yulan and hurriedly left. Wait a minute. Luo Junyan stopped Ning Shu and said, "You haven't even gotten to the bottom of this matter. Are you willing to bear the crime of theft?" Ning Shu wanted to say that she didn't care at all. She didn't steal any buns at all. The male lead was really too free to care about the buns. The attraction between the male and female leads was undeniable. The plot always brought them together. Tell me, did the two of them steal your buns? Luo Junyan looked at the bun shop owner indifferently. Under Luo Junyan's aura, the owner trembled and couldn't even speak clearly. Ning Shu completely understood. This bun shop owner was the NPC that allowed her and Luo Junyan to meet, the NPC that allowed Luo Junyan to save the damsel in distress. Ning Shu's heart went numb. The plot was indeed powerful. She hadn't been sent to Luo Junyan by Situ Qingyu yet. She had snuck out to look for something to eat, and in the end, she met the male lead. No wonder Mu Yen Luo couldn't escape these men for 3 lifetimes. Ha! I want to hear the truth. There are so many people here. If you dare to lie, you can go to jail. Luo Junyan's voice was very authoritative, making people want to submit to him. The bun shop owner knelt on the ground, his face pale. He stuttered and said, "They didn't steal the buns. This commoner is framing them." You're really bad. I knew it. Yuelan was full of contempt for the shop owner. Ning Shu said, "Now the truth is out. Miss, how do you think we should punish this black-hearted shop owner?" Ning Shu's eyes widened, but she didn't say anything. "Miss, don't be afraid. I'll make the decision for you," Luo Junyan said calmly. When he said this, he was very tall and gave people a sense of security that they could rely on. It was very tempting. Ning Shu didn't feel anything. She said to the bun shop owner in a sharp voice, "Pack up all the buns. Yuelan, keep the buns and let's go." Okay. Yuelan hurriedly put away all the buns in the drawer. "Oh my, young lady, I'm just running a small business." The bun shop owner frowned and looked at Ning Shu pitifully. "I took a fancy to your buns because I think highly of you. You falsely accused me of stealing your buns. You should be happy that I didn't send you to prison." Ning Shu didn't have the kindness and tolerance that a female lead should have. She was completely like a dog relying on its master's power, arrogant and despotic. Sigh. The bun shop owner sighed and looked like he was suffering but couldn't say anything. It made Ning Shu feel that she was still a big villain, wearing the female lead's skin and courting death. In the plot, these men all fell in love with the kind female lead. After a torturous relationship, they were all charmed by the female lead. Now that she had become so vicious and arrogant, would the male lead still love her? Ning Shu turned her head, wanting to see Luo Junyan's expression. Disgust? Contempt? In the end, she met Luo Junyan's half-smile and amused gaze. Ning Shu clutched her chest and almost vomited blood. She was already humiliating herself like this. She couldn't be a kind female lead at all. Was this idiot's eyes covered with shit? Miss, the buns are packed. Yuelan took away all the buns. Yuelan and Ning Shu were both holding buns in their hands. Ning Shu was still eating a bun. Her face was dirty, and coupled with the way she was wolfing down her food, she looked extremely ugly. Miss, are you leaving just like that? Luo Junyan stopped Ning Shu again. Ning Shu was very impatient and said coldly, "What do you want? I'm your savior. You're leaving just like that?" Luo Junyan frowned, his aura domineering. Ning Shu thought for a moment and took out a bun for Luo Junyan to repay him for helping her out. However, the bun accidentally fell on the ground and rolled twice. Ning Shu smiled apologetically and hurriedly picked up the bun on the ground. She wiped it on her clothes and stuffed it into Luo Junyan's mouth, saying, "Take this bun as your reward for helping me." The bun fell on the ground and then rubbed against his dusty clothes. Luo Junyan hurriedly spat out the bun in his mouth, feeling disgusted. Chapter 130. Luo Junyan frowned. No one has ever treated me like this. Woman, you successfully pissed me off. When Luo Junyan spoke, his mouth tasted like a stuffed bun. Ning Shu and Yuelan took a step back at the same time, distancing themselves from him. Then what do you want? Could it be that you want this little girl to repay you with her body? Ning Shu pulled Yuelan away. Luo Junyan looked at the backs of the two women and muttered, "Interesting, interesting." He was the Prince Regent. Women would throw themselves at him when they saw him, but this woman had such an attitude. She wanted to welcome him but rejected him. Ha! Yuelan ate the bun and saw that Ning Shu's expression was not good. She said, "Miss, that person is really a good person. He even helped us out." Good person? Ning Shu sneered in her heart and said, "Eat your bun." Luo Junyan was not a good person. In the plot, he saw Mu Yen Luo at the Prime Minister's residence and was shocked. He asked Situ Qingyu for Mu Yen Luo. At that time, Mu Yen Luo and Situ Qingyu had already slept together. When she was given to Luo Junyan, she was already pregnant. However, it was too early for Mu Yen Luo to notice. With a beauty in his hands, he wanted to have a taste. Luo Junyan did not care about Mu Yen Luo's dead heart and the pain of being betrayed by the person she loved. He immediately slept with Mu Yen Luo, only to find out that she was no longer a virgin. He immediately pulled out heartlessly. It was an extreme insult to Mu Yen Luo and he even whipped her. To Luo Junyan, he was a prince with a noble status and had slept with many women. In the end, Mu Yen Luo ended up being called a chastity demon. It was a disgrace. Luo Junyan continued to torment Mu Yen Luo. Luo Junyan felt that Mu Yen Luo was an unclean and slutty woman. To think that he had been infatuated with Mu Yen Luo's beauty. In the end, all he got was a broken shoe. Luo Junyan never thought that Mu Yen Luo, a woman, could not control her own fate. She was raped by Situ Qingyu and did not even have the strength to resist. Luo Junyan would only blame Mu Yen Luo for losing her virginity. His pride as a man made Luo Junyan furious, and he vented all his anger on Mu Yen Luo. Later, when he found out that Mu Yen Luo was pregnant with a bastard's child, he was so angry that he wanted to die. He immediately fucked Mu Yen Luo cruelly, causing her to have a miscarriage. Luo Junyan did not stop his assault on Mu Yen Luo. Instead, he stared at the blood and became even more excited. He felt an unprecedented excitement. It was a pity that Mu Yen Luo had suffered. She had lost her child and was raped by someone else. She couldn't be more miserable and had almost died. But the female lead would be fine no matter how much he tortured her. The prince carried the unconscious Mu Yen Luo and roared at the imperial physicians, "You must cure her. If you can't, you will be buried with her." The female lead's body was like a poison. As long as they had sex, a man's heart would only have the female lead. After having sex with other women, they would lose interest. They were just short of impotence. Although Mu Yenluo had been cured, her heart was already riddled with holes. She had been betrayed by her lover, lost her child, and was raped by another man. Mu Yenluo was a woman from ancient times and valued her chastity very much. But fate was cruel. Mu Yenluo hated Luo Junyen to the core and started a torturous love story. But Luo Junyen was infatuated with the female lead's body. Moreover, he always chose to do it when Mu Yenluo was on her period. He was infatuated with the feeling of fighting a bloody battle. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. In terms of perversion, even a general could not compare to the prince. Therefore, when Ning Shu heard Yulan say that the prince was a good person, he almost vomited blood. Both of them were rapists. How could they be considered good people? Basically, every time Mu Yenluo met a man, she would be tortured to a pulp. But the man was infatuated with Mu Yenluo's body. What a filthy world. It felt like the entire world was filled with hormones. Ning Shu ate 5 buns in a row and burped. Yulan asked Ning Shu, "Miss, where should we go now?" "Go back." Ning Shu hammered her chest. Damn it, she felt like she was choking on a bun. She had to hurry back to the Prime Minister residence to drink water. Yulan looked at Ning Shu in astonishment. "Miss, we managed to escape with great difficulty. Why do we have to go back?" "Miss is born with a countenance as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. Going back is like entering a wolf's den. This servant is determined not to let Miss return." Ning Shu said, "Your Miss feels very thirsty. Let's go back to the Prime Minister residence to drink water." Yulan sighed in melancholy and followed Ning Shu back to the Prime Minister residence. If I had known that Miss had suffered so much, this servant would have advised Miss to leave with Master. Ning Shu thought that even if she left with Prime Minister Mu, they would still be separated. Da-da-da, the sound of horse hooves mixed with neat footsteps came from afar and sounded on the street. Ning Shu was slightly dazed and saw Situ Qingyu riding a horse with a group of soldiers behind him. Situ Qingyu sat on the horse and looked down at Ning Shu. Seeing that Ning Shu had a lot of buns in her arms, he waved to the guards behind him and said indifferently, "Send this general's captive back." Immediately, several imperial bodyguards prepared to step forward and capture Ning Shu and Yulan. Ning Shu's tiger-like body immediately trembled as she unruly and tyrannically shouted, "Are you blind? You actually dare to touch this young miss? Do you believe that this young miss will chop off your hands? That's right. Are you blind?" Yulan immediately chimed in. After being yelled at by Ning Shu, the guards did not dare to go forward to capture Ning Shu for a moment and looked at Situ Qingyu. When Situ Qingyu saw Ning Shu's arrogant and despotic look, disgust flashed in his eyes. His tone was mocking and teasing. "Miss Mu, do you want to ride with this general?" As Situ Qingyu spoke, he extended his hand and invited Ning Shu to get on his horse. Ning Shu must be out of her mind to ride on the same horse as this person. Ning Shu said indifferently, "This miss will walk on her own." "Ha ha ha." Situ Qingyu smiled indifferently. "In that case, you can run with the group. Aren't you very fast? What if you can't keep up with the group?" Situ Qingyu pointed at Yulan. "This girl beside you will become a military prostitute." "Mississippi," Yulan's voice trembled as she looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. Ning Shu immediately said, "Don't worry, your miss can keep up with the group. It's fine. Men, tie her up." Situ Qingyu smiled at Ning Shu, revealing his white teeth. "This general will personally lead her." Ning Shu was speechless. What was wrong with her? A guard took out a rope and tied it around Ning Shu's wrist. He tightened it and tied a knot before handing the other end of the rope to Situ Qingyu. "You can run behind this general. If you can't run fast enough, this general can only drag you along." "That would be a pity for your porcelain skin," Situ Qingyu said indifferently as if he was saying that the weather today was not very good. Chapter 131. When Ning Shu heard that this bastard was going to drag her along, she ran behind with her own 2 legs. If she couldn't run fast enough, she would be dragged along. If she rubbed against the ground, she might even lose her life, not to mention her skin. This was definitely revenge for her spitting on him. As a general, being spat on, even with Situ Qingyu's overflowing self-esteem, he would still kill her. She was wrong. How could Luo Zhenyan compare to Situ Qingyu's perverted personality? There was always someone better. Situ Qingyu's mentality was definitely more twisted than Luo Zhenyan's. It's not too late to beg for mercy, Miss Mu. You don't seem to realize your status. You're no longer the daughter of the high and mighty Prime Minister, but my captive. I can decide your life and death, so don't do anything that makes me unhappy. Situ Qingyu's pupils trembled slightly. It was obvious that he was not as calm as he appeared to be. He was probably angry inside. Ning Shu hated this man to death. So what if he was capable? He only knew how to bully women and children. What was so great about him? Ning Shu called out to 2333 in his heart. 2333, give me a gun. I want to kill this bastard. Ning Shu, moi, you have a gun. 2333's voice rang in Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu was very happy. Then give it to me quickly. I can't stand this bastard. Sure, 2000 points. You don't have any points, so you can't exchange for it, 2333 said directly. Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said word by word, I'll pay on credit. Sorry, you can't use firearms or similar firearms. If you take out something that transcends time, it will cause chaos in space and affect the stability of the entire plane. 2333 guided him patiently. Your role is to repair the plane, not destroy it. Understand? Understand your ass. Ning Shu almost vomited blood. Ning Shu wanted to ask 2333 about other things, but suddenly a voice rang out. General Situ, what are you doing? When Ning Shu heard this voice, he immediately curled his lips. However, Yuelan who was beside him was happy. Ning Shu said excitedly in a low voice, Miss, it's that prince from before. We are saved. Ning Shu glanced at her. You're too naive. Luo Zhenyan rode over. Seeing Ning Shu's hands tied up, he raised his eyebrows and asked Situ Qingyu, what did she do? Greetings, Your Highness. This female slave is my captive. She sneaked out of the residence and I've captured her, Situ Qingyu said to Luo Zhenyan in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Luo Zhenyan narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, since she is a female slave, how about you give her to me? His Majesty has just conquered Donghua Nation. It is time to pacify the people. General, you should not do such a cruel thing. Just give her to me. A murderous aura suddenly surged from Situ Qingyu's body. He was like a hedgehog that had encountered danger. The spikes on his body stood up. This is my female slave. I have no intention of giving her to you, Your Highness. Luo Zhenyan frowned imperceptibly. A huge sense of loss surged in his heart. Suddenly, he wanted this female slave very much. This feeling was very strange, but it was very strong. In addition, Situ Qingyu's attitude towards him was also very noble. He, Luo Zhenyan, was the regent. This butcher who only knew how to kill dared to disrespect him. This made Luo Zhenyan lose face. All the more he wanted this female slave. Ning Shu watched from the side. He thought that she was going to be disfigured. In the end, Luo Zhenyan jumped out. As expected, the female lead was blessed with luck. Her body was her capital. Without this seductive body, how could she be the female lead? Situ Qingyu refused to budge. Luo Zhenyan was even more frustrated. He wanted to grab Ning Shu and leave. However, when he saw the guards behind Situ Qingyu, Luo Zhenyan calmed down and said coldly, since General Situ is unwilling to give her up, then forget it. After saying this, Luo Zhenyan felt even more disappointed. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. This feeling was very sudden and made him very uncomfortable. It seemed that this feeling would not disappear after he got this female slave. Are you willing to go with me? Ning Shu asked. Situ Qingyu also looked at Ning Shu. Situ Qingyu pursed his lips and looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. Ning Shu also had a voice in his heart telling him to go with this prince. This prince would protect her. Go with him. He was a good person. He even helped to teach the greedy bun shop owner a lesson. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. This was the plot. From the Prime Minister's residence to the prince's residence. There was a slight change in the plot. Situ Qingyu did not hand her over to Luo Junyan, but gave her the choice. Deep down, he wanted her to go with the prince. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. You want me to go with Luo Junyan? I will not go with him. Ning Shu said, I am the general's female slave. Of course, I will follow the general. Situ Qingyu and Luo Junyan were stunned. Situ Qingyu's face flashed with surprise. He thought that Ning Shu would go with the regent. Disappointment appeared on Luo Junyan's face. He wanted to say something, but Ning Shu said directly, I am the general's woman in life and the general's ghost in death. Situ Qingyu's eyes trembled. He was more confused. Luo Junyan's face was cold. He pulled the reins and turned to leave. He even turned back to look at Ning Shu. His gaze was strange. After Luo Junyan left, Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu and asked, Is what you said just now true? Ning Shu rolled his eyes at him and asked, What? Situ Qingyu's face instantly twisted. I wanted to untie you, but now it seems that there is no need. Let's go. Situ Qingyu pulled the reins. Ning Shu could only follow. Hurry up. Situ Qingyu pulled the reins. Ning Shu stumbled forward and hurriedly sped up. Ning Shu was glad that Situ Qingyu did not let the horse run. If that was the case, her 2 legs would not be able to outrun the horse's 4 legs. Ning Shu walked back to the Prime Minister's residence with 2 legs. Yuelan, who was beside him, looked at Ning Shu with heartache. She looked at Situ Qingyu, who was sitting on the horse, with disgust. When they reached the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, Situ Qingyu got off the horse and walked to Ning Shu. He untied the reins on Ning Shu's wrists and said sarcastically, Miss Mu really knows how to seduce men. You just went out of the residence and seduced the Prince Regent to bring you back to the residence. He said it as if he was jealous. TSK TSK. Ning Shu moved his wrist, which was not circulating blood. Situ Qingyu saw that Ning Shu ignored him and went straight into the Prime Minister's residence. He walked over and grabbed Ning Shu's wrist. His other hand pressed against the wall behind Ning Shu. It was an extremely ambiguous position. Chapter 132. Situ Qingyu's body exuded a strong aura of hostility. After the cabinet, he almost hugged Ning Shu in his arms. When he looked down at her from above, it made her heart beat wildly. Ning Shu, oh, this position. She didn't expect to be flirted with as the female lead. But could it be someone else? She was flirted with by a psychopath. She felt very depressed. Situ Qingyu was indeed an expert at controlling people's emotions. He had been so cruel just now, tying her up and dragging her away. Now, he was acting in such an ambiguous and domineering manner. It was so hot and cold that one couldn't control it at all. But Ning Shu only wanted to have a gun and shoot this guy in the head. Situ Qingyu said faintly, his tone still at a loss. Is what you said before true? You're my man. Even in life and death. It's fake, Ning Shu said without thinking. Situ Qingyu's expression instantly turned ugly. Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 30. 2,333 reported. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Seeing Situ Qingyu's hurt expression, if it was the female lead, her heart would probably ache. After all, the female lead was so hot and kind. Ning Shu said, why would I like a person who kills people like scything flax? You have a dark mind. I'd rather like a dog than a person like you. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu maliciously. You're lighting the fire. Was the next sentence, you're responsible for extinguishing the fire you started? Look, there's an idiot over there. Ning Shu pointed behind Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu frowned and looked at Ning Shu. There really is an idiot. Turn around and look, Ning Shu said with certainty. Situ Qingyu turned his head. Ning Shu immediately crawled under his arm and ran away with Yulan. Situ Qingyu was speechless. Ning Shu and Yulan ran back to the embroidery building. Yulan panted as she placed the steamed buns in her arms on the table. Ning Shu asked, Miss, why didn't you go with that prince and return to this wolf's den? Miss, this servant really doesn't understand what Miss is thinking. What's the difference? One was a wolf's den while the other was a tiger's den. Ning Shu drank a large cup of water and picked up a bun to eat. He said, Your miss has her reasons. Pang! A black shadow jumped in through the window and rolled on the ground twice. The black shadow rolled in front of Ning Shu's feet and Ning Shu kicked him twice. The secret guard hurriedly got up from the ground and picked up the bun on the table to eat. Wearing black clothes in broad daylight with a scarf around his neck, there must be something wrong with his head. When I blew the whistle, where did you run off to? Didn't you hear it? Ning Shu said grumpily. But seeing the shadow guards appear, Ning Shu felt a sense of security. She never realized that the female lead could be so fragile. The secret guard stuffed the steamed buns into his mouth and said, I heard it. I was healing my injuries and I saw that Miss was fine, so I didn't appear. What kind of secret guard was this? He wasn't handsome but was so willful. He ran faster than anyone when fighting and immediately appeared when eating. What was the use of raising this kind of secret guard? Stop eating. What will we eat after you finish eating? Yulan, put away the steamed buns. Ning Shu said grumpily. You're a secret guard. You can't even get food for yourself. You even came to steal the food that we two weak women worked so hard to get. You're shameless. Ning Shu was speechless at this unreliable secret guard. The secret guard swallowed the steamed bun and covered his face with the black scarf, revealing a square forehead and a pair of eyes. Ning Shu felt very anxious when he saw this. He felt that this unimportant cannon fodder looked really casual. Miss, if there's anything, just blow the whistle. I'll appear immediately. Secret guard Ning Shu said. The moment he opened his mouth, there was the smell of leeks. Ning Shu was speechless. She had also blown it. The last time she wanted the shadow guard to get her and Yulan some food, she was almost out of breath. This guy didn't even come out. It was clear that this shadow guard was not reliable at all. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then took out a silver note and said, Take this money and send some food to Yulan and me every day. Also, go buy food. Don't wear black clothes anymore. Go, I don't want to see you now. Ning Shu waved his hand. The secret guard stuffed the silver note into his arms. Ning Shu said again, Go to the bank to exchange for some broken silver. Don't take the silver note directly to buy things. The secret guard nodded and said, I understand. Ning Shu, he felt that this guy was unreliable. The secret guard jumped out of the window again and disappeared. In the evening, Situ Qingyu came over and prepared a large table of delicacies for Ning Shu. Ning Shu was vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. After eating it, would you want to roll around with her? Bah, this old lady despises you. What haven't I eaten before? Situ Qingyu looked down at Ning Shu and said as if he was giving alms, This is the food I prepared for you. Throw away your steamed bun. Ning Shu shook her head. I still like steamed buns. I used to eat too many delicacies, but now I've changed my taste. I like to eat steamed buns. Situ Qingyu sneered. Is it because of the regent that you like steamed buns so much? I heard that the regent helped you out, so you like to eat steamed buns now. Ning Shu, this brain hole, this logic, no one else, she ate steamed buns purely because they were free. When Situ Qingyu saw Ning Shu's silence, it was obvious that she had acquiesced to his words. His eyes turned red and he roared, Mu Yanluo, how dare you look down on this general? You have to eat today whether you want to or not. Ding, abuse points, 5. Current abuse points, 35. 2333, Ning Shu was not used to the system having such a strong presence at all. The previous system was silent from beginning to end, but the updated system kept popping up from time to time, which annoyed Ning Shu to no end. As if sensing Ning Shu's annoyance, 2333 felt wronged and said, I'm letting you know the progress of the mission. How can you dislike me so much? I'm so sad, sob sob sob. Ning Shu heard the system's cries and shuddered. Fuck, this system is so cheap. Ning Shu basically did not do anything, and then the abuse points reached 35. These abuse points were all caused by Situ Qingyu's own self-abuse. He was sensitive and had an inferiority complex. Any action could make Situ Qingyu feel uncomfortable, and any action could touch the darkness in his heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sure enough, he couldn't be the male lead if there was nothing wrong with him. Ning Shu raised her chin and looked at the dishes on the table. She said disdainfully, this is nothing. I used to eat these every day, and I've long been sick of them. Now that you're taking these out, it's a disgrace. Situ Qingyu's face was livid. He looked at Ning Shu and said maliciously, every time I see you acting so high and mighty, I want to trample on your pride and make you crawl under my feet. He had an inferiority complex, but he couldn't bear to see others being proud. Chapter 133. In the end, Situ Qingyu was so angry that he flipped the table. The dishes and plates on the table fell to the ground. Broken porcelain and all kinds of vegetable soup were mixed together. It was a mess. Damn, so what if you're strong? I can still flip the table if I master a peerless martial art. Guard this courtyard well. Don't send food inside. Situ Qingyu roared at the guard at the door, then turned to Ning Shu and said coldly, since you don't want to eat, don't eat in the future. Ning Shu snorted proudly and looked at Situ Qingyu with contempt and pity. Situ Qingyu's aura became violent and he said maliciously, you don't want your eyes anymore. How dare you look at me like that? Situ Qingyu sneered and said, it's said that you can get a woman's heart if you get her body. Don't be so proud now. When I get on top of you, you'll cry and beg me to get on top of you. Ning Shu was speechless. Situ Qingyu walked toward Ning Shu with lust in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to rape Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Situ Qingyu without changing his expression and said indifferently, you smell like leftovers. When Situ Qingyu flipped the table just now, the soup spilled on him. Situ Qingyu's face was livid. Mu Yanluo, you've challenged my patience time and time again. I'll make you pay the price. With that, he turned and left. Ning Shu curled her lips. She was really an extremely arrogant person, but at the same time, she was also an extremely self-abased person. Situ Qingyu didn't let anyone send food to the embroidery building. Sure enough, no one sent food in for several days. Ning Shu and Yuelan ate steamed buns every day. Sometimes, the square-faced shadow guard would bring in some food. Ning Shu's life was comfortable. Situ Qingyu thought that Mu Yanluo would come back to beg him, but she didn't come for several days. Seeing Ning Shu alive and kicking, Situ Qingyu sneered. This woman still had a shadow guard. Situ Qingyu said maliciously, if I kill your secret guard, what will you rely on? Ning Shu chuckled and refused to talk to the lunatic. Situ Qingyu's expression turned cold. I really don't know what you're so proud of. You're no longer the Prime Minister's daughter or the noble lady of Donghua Nation. You're my captive, my slave. Your life is in my hands. What you should do now is to please me and offer me your body instead of disobeying me like this. The consequences may not be something you can bear. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu from above. Ning Shu was speechless. He felt too good about himself. Situ Qingyu saw that Ning Shu was stubborn and wanted to force himself on Ning Shu. Ning Shu blew the whistle without hesitation. A shadow guard in black jumped in through the window. Situ Qingyu looked at the guard coldly. If I don't kill you today, I won't be Situ. The two of them fought together. This time, the guard didn't run away first. Instead, he fought with Situ Qingyu and used his true abilities. It seemed that he was evenly matched with Situ Qingyu. General, the regent is here. He's waiting for you in the front hall. The guard outside the door shouted to Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu was slightly stunned. The shadow guard took advantage of this and slapped Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu groaned and covered his chest. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at the shadow guard and Ning Shu. Very good, very good. The shadow guard jumped out of the window and ran away. Situ Qingyu glanced at Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu patted her chest and said, I've finally dodged a calamity. Miss, let's get out of here. It's too dangerous. Yuelan said with a pale face. Ning Shu let out a long breath. After a while, a maid came over to Ning Shu and said, the general asked you to go to the front hall. His Highness wants to see you. The general said that you should dress sloppily. Luo Zhenyan wanted to see her. Dress sloppily? Yuelan, come and help me dress up. Make me as beautiful as possible. Ning Shu said to Yuelan. Yuelan immediately said, okay. Yuelan hoped that the regent could take her miss away from here. The maid heard Ning Shu's words and quickly said, the general said that you should dress sloppily and put some dust on your face. Ning Shu and Yuelan ignored her. Under Yuelan's skillful hands, Ning Shu looked at her own face. She was so beautiful that she didn't dare to look directly at it. Ning Shu felt that he was about to be mesmerized by this face. The maid looked at Ning Shu in a daze, then shook her head and said, you can't do this. The general will kill you. It's okay. Lead the way. Ning Shu clamped her buttocks tightly, not allowing her waist to sway. She walked towards the front hall elegantly. Ning Shu walked into the front hall. The atmosphere was not very good. Situ Qingyu's face was cold and Luo Zhenyan had a faint smile. The conversation between the two was very unpleasant. Seeing Ning Shu come in, Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan were stunned. Situ Qingyu's face immediately darkened. He knew that the regent came for Mu Yenluo and told her not to stand out too much. But now, she was so beautiful. Cold and charming, with exquisite makeup. Situ Qingyu's heart was full of anger. He looked at Ning Shu as if he was looking at his prey, as if he would be torn apart by Ning Shu in the next moment. Luo Zhenyan looked at Ning Shu, his eyes full of amazement. His gaze was domineering and lingering, and there was a kind of determination in his eyes. He didn't expect this female slave to be so beautiful. She was really devastatingly beautiful. No wonder Situ Qingyu was unwilling to give her to him. Cough, cough. Do you still remember me? Luo Zhenyan asked. He walked in front of Ning Shu. There was a smell of ambergris on his body and a strong masculine aura that made people's hearts tremble. Ning Shu was now pretending to be noble and cold, but when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely rough. Who are you? Luo Zhenyan was stunned when he heard such a coarse voice. He felt that it was too out of place. Such a beautiful person should have a soft and gentle voice. It was charming, affectionate, and melodious. What's wrong with your voice? Are you injured? Luo Zhenyan asked with a frown. Don't worry. I will heal your voice. Ning Shu raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. Seeing that Ning Shu didn't speak, Luo Zhenyan said eagerly, have you forgotten? Bun, do you still remember Bun? We met at the bun shop. Ning Shu pursed her lips. When they were at the bun shop, she didn't have any image at all. How could Luo Zhenyan be so sure that it was her? Sure enough, he had taken a fancy to Mu Yenlua's beauty, but after getting her, he treated her like dirt, raped her, and sexually abused her. Basically, when Mu Yenlua was on her period, it was Luo Junyan's exclusive time. What a unique taste. Leave, Situ Qingyu said coldly to Ning Shu. Before Ning Shu could speak, Luo Junyan said, Situ Qingyu, I am here to take her away today. Situ Qingyu sneered. Your Highness, she belongs to me now. Are you going to snatch her away? Oh, hee. Was he going to snatch her away now? Chapter 134. Situ Qingyu didn't want Ning Shu and Luo Junyan to leave at all. This was somewhat different from the plot. Ning Shu understood after thinking for a while. Situ Qingyu hadn't gotten her body yet. What he couldn't get was good. If he got it too easily, he wouldn't cherish it. Now, there was a prince regent who obviously had bad intentions. His status was higher than his power was greater than his, and he was as handsome as him. Situ Qingyu immediately felt a sense of crisis in his heart. For the sake of his male dignity, he had to go all out. Food was for the fragrance, and women were for the beauty. Humans were indeed despicable. Luo Junyan said domineeringly, such a beauty should be taken good care of and not suffer under the hands of a butcher like you. General Situ, don't you think you're going overboard by tying her up and parading her through the streets in public? She's my slave. I can do whatever I want. What does it have to do with your highness? Situ Qingyu said with a cold face. I've said it before. She's mine from now on. Even if she's a slave, I can still give her a noble status. Situ Qingyu, remember your status. What right do you have to fight with me? Luo Junyan said with disdain. Situ Qingyu hated people who looked down on him the most. Now that Luo Junyan was using his status to look down on him and oppress him, Situ Qingyu's face instantly turned ugly. Then what does your highness want? I, Situ Qingyu, will accompany you to the end. Situ Qingyu's face stiffened, and he didn't give in. Ning Shu watched the two men fight from the side. As the person involved, she didn't have the right to speak. It was quite miserable. Ning Shu immediately looked at the two of them with a teary expression. She grabbed the clothes by her chest and looked like she was hurt. She said sadly, you can do this. I'm a human, not a thing. I have my own thoughts. Why are you fighting over me? Can't you show me some respect? Ning Shu wiped her tears and ran away with small steps, not caring if the people in the room were fighting or being gay. Miss, wait for this servant. Yulan immediately chased after Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked back and saw that the little girl was running very fast. He quickly increased his speed. Yulan shouted from behind, Miss, wait for this servant. Ning Shu was really tired from running. She held onto the railing and gasped for breath. Yulan almost fainted. She gasped for breath and asked, Miss, why are you running so fast? You chased me with all your might. How could I not run? Ning Shu said. I'll just treat it as training my body. The two returned to the embroidery building. Ning Shu poured a large glass of water. Yulan pursed her lips and asked, Miss, why didn't you go with the regent? The regent is much better than this general. This general even beat people. Situ Qingyu was a violent maniac. Ning Shu propped up her chin and looked at Yulan. She lifted her chin with her finger and said rudely, Little girl, you're not bad looking. Miss, I'm serious. Besides, I'm not as good looking as you. Miss stays in the boudoir, but your reputation has spread throughout the Donghua nation. Yulan said shyly. Reputation? Bah, it was reputation. It made every man want to sleep with Mu Yenluo, the most beautiful woman in the world. Alright, I know what I'm doing. Why did your square-faced brother bring food? Ning Shu touched her stomach and felt a little hungry. Miss, what are you talking about? What square-faced brother? The secret guard is not my brother at all. Yulan immediately said, I don't have such an ugly brother. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu turned around and saw the secret guard climbing the window and entering the room. He probably heard what Yuelan said. The secret guard threw the food on the table and snorted at Yuelan. She was talking behind someone's back and was heard by someone. Yuelan blushed and didn't say anything. Ning Shu comforted her and said, Yuelan was just joking. You're not ugly. You're unique. I've never seen such a square face like yours. What a square face, so square. I reckon you're the only one in the world who looks like this. You should be proud. The secret guard was speechless. The secret guard glanced at Ning Shu and Yuelan with his exposed eyes and jumped out of the window. Yuelan was a little uneasy. She asked Ning Shu, who was eating a chicken, Miss, the secret guard won't be angry and ignore us because we said he's ugly. Ning Shu sucked the meat on her finger and said calmly, It's okay. I just comforted him. Yuelan looked at Ning Shu. Miss, were you comforting him? I think you're rubbing salt on his wound. It was unknown if it was because of Ning Shu's declaration that she was the female lead, but Situ Qingyu looked at her with a complicated gaze. Ning Shu's intestines were in a knot, but her face was noble and cold. I'm so cold and fragile. Do you have the heart to hurt me? Now that Situ Qingyu didn't restrict Ning Shu's movements, he allowed her to wander around the Prime Minister's residence. When it was time for dinner, someone sent food over. Yuelan was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand the feeling of going from hell to heaven. Not only was Yuelan dumbfounded, but Ning Shu was also baffled. Could it be that Situ Qingyu was going to take the warm route? Or was it because of her deafening declaration? However, Ning Shu didn't refuse food. She also accepted the jewelry that Situ Qingyu sent over. Then, she turned around and asked the secret guard to sell them for money. After this stop at the Prime Minister's residence, she still had to travel around the world to visit the imperial merchant's residence. Then, she still had to find a teacher in the remote countryside, a divine doctor who liked to live in the forest, and the leader of the demonic sect who lived halfway up the mountain like a caveman. What was she going to do if she didn't have money? However, the secret guard didn't get much money. Ning Shu suspected that Situ Qingyu didn't send fake goods, or that the secret guard was a fool who was forced to be fooled. Ning Shu stood in the pavilion and looked at Situ Qingyu who was practicing his sword outside. Petals swirled in the air, the sound of the sword resounded, and the light of the sword flashed. Coupled with the beautiful man Situ Qingyu, it was as beautiful as a painting. There should be a beauty playing the zither in such a scene, but Ning Shu didn't know how to play the zither at all. Situ Qingyu stopped his moves, and Ning Shu immediately applauded. General, you've really played a cheap trick. Situ Qingyu and Ning Shu smiled faintly. Their forehead was slightly sweaty. When they smiled like this, they felt as if the school hunk was walking toward them with a basketball in his arms. It had a strong smell of hormones. Mu Yen Luo, this general wants to ask you. Are you willing to accompany this general? Situ Qingyu asked Ning Shu in a deep voice. The current Situ Qingyu seemed to have restrained his hostility and ruthlessness. He looked masculine and valiant, with a thin waist and narrow buttocks, especially able to make a woman's heart ripple. Ning Shu was even more puzzled. Why did he suddenly change his style? Ning Shu asked, Why? Why are you suddenly treating me so well? I feel overwhelmed by the favor and my heart trembles. I'm afraid you're going to do something to me. Situ Qingyu was speechless. Chapter 135. Situ Qingyu wasn't the only one who became more attentive to Ning Shu. Even Luo Junyan came to the Prime Minister's residence every day to deliver things. They were all treasures and valuable trinkets. Ning Shu was even more confused. These two people were wooing her. Ning Shu covered her face with her hands. She didn't expect that someone with less than 5 points of charm would suddenly be wooed one day. She didn't get this kind of treatment when she was cannon fodder. But soon, Ning Shu couldn't be bothered anymore. The secret guard said to Ning Shu directly, These two people are making a bet to see who you will fall in love with. Don't ask me how I know. I just know. Alright, I overheard it. Ning Shu felt heartbroken. After all this time, it was Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan who made a bet that the beauty's heart would belong to whoever could win her heart. Ning Shu was speechless. Indeed, a dog can't change its spots. She freaking thought that she had become charming just because she was wearing the female lead's skin. It was all because of the attraction between the male and female leads. It had nothing to do with her personal charm. Now, Luo Zhenyan was loitering in front of her again. Ning Shu looked at Luo Zhenyan in front of her silently. His expression was that of a domineering CEO, making Ning Shu's balls hurt. Woman, come with me. I can give you a noble status and a richer life. Luo Zhenyan reached out his hand to Ning Shu. I will love you dearly. I heard that there are more than 30 concubines in the prince's residence. If I go to the prince's residence, won't they eat me up? Ning Shu looked terrified and helpless. She shook her head and said, there aren't that many women here. I'm willing to scatter my harem for you. I only want you, Luo Zhenyan said excitedly. Luo Zhenyan said agitatedly. His saliva almost splashed onto Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu hurriedly covered her face with a handkerchief, revealing a pair of watery eyes. But this little girl doesn't dare to believe your highness. What about those girls who were chased away? From now on, this prince will only have you as his woman. This prince will not touch other women. You don't have to care about those women. This prince will give them a sum of money, enough for them to live on, Ning Shu said affectionately. Ning Shu, fuck, what a scumbag. Fuck you. You chased me away just like that. This scumbag. Ning Shu's heart was filled with loathing for this person. He had never thought about how these women would live. This was the ancient times where hierarchy was strict. Even if the female lead Mu Yen Luo and the 7 dwarves lived happily together, they had to find a place to live in seclusion and not in the open. Ning Shu picked up the cup on the stone table and splashed it on Luo Zhenyan's face. Scumbag, wash away your filthy soul. Ah, what's wrong with my hand? Why can't I control it? Sob sob sob. Ning Shu wiped his tears and ran out of the pavilion, ignoring Luo Zhenyan's shocked face. Miss, wait for this servant. Wait for this servant. Yuelan chased after Ning Shu. Miss, Ning Shu ran back to her embroidery building. Yuelan was almost out of breath from running. She stammered, Miss, why don't you wait for this servant every time? Ning Shu poured a cup of tea and took a deep breath. She said to Yuelan, your miss is going to leave this place. What are your plans? This servant will follow Mississippi. This servant is Mrs. Person in life and will be Mrs. Ghost in death. Miss, please don't leave this servant behind. Yuelan's expression was heroic and stern. Ning Shu didn't want to be entangled with these two people anymore. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. But before she left, she had to teach the general and the prince a lesson. She didn't get raped by these two people. Half of the mission was completed. At least to some extent, she had avoided the plot. She couldn't delay any longer. If these two lost their patience and raped her, Ning Shu wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. Ning Shu took out the whistle that was tucked deep in her cleavage and blew it. After a while, a black-clothed and masked shadow guard came in through the window. Ning Shu looked at his disguise. It was bad enough that he was ugly, but how could he ruin himself like this? You're hopeless. Shadow guard, go prepare a carriage and some dry food. We're leaving. Ning Shu looked at the shadow guard seriously and said, the fates of the 3 of us are in your hands. Do your best. The shadow guard looked at Ning Shu. Why do you want to leave? I think these 2 are dragons and phoenixes. They both like you now. Why do you want to leave? You don't understand love at all. Ning Shu raised his chin. His face was melancholic and haggard. The shadow guard's eyes swept over Ning Shu's face and said disdainfully, you've lost your mind. Then, she jumped out of the window. Ning Shu was eating dinner when Situ Qingyu came. He sat across from Ning Shu and suddenly reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand. Immediately, Ning Shu felt that he had hair all over his body. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He just silently wanted to pull his hand back. Situ Qingyu held Ning Shu's hand tightly. Ning Shu tried to pull his hand back, but Situ Qingyu immediately let go of Ning Shu's hand. Then, with a slap, Ning Shu's hand hit his own face and then fell to the ground. "Miss, are you okay?" Yuelan immediately came up to help Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt that his butt was numb, but his face looked noble and indifferent. Ning Shu thought, "This damn bitch. Why are you looking for me?" Ning Shu secretly rubbed his butt. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu with a pair of blurred and painful eyes. This gaze made Ning Shu's body tremble. Oh my, what a touching gaze. Situ Qingyu wanted to hold Ning Shu's hand again, but Ning Shu immediately put his hand behind his back. Situ Qingyu said, "Yan Luo, are you still angry at me for bullying you before? Is that why you're so cold to me now?" "Yes." Ning Shu shook his head and said, "Yan Luo knows that the general doesn't like women. In the past, women made me eat shit and lick shoes. I've been abused a lot, so I can understand why the general treats me like this. However, Yan Luo feels wronged. After all, Yan Luo didn't make you eat shit, didn't make you lick shoes, didn't make you bark like a dog, didn't ride you like a horse, didn't treat you like a human, so Yan Luo feels wronged." Ding. Abuse points, 5, 10, 20. Current abuse points, 70. 2333 sounded very excited, although he didn't know why a mainframe would be so excited. Ning Shu saw that Situ Qingyu's face was trembling violently, and his eyes were red. When he looked at him, there was an uncontrollable murderous intent in his eyes. Ning Shu hurriedly widened his innocent eyes and covered his mouth with his hand. His face was full of guilt. He hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this up. Even if you have a terrible past, in Yenluo's heart, the general will always be an indomitable spirit." What was an indomitable spirit for bullying a woman? Those women shouldn't have treated you like this in the past. You deserve it. If it was Yenluo wouldn't have treated you like this. She would have killed him. "General, you won't blame me, right? I didn't mean to say these things." So what if he said it? Chapter 136. After being lectured by Ning Shu, Situ Qingyu forcibly suppressed the violence in his heart and wanted to grab Ning Shu's hand. However, Ning Shu's hand was behind her back, so he could only put his hand on Ning Shu's shoulder and said affectionately, "Mu Yan Luo, I love you." Ning Shu suddenly showed a sour expression and grimaced. Situ Qingyu lowered his head and wanted to kiss Ning Shu. Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Ning Shu really wanted to vomit. He had said so much just to get his hands on her body. Ning Shu turned her head and avoided Situ Qingyu's lips. She said sadly, "General, do you want Yan Luo?" A trace of impatience flashed across Situ Qingyu's face. The bet he made with the regent was just a game of hunting, but this woman really put on airs, which made Situ Qingyu's heart churn with anger. Ning Shu naturally saw Situ Qingyu's unkind eyes, but she put on a silly and sweet expression and said loudly, "General, please respect me. If you love me, you should respect me. We haven't gotten married yet, so you can't do such an impolite thing. Do you love my body?" A trace of displeasure flashed across Situ Qingyu's face. He held Ning Shu's shoulder and said, "I was attracted to you and couldn't help myself. I naturally respect you and will marry you in a palanquin. Just wait to become my wife." Ning Shu's teeth ached even more. She couldn't help but lower her head and show a look of disdain. She said shyly, "Thank you, General. General, you can go first. I'm a little tired." Ning Shu turned and went into the room, closing the door with a bang. Situ Qingyu's face darkened. He snorted almost undetectably and turned to leave with his hands behind his back. Ning Shu saw Situ Qingyu leave through the crack in the door and couldn't help rubbing her cheeks. Situ Qingyu wanted to break the rules of the game. She would belong to whoever could win her heart. Situ Qingyu wanted to push her directly just now. Get lost. It seemed that he was going to leave this place. When Situ Qingyu got impatient, she would be waiting to be raped. The next night, Ning Shu prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes and several jars of fine wine. Then, she put a big bag of medicine in each of the jars. She rolled up her sleeves and put her hands into the jars. She stirred vigorously twice to let the medicine powder completely dissolve in the wine. After everything was ready, Ning Shu waited for Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan to come over with a noble and cold expression. Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan came together. When the two of them walked into the room, the whole room was lit up by their radiance. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. He was such a beauty, but he was a pervert. Please have a seat. I invited you to dinner today because I have something to tell you. Ning Shu politely asked Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan to sit down. Luo Zhenyan looked at Ning Shu and said, "You're very beautiful today." Ning Shu smiled shyly and touched her face. She held her breath until her face turned red. Then, she said, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. I don't deserve it. You're really beautiful." Yan Luo deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, Situ Qingyu said. Ning Shu lowered her head and smiled shyly again. She placed two big bowls in front of them and said, "Yan Luo knows that I'm not beautiful. It's already Yan Luo's greatest fortune to be able to receive Your Highness's and General's pity." As Ning Shu spoke, she poured wine into their bowls. "Today, I invited the two of you here to tell you my true thoughts." "Yan Luo, just say what you want to say," Luo Zhenyan said anxiously. Ning Shu held her breath again until her face turned red. Then, she stamped her foot shyly and said, "Yan Luo really doesn't want to say it. You guys drink first." Luo Zhenyan was the first to finish the entire bowl of wine, not leaving a single drop behind. Situ Qingyu did not move. He was a man of war, so he was naturally extremely vigilant. Moreover, Situ Qingyu did not trust Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw that Luo Zhenyan had finished the wine and became even more shy. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Your Highness, you're amazing." After drinking a bowl of wine, Luo Zhenyan's face was a little red. When he heard Ning Shu's words, he puffed out his chest. Ning Shu said, "I'm a lord who's second only to you. I'll treat you well in the future." Ning Shu looked at Luo Zhenyan with sparkling eyes. She looked as if she loved him so much that she couldn't say it out loud. Situ Qingyu frowned and snorted. He also finished the wine in his bowl. Ning Shu immediately said, "General, you're as amazing as His Highness." Ning Shu poured more wine for Situ Qingyu. "General, you've been through countless battles and you're heroic. Yan Luo has never seen a man like you who gives me a sense of security." Luo Zhenyan raised his wine bowl and said provocatively to Situ Qingyu, "General Situ, I'll toast you." Situ Qingyu's expression didn't change. He clinked glasses with Luo Zhenyan and they both drank. Ning Shu stamped his feet anxiously and said, "Don't drink because of this. Eat. Drinking like this is bad for your health. Can you give me some face and not do this for me?" Luo Zhenyan reached out to stop Ning Shu from speaking. He said indifferently, "This is a duel between men. It has nothing to do with you." Ning Shu clutched his chest and shook his head with a twisted face. "But Yan Luo doesn't want you to do this. Don't do this. Drink, drink. It's best if you die from drinking." "Don't worry about it," Situ Qingyu said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was obedient. She watched the two men compete in drinking. At first, they used bowls, but later, they drank directly from the jug. Ning Shu sat on the stool and crossed her legs as she watched the two men drink to their deaths. In the end, they were drunk and passed out on the ground. "Girl, it's time to go to work," Ning Shu said to Yuelan. Yuelan held the package in her arms and said, "Miss, are we leaving now?" "Wait. I'll be a good person to the end." "Drag them to the bed," Ning Shu said as he rolled up his sleeves. Yuelan nodded obediently and put down the package. She pulled Situ Qingyu's arm and dragged him to the bed. Oh my, I didn't expect this girl to be so strong. Ning Shu grabbed Luo Zhenyan's clothes and used all his strength to drag him. Ning Shu's face turned red, but Luo Zhenyan on the ground didn't move at all. Miss, what are you doing? Yuelan asked Ning Shu. We should go. The secret guards are still waiting for us. Ning Shu panted and said, come and help me. I can't move him. Yuelan hurried over and helped Ning Shu drag Luo Zhenyan onto the bed. Ning Shu reached out and unbuttoned Luo Zhenyan's clothes. After a while, Luo Zhenyan was naked and his most private parts were exposed. Yuelan was dumbfounded. She covered her eyes and asked, Miss, what are you doing? Be a good person. Ning Shu swiftly took off Situ Qingyu's clothes and walked around with him. Miss. Yuelan covered her eyes with her hands and looked at the two men's bodies through the gaps of her fingers. Chapter 137. Ning Shu let the two naked men hug each other and laughed. Congratulations on opening the door to a new world. Let's go. Ning Shu said to Yuelan. Seeing that Yuelan was still looking at the two men on the bed, he pulled Yuelan's collar and walked out of the room. Miss, I feel very excited, Yuelan said to Ning Shu. Her eyes were emitting a green light, which was especially terrifying in the dark night. Ning Shu was speechless. What are you excited about? Seeing the two of them lying on the bed, this servant's heart thumped, 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 the roots of her hair stood on end, and goosebumps rose all over her body. In short, I was very excited. Yuelan's face was completely red. Ning Shu's jaw dropped to the ground. Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan were not the only ones who were about to open the door to a new world. There was also Yuelan. Yuelan still wanted to go into the room, but Ning Shu grabbed her collar and blew the whistle. Then, a black shadow jumped in through the window and immediately jumped out again. Ning Shu was speechless. She and Yuelan were clearly in the courtyard. Why did the square-faced secret guard jump into the room? Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Ning Shu's secret guard asked. The secret guard nodded and said, the carriage is outside the courtyard wall. We can leave soon. Ning Shu heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, let's go. The three of them avoided the patrol team in the residence and reached the courtyard wall. Ning Shu asked, how do we get over? The secret guard said pretentiously, I'll carry you over. Then, the secret guard held one of them with each arm and stepped on the courtyard wall, trying to fly over. In the end, the secret guard overestimated his ability. The three of them fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. Can you do it or not? Ning Shu patted the dust off his body. It was unbearable to meet such an unreliable secret guard. The secret guard said, I can climb over the wall by myself, but I didn't expect that I couldn't climb over with two people. Ning Shu was speechless. Forget it, Yuelan and I will just go crawl through the dog hole, Ning Shu said snappily. No. Yuelan said resolutely and decisively. Ning Shu said, this servant will go through the dog hole. Miss and the shadow guards will climb the wall. Both of them were running away, so how could there be a difference between the two? He was simply drunk. In the end, Ning Shu still held his chest and squeezed out of the dog hole. When he came out, Ning Shu said to Yuelan, quickly support your young miss. Your young miss's chest hurts. Miss, do you want this servant to give you a massage? Yuelan reached out her hand to massage Ning Shu's chest. Ning Shu was speechless. Duh. The shadow guard came over with a carriage. Ning Shu and Yuelan hurriedly got on the carriage. Secret guard Ning Shu asked, Miss, where are you going? East City. The black-bellied imperial merchant was in that place. East City wasn't far from here, so it would only take a day's journey. Does Miss have any relatives in East City? The shadow guard asked, or does Master want Miss to meet up with them in East City? No, I just want to go to East City. Ning Shu said very willfully. The carriage left the capital. Looking at the capital's city gates getting further and further away, Ning Shu let out a deep breath. At least she wasn't pushed down by those two men. She didn't get pregnant, she didn't have a miscarriage, and she didn't get pushed down when her period came. After a busy night, Ning Shu also felt tired. He slept back to back with Yulan. Prime Minister's manor, in the embroidery building. The room was filled with a strong smell of sex. Under the moonlight, the transparent gauze curtain could faintly make out the movements of the people on the bed. One was half kneeling, the other was crawling on the bed. They were constantly moving. Low panting, moaning, and crying sounds mixed with pain and pleasure. It was ambiguous. The two men were having sex, dripping with sweat. Their skin was touching, and the places where they were joined were dripping with blood. It made people feel even more tyrannical. Ding, abuse points 100. Ding, abuse points 100. Ning Shu woke up in the morning to 2333's happy voice. There were so many aphrodisiacs. He hoped that these two guys would die from the explosion. These aphrodisiacs were all produced by the system, and their efficacy was guaranteed. They were also on credit with 2333. When it was time to return the points, he would have to pay the interest. Ning Shu gritted his teeth and exchanged for the aphrodisiac. Damn, he felt that 2333's system was a blood-sucking existence. He stretched lazily. Life was still beautiful. Ning Shu lifted the curtain and saw that the carriage was parked in a forest by the side of the road. The shadow guard driving the carriage set up a fire not far away. There was a stove above the fire, boiling water. Ning Shu stretched out his leg and kicked the sleeping Yulan. Yulan immediately jumped up, but her head hit the roof of the carriage. Yulan covered her head. Ning Shu felt wronged and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Ning Shu walked to the shadow guard's side and sat down. He asked the shadow guard, "Good morning. How far are we from E City?" "It's not far. Let's eat something and leave quickly. Maybe the general and the prince will send people to arrest us." The shadow guard made some food for Ning Shu and Yulan and poured some water for them to drink. She was wrong. This shadow guard was actually quite reliable. Ning Shu ate a biscuit and asked the shadow guard, "Why do you protect me?" "My father asked you to protect me, and you protect me. Don't you feel unsatisfied?" The shadow guard turned his square face to Ning Shu and said, "I was adopted by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister gave me food to eat and a place to sleep. Protecting Miss is my responsibility. Until Miss no longer needs my protection, or until I die before Mississippi." Ning Shu looked at him and suddenly felt that his square face was so handsome and charming. This guy probably didn't have any more scenes because he was killed. After a casual breakfast, Ning Shu and the other two headed for E City. They had no idea how furious Situ Qingyu and Luo Junyan were. The entire capital was filled with wanted posters for her. Situ Qingyu hated women. Every day, he was mocked by Ning Shu, who acted noble in front of him and stepped on his wounds. He was disgusted with women. Now that he was rolling around with a man, he completely broke the ice. He felt that it was better to be with a man. During this process, he could be like a man, but he could also be like a woman. This feeling was too wonderful. Situ Qingyu's biggest goal now was to get Luo Junyan into bed again. However, Luo Junyan felt extremely disgusted. He was the high and mighty regent, but he actually slept with a man and was slept with by another man. Now, the hole in his back was bleeding every time he went to the toilet. Luo Junyan even had the thought of dying. Especially when he felt Situ Qingyu's scorching and predatory gaze, Luo Junyan's heart convulsed. He was a man. How could he be with another man? Moreover, this one was a general whose status was inferior to his. Mu Yen Luo, that bitch, he would definitely torture her to death once he caught her. Even that wouldn't be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. In short, this was a story of oppression and being oppressed. The dark and black-bellied attacker and the tsundere victim. Situ Qingyu and Luo Junyan restarted their sadistic love story. It basically had nothing to do with Ning Shu. The two members of Mu Yenlua's harem were gay. Chapter 138. Yi City was very prosperous. It was a city comparable to the capital. The people living in the capital were all high officials and nobles, but many of the people living in Yi City were rich people. It was a city filled with rich people. Two women in ragged clothes were pulling a tattered handcart. On the handcart was something wrapped in a tattered straw mat, revealing a pair of dirty feet. At a glance, one could tell that the person under the straw mat was a dead person. Seeing this scene, everyone unconsciously avoided them. The people pulling the handcart were Ning Shu and Yuelan. The person lying on the handcart pretending to be dead was the shadow guard brother. Ning Shu was so tired that he wanted to die. He looked around and found a lively place. He stopped the handcart and worked with Yuelan to lift the shadow guard out of the handcart and placed him on the street. Then, he took out a wooden board. On the wooden board, he wrote, "Sell your body to bury your father." Ning Shu knelt in front of the shadow guard and crawled on his body. She wailed, "Father, daughter has let you down, let you down. Miss, don't be sad. Master's spirit in heaven will see Miss filial piety." Yuelan first comforted Ning Shu. Then, she threw herself on the shadow guard and wailed, "Master, you died so miserably. Master, master." Ning Shu saw that the place Yuelan was hugging was a bit sensitive. It was probably the place where the shadow guard was. However, Yuelan didn't notice anything and wailed desperately. Ning Shu felt the shadow guard under the straw mat move. The straw mat covering him also moved. Ning Shu hurriedly pulled Yuelan up. Yuelan wiped her tears and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Ning Shu wanted to say that she was pressing on his dick, but seeing Yuelan's dumbfounded expression, he said, "Don't touch father's body." Yuelan let out two ohs as she knelt at the side, tears dripping down her cheeks. Ning Shu felt deep veneration for her. This was the real movie queen. Ning Shu and Yuelan's movements could be heard from half the street, attracting many onlookers. However, seeing Ning Shu and Yuelan's unkempt appearance, no one stood out to buy Ning Shu. Ning Shu did not mind. His target was not these people. He was waiting for the male lead, Huang Shangjun, a rich and powerful man. "Miss, what should we do now? It's been so long since someone asked us about the price." Yuelan asked. Ning Shu said, "Don't worry." Yuelan saw that no one would ask her about it for a while, so she knelt on the ground and stopped wailing. She wiped her tears with a dirty handkerchief. The people around came and went, but no one came up to ask about the price. Ning Shu was a little regretful. If he had known, he would not have put himself in such a sorry state. He made himself too pitiful and no one asked. Ning Shu was about to fall asleep while kneeling on the ground. Her head was nodding off bit by bit. Beside her, Yuelan had already fallen asleep while leaning on the handcart. She was drooling. "Sell your body to bury your father." A low and sexy voice sounded. Ning Shu's drowsiness disappeared and he quickly pushed Yuelan who was sleeping next to him. As soon as Yuelan opened her eyes, she immediately wailed. "Master, it's this servant's fault. I didn't protect Miss well and let Miss fall to the point of selling her body to bury her father. Miss, this servant is pitiful Mississippi." Yuelan hugged Ning Shu and wailed. Ning Shu used all his strength to pull Yuelan's arms away and said sadly to the person who came, "Young master, this little girl is from Chuzhou City. I really have no other way, so I sold my body to bury my father. Raise your head and let me have a look." Ning Shu immediately raised his head and looked at the man. The background around the man was blurred. He was a shining existence. This was definitely Nanshujin. Qi Sheng's body flowed with a kind of gentle and cruel beauty. He was steady and gave people a sense of danger. His eyes were deep and calm, as if something was surging. This was the two-faced imperial merchant, Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ning Shu's dirty face. He closed the folding fan and gently hit the palm of his hand. He said, "Why don't you wash your face and make it prettier so that you can sell it at a higher price?" Before Ning Shu could say anything, Yulan said, "My miss said that she doesn't care about our appearance. Anyone who helps us is a good person." Qi Sheng was wearing a brocade robe. Every part of his body was incomparably exquisite. Even the pendant of his folding fan was made of round jade. At first glance, people could tell that he was from a wealthy family. His every move carried with it the aura of wealth. Qi Sheng squatted down and lifted the tattered straw mat with his folding fan. He tilted his head and looked at the shadow guard's square face. Then he looked at Ning Shu and said, "You look a little different from your father." Ning Shu said indifferently, "My mother's beauty neutralizes my father's ugliness." Ning Shu felt wronged for the shadow guard. Not only was he ugly, but he also looked old. Qi Sheng didn't even question the shadow guard's age. How could he have a daughter as old as her? Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng expectantly. "Young master, do you need a maid?" "As long as you bury my father, I will be your maid." Qi Sheng opened his fan with a schwa sound and said arrogantly, "How much money do you want?" Ning Shu stretched out a finger. Qi Sheng glanced at Ning Shu's finger. 1 tael of silver. Fuck, 1 tael of silver wasn't enough. They were pretending to be dead and crying. It wasn't enough to buy 3 bowls of noodles. Rich people were all stingy. Ning Shu said shyly to Qi Sheng, "Young master, 1 tael of silver is a little too little. It can't even buy a coffin." Qi Sheng waved his folding fan and said indifferently, "Say it." "How much?" "My father used to be an official of the imperial court. Although he was a 7th-ranked minor official, he was still an official. If he was buried so carelessly, how could he face his ancestors? So young master, can you raise the price a little?" Ning Shu pulled Yulan over. "In the future, both of us will be your maids. You said so much just to raise the price." Qi Sheng was incomparably indifferent. "How much?" 10,000 taels of silver. Ning Shu said sonorously. Qi Sheng's expression didn't change. Ning Shu's eyelids twitched. He was indeed a black-bellied imperial merchant. Qi Sheng stretched out 5 fingers. Ning Shu frowned and asked, 5,000 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver. If you don't want to, then forget it. Qi Sheng said indifferently and turned to leave. Ning Shu saw that Qi Sheng really left. He quickly stood up and stepped over the shadow guard. He caught up with Qi Sheng and said, "Young master, please wait." Pft, cough cough cough. The secret guard that was stepped on by Ning Shu coughed violently. Yulan was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Ning Shu immediately pounced on him and wailed, "Father, do you have something to tell your daughter? It's all your daughter's fault for not being able to give you a proper funeral, so that you can't see your ancestors." The shadow guard glared at Ning Shu and closed his eyes as if he was dead. Ning Shu immediately wailed, "Father." Yulan also wailed, "Master, master." Qi Sheng raised his eyebrows. He walked over and put his hand on the tip of the shadow guard's nose. Ning Shu said, "My condolences." Ning Shu, "Oh, really dead?" Chapter 139. She had only stepped on him once, but she had killed the shadow guard. Qi Sheng took out an ingot of silver and threw it to Ning Shu. He said, "This is 20 taels. Bury your father and then go to the Qi residence." "Thank you, young master." Ning Shu put away the silver and worked with Yulan to put the secret guard on the cart and headed out of the city. Ning Shu and Yulan pulled the cart and ran quickly. Qi Sheng raised his eyebrows. He suddenly felt that he had been cheated of his silver. Had he been cheated of his nickname, Fox Chi? When they reached the small forest outside the city, Ning Shu lifted the broken straw mat and patted the secret guard's face. "Hey, wake up, wake up." Yulan's face was a little pale. Ning Shu asked, "Miss, he can't really be dead, right?" Yulan also joined in the slapping. While crying, she slapped the secret guard's face and pinched his philtrum. She shouted, "Wake up, wake up." After a long while, the shadow guard coughed and woke up. His face was still very square before, but now it was swollen and much rounder. The secret guard touched his face. What did you do? Sob, sob, sob. You finally woke up. Miss, and I thought you were dead. Yulan cried with joy. Without you to protect me and Miss, what would we do? The secret guard touched his face and said with a grimace, I used the turtle breath technique and held my breath. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. After being stepped on by you, my internal injuries flared up again. I was injured when I fought with that general. The secret guard explained. Ning Shu instantly felt guilty and said, hurry up and treat your injuries. If you need any medicinal herbs, go buy them. Didn't I give you a lot of money before? That money is Mrs. How can I use it casually? The secret guard said. Ning Shu instantly felt that the secret guard's image was incomparably great. He said, it's fine. You can use it as you wish. Treat your injuries. Nothing is more important than your body. Seeing that the shadow guard had woken up, Yulan also breathed a sigh of relief. She and the young miss were both women. Having a man who knew martial arts by their side was like a stabilizing needle. Especially since the young miss was so delicate, she looked as if she hadn't eaten at all. Ning Shu and Yulan changed into slightly better cotton clothes. Ning Shu put on makeup for himself, imitating a big mouth, thick eyebrows, and a black mole on his chin. His image was as wretched as it could get. Ah! You are the young miss. Yulan let out an earth-shattering wail, shaking the birds in the forest to the point that they flew away. Miss, what is it that you can't figure out? Why do you have to ruin yourself like this? Yulan looked at Ning Shu with a pained expression. Ning Shu felt that it was very tiring to have such a girl by his side. Why are you so painstakingly going to the Qi residence? Don't tell me you're going to be a little maid in the future. The shadow guard frowned. Ning Shu waved his hand and said, my wish is to travel the world. This is only my temporary stronghold. When the time is up, I will leave. After a few days, Ning Shu brought Yulan to the Qi residence. The shadow guard secretly protected Ning Shu and Yulan. When they arrived at the entrance of the Qi residence, Ning Shu's gatekeeper grinned and said kindly, can you go and report that the person who will repay the kindness is here? The gatekeeper was frightened by Ning Shu's big smile. He immediately said, where did this ugly girl come from? You're coveting my young master's beauty. You're thinking too much and you still want to find a young master. Ning Shu said, you're thinking too much. You tell him. Ning Shu said to Yulan, he doesn't believe that we're here to repay the kindness. With her hands on her hips, Yulan told the entire story to the gatekeeper. Yulan spoke very quickly, causing the gatekeeper's eyes to emit mosquito coils. That's what happened. Besides, how come my young miss and I only have 20 taels? Yulan said with grievance. The gatekeeper immediately said, 20 taels is not a small amount. You and your young miss look like this. 20 taels is already my young master's kindness. Yulan still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ning Shu. A palanquin stopped at the entrance. Ning Shu felt that the person sitting in the palanquin must be the male lead. Ning Shu stared at the curtain. The curtain was lifted by a folding fan. Ning Shu looked at the folding fan and immediately shouted in a rough voice, I've finally found you. Qi Sheng, who had just gotten out of the palanquin, heard this voice and saw a woman with a bloody mouth wailing at him. The hand holding the folding fan suddenly trembled. He frowned and asked, who are you? 20 taels. A down-and-out young miss who sold her body to bury her father. Ning Shu pointed at his face. Look carefully. Qi Sheng looked away and said, your face was dirty before, but it still looked pretty. Why is it so ugly after washing it? Ning Shu was speechless. Thank you for the 20 taels, young master. This young miss has already buried my late father. Now, this young miss and this young miss's maids are young master's maids. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. This young miss is a person with principles, integrity, and moral bottom line. Qi Xing didn't look at Ning Shu's face and said indifferently, "Sure. This young master thought that you wouldn't come back." After that, Ning Shu and Yulan stayed in the Qi residence. In any case, they still had some protagonist aura. Ning Shu and Yulan stayed in the same room. Then, they changed into the uniform of the Qi residence's servant girls. Yulan looked at Ning Shu and said sadly, "Miss, do you really want to be a maid here?" "Of course. After spending so much effort to come in, of course I want to be a maid." If she didn't get close to Qi Xing, how could she get out of the plot? Even if she didn't come over, the plot would force her to meet Qi Xing. In the plot, Mu Yan Luo was physically and mentally exhausted by Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan. She even asked for a threesome and escaped when the two were not paying attention. As for how the delicate Mu Yan Luo escaped, it was simply a mystery. Although she escaped, Mu Yan Luo didn't have a single silver tael on her. She was a woman in her boudoir and basically didn't go out much. As soon as she went out, she was confused and looked confused and innocent. Someone tricked her into coming to the brothel with a bowl of noodles. The brothel keeper saw that Mu Yan Luo was a peerless beauty and decided to auction her. Moreover, Yi City was full of rich people. Auctioning such a peerless beauty could make the brothel overflow with oil. Mu Yan Luo was bought back by Qi Xing at a high price. Although Mu Yan Luo avoided the brothel in her next two rebirths and didn't let herself fall into a brothel, she still couldn't avoid meeting these men. Even if she took a detour and didn't take this road, she would still meet these men. It really made her collapse. Qi Xing, who was bought back, didn't do anything to Mu Yan Luo at first. He just put her in the backyard and didn't rape her violently like Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan. Qi Xing would visit Mu Yan Luo's courtyard whenever she was free. Then, she would chat with Mu Yan Luo about poems, songs, and ideals. In short, Qi Xing looked like a gentle gentleman. Chapter 140. Mu Yan Luo felt respect from Qi Xing. He was not like other men. He was very gentle. Although she was bought by Qi Xing, he gave her a different feeling. In the Qi mansion, Mu Yan Luo felt an unprecedented peace. There were no two men eyeing her covetously and dragging her to do that kind of thing every day. Mu Yan Luo thought that her life would be peaceful like this. She had a good impression of Qi Xing. She even confided in him about her identity and what had happened between the two men. Qi Xing did not dislike Mu Yan Luo. He said that he had known her identity for a long time. After all, the streets of the capital were full of wanted posters for Mu Yan Luo. He did not care about her past. Mu Yan Luo was even more moved. So on a certain day and night, a man and a woman naturally had a heart-to-heart and body-to-body activities. Mu Yan Luo felt that this was the most comfortable time after the fall of Donghua Nation, although she spent every day waiting for Qi Xing. However, Qi Xing did not give Mu Yan Luo a definite identity. A concubine was not a concubine, and a wife was not a wife. Sometimes, Mu Yan Luo was sentimental and felt that Qi Xing still disliked her because she had been intimate with two men and even had a miscarriage. For a long time, Qi Xing did not come to see Mu Yan Luo. Mu Yan Luo waited bitterly for Qi Xing every day. Later, she learned that Qi Xing's childhood sweetheart had returned. Mu Yan Luo was originally a sentimental person. After learning the news, she ran to see Qi Xing as if the sky had fallen. She happened to see Qi Xing rolling with his childhood sweetheart. Mu Yan Luo questioned Qi Xing. Qi Xing hugged his childhood sweetheart and said that Mu Yan Luo was just a broken shoe, a prostitute he had bought. She could not compare to his true love at all. Then, Mu Yan Luo was abandoned and was completely dispirited. Although Qi Xing disliked Mu Yan Luo, he was still very infatuated with Mu Yan Luo's body. He often went to see Mu Yan Luo. However, ever since she learned the heartbreaking truth from Qi Xing, Mu Yan Luo no longer let Qi Xing on the bed. She washed her face with tears all day long and stammered as if she was in great pain. Mu Yan Luo's appearance annoyed Qi Xing a little. Although her body was wonderful and irresistible, he didn't want to do a woman lying like a dead fish. The more Qi Sheng was with his true love, the sadder Mu Yenluo was. She couldn't eat well and couldn't sleep. She tortured herself and became very haggard. In short, he was conflicted, and the nausea went on and on. Although Qi Sheng hated Mu Yenluo very much, he often went to her for sex, but Mu Yenluo would cry and refuse him. But it caused his true love to harbor a grudge in her heart. Then, the evil supporting female lead began to frame the female lead. Her childhood sweetheart faked her pregnancy and spent all day in front of Mu Yenluo showing off their love and child, causing Mu Yenluo's heart to shift. The supporting female lead's belly didn't have the real one. Then, she plotted against Mu Yenluo to kill the child in her belly. The fake one in her belly naturally disappeared. When Qi Sheng learned of this, he was furious. He didn't listen to Mu Yenluo's explanation and directly threw her into the dungeon to be tortured. Mu Yenluo was tortured in the dungeon. Coincidentally, Qi Sheng's business had a little problem. He was busy solving the problem and forgot about Mu Yenluo in the dungeon. In the dungeon, Mu Yenluo was tortured by his true love. Her body was covered with all kinds of scars. The supporting female lead was jealous of Mu Yenluo's face and directly destroyed it. When Qi Sheng thought of Mu Yenluo was hanging on to her last breath. In addition, Mu Yenluo's face was ruined. Qi Sheng listened to his true love and sent Mu Yenluo to a manor thousands of miles away from the Qi residence. Mu Yenluo was sent away in such a heart-wrenching state. However, after Mu Yenluo left, Qi Sheng's longing for her accumulated more and more, to the point where he was on the verge of falling ill from lovesickness. Knowing that the cinnabar mole in his heart was so vicious, he decisively gave up on his true love and ran to find Mu Yenluo. However, Mu Yenluo had disappeared. Therefore, every time Mu Yenluo met a man, she would want to have such an unforgettable relationship. Ning Shu felt that Qi Sheng was even more hateful than Situ Qingyu and Luo Zhenyan. He used the method of boiling a frog in warm water to make Mu Yenluo fall in love with him. He took the route of attacking her heart. He used a gentle appearance to win Mu Yenluo's heart, but later on, he treated her cruelly. Although he later realized his feelings for Mu Yenluo paid a huge price. Her face was ruined and her snow-white skin was gone. It was really fucking miserable. Moreover, Mu Yenluo was indecisive and liked to torture herself when she encountered problems. It really made Ning Shu, a bystander, feel that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had all been moved. It was too fucking miserable. Ning Shu and Yuelan tidied up the room. A woman who looked like a steward walked in. Ning Shu said, "From today onwards, you will be young master's personal maid." Ning Shu, 0, how did she become Qi Sheng's personal maid with such an ugly appearance? Could it be that Qi Sheng still liked her in this state? Could it be that this was the attraction between the male and female leads? The plot always brought the male and female leads together. "Nanny, what do personal maids have to do?" Ning Shu looked at the steward nanny and asked shyly. The steward nanny spat at Ning Shu. "Bah, you think too much. You only need to pour tea and water for young master and do some chores for him. Do you think you can sneak into young master's bed with such a look? Young master already has Miss Yufei in his heart. Just do your job well. If you have any other thoughts, young master will make you wish you were dead." Ning Shu pretended to be frightened. Yuelan immediately said indignantly, "What's wrong with my miss? My miss is as beautiful as a flower. Why do you look down on my miss so much? My miss is also the prime minister." Ugh, Ning Shu immediately covered Yuelan's mouth and said to the nanny in charge, "I'll remember. I'll definitely abide by my duties and serve the young master well. I'll make the young master comfortable and beautiful." The steward nanny hummed in acknowledgement. Ning Shu quickly handed over a silver ingot, making the steward nanny's eyes light up. "You have a bright future." Ning Shu immediately said shyly, "Thank you for your praise, Nanny. I hope Nanny will take care of me in the Qi residence." After the steward nanny left, Yuelan immediately said, "Miss, what are you doing? You have to suffer so much to do this. We worked so hard to sell our bodies to bury our father and gave half of the money to that nanny. This servant's heart is bleeding. Your miss has her own plans." Ning Shu crossed her legs and said. Chapter 141. Ning Shu became Qi Sheng's personal maid. She brought the brewed tea to Qi Sheng's study. When she opened the door and walked in, she saw that Qi Sheng was busy. As the heir of the family business, Qi Sheng was very busy. But he still took the time to flirt with Mu Yenluo. Later, his true love came, and he flirted with his true love. He didn't seem to be busy at all. Ning Shu put the teacup in Qi Sheng's hand. Qi Sheng glanced at the teacup and then looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately opened his mouth and smiled at Qi Sheng, saying, "Young master, please have some tea." "Didn't anyone tell you that I drink warm tea?" Qi Sheng said indifferently. "I'm sorry, this servant just came and didn't know very well. How about this servant make it again?" Ning Shu's face was full of guilt. She quickly picked up the teacup and carelessly poured the boiling hot tea into Qi Sheng's hand. It was boiling hot tea. She poured the freshly brewed tea into Qi Sheng's hand. "What are you doing?" Qi Sheng frowned tightly. He was in some pain and his hand turned red in an instant. Ning Shu felt even more guilty. She quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped Qi Sheng's hand. As soon as Ning Shu took out the handkerchief, Qi Sheng immediately smelled the fragrance of flowers mixed with the smell of stinky feet. The fragrance and stench were mixed together. Qi Sheng was about to vomit on the spot. He quickly covered the maid's nose with his hand, but his hand was wiped by the handkerchief and there was a stench. Qi Sheng quickly ran out of the room. Ning Shu curled his lips, threw the handkerchief into the teacup, and left with the teacup. Ning Shu returned to the room. Yuelan immediately asked Ning Shu, "Miss, did he make things difficult for you?" "No, your miss can do anything." "How could he make things difficult for her?" Ning Shu said with his legs crossed. Yuelan was very distressed. "Miss is the Prime Minister's daughter. She has a golden branch and jade leaf, but now she has to serve someone. Miss, this servant is pitiful." "All right, stop howling. Your miss is fine," Ning Shu said snappily. Yuelan immediately shut her mouth and sobbed. She felt very wronged. Although Ning Shu disgusted Qi Sheng still let Ning Shu continue to be his personal maidservant. Even if Ning Shu always made mistakes and was ugly, Qi Sheng still insisted that Ning Shu be his maidservant. Even when Ning Shu was serving Qi Sheng, his snot got into the food. When Qi Sheng was bathing, Ning Shu walked in casually and poured a bucket of hot water into the bathtub. It was so hot that Qi Sheng jumped up and ran around the house naked. Moreover, Ning Shu's body always smelled like stinky feet, which was especially unbearable for Qi Sheng. However, Qi Sheng was still able to endure it. This made Ning Shu sigh. The attraction between the male and female leads was simply too strong. "What is the smell on your body?" Qi Sheng finally couldn't help but ask. Ning Shu stared at Qi Sheng with his heavily eyeshadow eyes and said happily, "This is the fragrance of osmanthus. This servant uses this fragrance to smoke the handkerchief on my clothes every day. Young master, do you smell it? Is it very fragrant?" Ning Shu said as he put the handkerchief in front of Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng turned his head and frowned. Ning Shu said, "Actually, you are already very fragrant. There is no need for incense at all. This incense will destroy the fresh smell on your body." Ning Shu, oh, look at how good he was at talking. A profiteer was indeed a profiteer. He obviously couldn't stand the mixed smell of feet and flowers on her body, but he still insisted on saying that it was a fresh smell. The original owner was deceived by him like this. On the outside, he was gentle and elegant, but on the inside, he was extremely black-bellied. Ning Shu grinned and laughed. His bloody mouth was even bigger, which was simply unbearable to look at. Qi Sheng turned her head away. After a while, she turned her head back. Ning Shu said, Of course it is beautiful. This makeup is not good for your skin. Besides, you are still young. This makeup will only cover up your original beauty. In fact, Qi Sheng's heart was itching. She suddenly wanted to wash this woman's face clean and see what she looked like. Ning Shu raised his thick eyebrows, covered his heart and said, "Baby's heart is bitter, but baby won't say it." "Aren't you called Xiaohong? Why are you called baby again?" Qi Sheng asked doubtfully. Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about these details. This servant's appearance is very similar to this servant's father. Because I am ugly, I use beautiful makeup to cover up my ugliness. Young master, you don't know how bitter this servant's heart is. This servant doesn't dare to remove my makeup at night. I am afraid that when I wake up at night, I will be mistaken for a ghost." Ning Shu touched his face narcissistically and said, "Fortunately, someone taught me the art of makeup. Now that I put on makeup, this servant is much more confident." Qi Sheng's face trembled, and she couldn't speak. "Your appearance is given by your parents. You shouldn't be so disdainful. You don't have to be like this when you are with me. I won't dislike your appearance. In the future, you don't have to put on such troublesome makeup. Naturally, you will be the most beautiful." Qi Sheng's eyes were very sincere, giving people the feeling that he was trustworthy. These words were truly heartwarming. Ning Shu truly understood how Mu Yenluo felt at that time. She was riddled with wounds. Suddenly, there was such a warm man who was willing to accept her all the unbearable things, willing to accept her painful past. At that time, Mu Yenluo was so moved, but the result was cruel. Under this warm appearance, there was a strong utilitarian purpose and plunder. He wanted to get Mu Yenluo's heart and conquer it. Just like doing business, he captured people's hearts. Understanding people's hearts allowed him to smoothly obtain Mu Yenluo. Only when Mu Yenluo was hanging on by a breath and disappeared did Qi Sheng understand his feelings for Mu Yenluo. Ning Shu felt like the whole zoo was in chaos. Many thanks for young master's concern, but this servant's heart is too inferior. Without this makeup, this servant cannot go out. Only with this makeup can this servant have the confidence to face life bravely. Ning Shu said gratefully. Qi Sheng's face twitched. Why did he feel that this girl was sick? Did she not have eyes? Did she not look in the mirror? It was good that she was like this. Qi Sheng waved his hand weakly and said, "As long as you are happy." Ning Shu immediately said, "Young master, you are really a good person." Qi Sheng was speechless. Qi Sheng's eyes scraped over Ning Shu's face inch by inch. According to his many years of identifying beauties, this girl should not be bad looking. Why did she make herself like this? Qi Sheng suddenly said to Ning Shu, "I heard that there is a meeting tonight. You go with young master. Wash your face. It's dark at night. No one can see what you look like. There is no need to put on such makeup." Ning Shu was speechless. Qi Sheng was now very interested in her true colors. Ning Shu smiled shyly and said very innocently, "Oh, it's so late. My mother said that I can't go out at night." Qi Sheng was speechless. Chapter 142. Qi Sheng's intention to make Ning Shu wash his face naturally fell through. Qi Sheng's eyes wandered over Ning Shu's face. Finally, he said indifferently, "Since you don't want to, then forget it. I heard there are many beautiful lanterns." Ning Shu was not interested in lanterns. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. What she needed to do was not to be pushed down by Qi Sheng, let alone be conquered by Qi Sheng's sugar-coated bullets. Then, she would wait for Qi Sheng's true love to come back. Ning Shu's days in the Qi mansion were very comfortable. Qi Sheng was an imperial merchant, and his family's money was even worse. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Even the food and clothes for his servants were not bad. At night, Qi Sheng actually ran to Ning Shu's room. Yuelan looked at Qi Sheng with vigilance and said bluntly, "What are you doing here? Are you coveting my young miss?" Ning Shu smiled at Qi Sheng and asked, "Young master, do you have something to tell me? There's a lantern festival tonight. I need to take my servant with me. You can come with me." Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu with gentleness and expectation in his eyes. It made people unable to refuse him. It was as if refusing him was a cruel thing. Ning Shu said indifferently, "Young master, I'll go." "Okay, you tidy up. I'll wait for you outside." Qi Sheng's face showed a smile. He stood up and walked out. Yuelan made a face at Qi Sheng's back and said, "Young miss, do you really want to go? Take me with you. This person doesn't seem to have good intentions." Ning Shu nodded and began to put on makeup in front of the mirror. Then, she changed her clothes and went out. Yuelan stared at Ning Shu with her eyes wide open. She said with a trembling voice, "Young miss, why can't you figure it out?" Ning Shu nodded and walked towards Qi Sheng in the courtyard. Qi Sheng was very pretentious as he faced a tree and put on makeup under the tree. Ning Shu stood behind Qi Sheng and said shyly, "Young master, I'm done." Qi Sheng turned around and looked at Ning Shu. His eyes widened in an instant and he was speechless for a long time. Ning Shu blinked his dark eyes and looked shy. "Young master, am I pretty?" Qi Sheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the expression on his face cracked. He said with difficulty, "Your aesthetic sense is really different from ordinary people." She had a pair of black eyes, and her face was covered in makeup. Her mouth was red, and she was wearing a bright red top and a green skirt. Qi Sheng simply did not know how to describe it. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng's expression as if his eyes had been raped and felt very happy. "See if I don't disgust you to death." Her eyes had turned into two panda eyes, which were very dark. She was dressed in a vulgar red and green outfit, which was simply blinding. She felt great. Qi Sheng was a little impatient and his tone was a little angry. He said, "Didn't I say that nature is the most beautiful? Why do you have to do this makeup? Everyone is unique. Why don't you dare to face yourself? Listen to young master. Hurry up and wash the stuff on your face." Qi Sheng's tone was sincere. "You are my person. No one in E City dares to laugh at you." Ning Shu was speechless. Look at how hypocritical he was. He obviously disliked her appearance and still said that he wanted to help her rebuild her confidence. Ning Shu said, "Oh, I don't want to go later. I can't live without makeup. Please forgive me, young master." Ding, abuse points 5. 2333's voice sounded in his head. Qi Sheng covered his chest. He was so angry that his chest was violently heaving up and down, and his face was a little green. Ning Shu was very naive and did not see that Qi Sheng was about to die from anger. He said very gratefully, "Young master, you are really a good person. I won't go later." Ning Shu said and returned to his room. It was already so late. He might as well sleep comfortably in his bed. This time, Qi Sheng did not call him. He was probably furious. "TSK, let's see how you can pretend to be gentle." Yuelan followed Ning Shu into the room and said very approvingly, "Miss should be like this. That person is obviously not a good person." After that, Qi Sheng did not mention anything about the Lantern Festival. However, his face did not look good. He was probably angry. Ning Shu pretended that he did not see anything. In the end, Qi Sheng could not bear it anymore. Ning Shu said helplessly, "You little girl." The doting and sweet tone in his voice made Ning Shu shiver. Damn, he had goosebumps all over his body. The plot was too abrupt. There was no substantial development between her and Qi Sheng. How could he talk to her in such a tone? Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with a pair of dazed eyes. What was wrong with this guy? Qi Sheng reached out and wanted to hold Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu took Qi Sheng's hand first. Qi Sheng suddenly felt that his hand was wrapped in a lump of lard. It was greasy and sticky, and it felt very disgusting. Qixing pulled her hand back and quickly wiped it with a handkerchief. However, she did not dare to hold Ning Shu's hand again. Ning Shu looked at Qixing with a shy expression and asked, "Young master, do you have something to say?" Qixing looked at Ning Shu with a kind of understanding, pity, and lingering gaze, which made Ning Shu's hair stand on end. "Damn, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you looking at me like that? I already know your identity." "You have indeed suffered a lot before," Qixing said. He looked at Ning Shu with a look that said, I know everything." "Ning Shu, fuck you, speak human language." Ning Shu looked confused and said very innocently, "I don't understand what you're talking about, young master." Qixing shook his head and said in a, "I'm hurt" tone, "You still don't believe me? Do you think I'm not trustworthy? You've been with me for a long time. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Ning Shu listened to a series of, yes, 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 and felt drunk. Besides, she had been with Qixing for at most half a month. "You still don't want to tell me the truth. I know your identity is Mu Yenluo, the daughter of Prime Minister Mu of Donghua Nation. Now General Situ and the regent are looking for you. You should be careful," Qixing said very understandingly. Ning Shu looked at Qixing blankly. "I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Mu Yenluo?" "I'm Xiaohong, not Mu Yenluo." Qixing frowned and then relaxed. He said, "You should be careful. If others ask you in the future, you have to deny it like this. But you can trust me. Your young master can be relied on." Ning Shu nodded and said very gratefully, "Although I don't know what you're talking about, I still want to thank you. Yenluo, can you reveal your true face to me? I want to remember your real face," Qixing said very affectionately. This was his real purpose. Chapter 143. Although Ning Shu strongly denied that she was not Mu Yenluo, Qixing firmly believed that Ning Shu was Mu Yenluo and looked at Ning Shu with curiosity and interest. Ning Shu did not pay attention to him at all. So what if Qixing knew that he was Mu Yenluo? When his true love came back, he would immediately forget about her. Qixing's various actions were just to flirt and enjoy the process of pursuing a woman. Once he got her, he would cherish her. Besides, there was still a cinnabar mole in his heart. He had someone he loved in his heart, yet he was still so unrestrained. He even went to a brothel and bought Mu Yenluo. He probably did not love his true love that much. Later on, he said that he did not love his true love anymore. It was because his kind true love was vicious and Mu Yenluo was kinder, so he fell in love with Mu Yenluo. Was this love? Because you are vicious, I don't love you anymore. I really misjudged you before. Since learning that Ning Shu was Mu Yenluo, Qixing obviously treated Ning Shu much better. Qixing did not let Ning Shu do many things that a maid should do. It was as if he was treating Ning Shu like a young lady. As for Qixing's actions, Ning Shu did not let him do any work. Ning Shu drank tea and strolled around the garden every day. He was very carefree. Not long after, Qixing's true love would come back. This true love who was gentle and amiable on the outside was evil on the inside. She disfigured the original owner and had mottled traces on her body. It could be said that she was vicious and merciless. She was a perfect example of a vicious female supporting character. Ning Shu was speechless. She was supposed to be such a character, but instead, she became the miserable female lead. What kind of mission was this? Not long after, Ning Shu saw Qixing's face was full of joy. Her whole body was shrouded in pink bubbles. Ning Shu knew that the female supporting character was coming. Yenluo, Yufei is coming back. Qixing said to Ning Shu. What does it have to do with me? Ning Shu asked with a puzzled expression, who is Yufei? Qixing looked at Ning Shu's panda eyes and said with melancholy, she's the woman I've loved for a long time. I don't even know how long I've loved her. She's so beautiful. Now that she's come to me, it feels like a dream. Ning Shu immediately opened his bloody mouth and said with a smile, congratulations, young master. Qi Sheng wanted to reach out and hold Ning Shu's hand, but when she thought of the feeling of his hand, she didn't dare to compliment him. Ning Shu said, "Although Yu Fei is back, I will still protect you. You don't have to worry. Yu Fei is very kind. Even if she knows your identity, she will still protect you." Ning Shu, what the fuck? Was he trying to grab her with both hands? His true love had already returned, yet he was still giving her a guarantee. Ning Shu felt that he had learned something new. He was two-timing. It was normal. In the original plot, before his true love, Li Yufei, came back, Mu Yenluo and Qi Sheng had already done it. Qi Sheng had already gotten what he wanted. How could what he got compare to what he didn't get? Now, Ning Shu and Qi Sheng didn't even have an ambiguous relationship. Even if there was an ambiguous relationship, it was one-sided by Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng naturally comforted her. He wasn't an ordinary scum. Mu Yenluo was tortured to death by these men. In the end, she could still live happily with them. She felt drunk. Ning Shu looked at Qi Sheng with a pair of scattered eyes and said sincerely, "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on having a son." Qi Sheng, sometimes, Qi Sheng wondered if this woman was really Mu Yenluo. It was so confusing. However, one of the masters and servants on the wanted poster was Yuelan. Could it be that the one named Yuelan was Mu Yenluo? But Yuelan really couldn't be called a great beauty. Qi Sheng had heard of Mu Yenluo, the #1 beauty of Donghua. However, his identity was destined to be unworthy. But now, Mu Yenluo was standing in front of him. Qi Sheng wanted to wash away the inexplicable thing on her face with a bucket of water. She was driving him to death at any moment. Then go and decorate Yufei's room. Young master believes in your taste. Qi Sheng did this just to make Ning Shu jealous. However, Ning Shu wasn't jealous at all. Instead, he said happily, "Young master, don't worry. I'll definitely do it properly." Qi Sheng suddenly thought of the smell on Ning Shu's body and his red and green clothes. His taste was really unflattering. Qi Sheng quickly said, "You haven't done this at home. You don't have to do it. I'll arrange for someone to do it. You're not used to doing this kind of rough work." Of course, Ning Shu knew what Qi Sheng was thinking. Qi Sheng was afraid that she would ruin it. However, Ning Shu's face showed an attentive smile as she said, "Let this servant do something for Miss Yufei. Perhaps this servant and Miss Yufei will become sisters in the future." Become sisters? Qi Sheng looked at Ning Shu and thought about the meaning of Ning Shu's words. It should be what he hoped. Qi Sheng stepped forward and wanted to hold Ning Shu's hand, but he stopped himself and said happily, "Yufei is very kind. You'll definitely become good sisters." "Bah, you're dreaming. Such a person could become the male lead." Ning Shu felt that his worldview was broken. If she was kind, then she would accept all kinds of things. If she didn't agree or accept, then she wasn't kind. Oh my, when was kindness defined like this? Hee hee. Every time he saw Qi Sheng's deep affection and gentleness, Ning Shu wanted to poke his eyes blind. It was really disgusting. Ning Shu disdained Qi Sheng to death. Therefore, Ning Shu's purpose was to be a matchmaker and let Qi Sheng and true love be together forever. Ning Shu took Yuelan to prepare a room for his true love. Yuelan shook the quilt and said, "Miss, I'm a pitiful miss. I'm a noble, but I have to do the work of a servant. If master knew, he would be very distressed." It was unknown where Prime Minister Mu was enjoying his life. There was pitifully little ink. He was just a passerby. Ning Shu took down the simple and elegant mosquito net and replaced it with an exaggerated style. The colors were red and green. All kinds of colors were messy and dazzling. It showed that she strongly welcomed the female lead. It was unknown what kind of expression the elegant and gentle female lead would have when she saw such a dazzling room. Yuelan looked at the entire room and rubbed her eyes. "Miss, when did you like these colors?" This, after experiencing so much, your miss realized that the colors of life should be colorful. It should be rich and colorful. Ning Shu clapped his hands and said. After Ning Shu finished decorating the room, Qi Sheng wanted to go in and take a look. After all, it was his heart's cinnabar mole. He was still at the stage of pleasing Li Yufei. He was afraid that Ning Shu would mess things up. Young master, please believe in me. I will definitely give Miss Yufei a big surprise. Ning Shu stubbornly refused to let Qi Sheng go in. Qi Sheng tapped Ning Shu's nose and said dotingly, your young master naturally believes in you. Fuck, he didn't want his claws anymore. Chapter 144. Under Qi Sheng and Ning Shu's expectations, June finally came. Qi Sheng and Ning Shu waited for Li Yufei at the entrance of the Qi mansion. A carriage came and stopped in front of Ning Shu and Qi Sheng. Then, the curtain was lifted, revealing a pair of white hands. Ning Shu stared at the hands, wanting to see what Li Yufei looked like. In the end, it was a maid with 2 buns on her head. After the maid got out of the carriage, a pair of white, slender, beautiful, and elegant hands reached out and rested on the maid's hands. Ning Shu felt that Qi Sheng, who was next to him, was very excited. His eyes were fixed on the carriage. A woman in light yellow clothes bent down and came out of the carriage. She helped the maid's hands out of the carriage and slowly walked towards them. Her posture was elegant and beautiful, like a painting. She had a perfect oval face and a smile on the corner of her mouth. She looked elegant and beautiful. She was feminine, gentle, and amiable. Looking at her made people want to protect her. Qi Sheng had good taste. If it wasn't for Mu Yen Luo, Li Yufei would probably have maintained a kind and gentle appearance. However, under the catalysis of jealousy, Li Yufei became a ruthless and vicious woman and disfigured Mu Yen Luo. Before Li Yufei came over, Qi Sheng excitedly walked over and held Li Yufei's hand. With a smile on his face, he said, Yufei, you're here. Ning Shu watched from the side. He felt that Qi Sheng liked to hold other people's hands very much. He grabbed women's hands whenever he saw them. In fact, he was a hooligan inside. Li Yufei's face showed a smile. She pulled her hand out and said, Brother Sheng, my father asked me to say hello to you. How is uncle's health? Qi Sheng looked at Li Yufei with a very gentle gaze. He wanted to make her pregnant. Li Yufei was a little embarrassed and blushed. The two looked at each other like this. Ning Shu squeezed over with a pair of panda eyes. Li Yufei was shocked when she saw Ning Shu's face. Her voice was a little sharp as she asked, Who are you? Qi Sheng introduced her to Li Yufei enthusiastically. This is Xiao Hong. She decorated your room. She's my personal maid. When Li Yufei heard that her room was decorated by this ugly girl who was beyond recognition, her heart trembled. Her face was already ruined, so what would her room look like? Then, when she heard that it was Qi Sheng's personal maid, Li Yufei's face revealed an intimate smile. She said, I've troubled little Hong. Ning Shu. Li Yufei cracked her lips and revealed a terrifying smile. She said directly, I heard that Miss Yufei is young master's beloved woman, so this servant tried her best to give Miss Yufei a surprise. When Ning Shu approached Li Yufei took a step back and covered her nose with a handkerchief. She said to Qi Sheng, Brother Sheng, Yufei is a little tired. I want to rest. Qi Sheng had a gentle smile on his face. He said, I'll take you to your room. Qi Sheng and Li Yufei walked side by side in the front. Ning Shu followed behind. When they reached the door, Qi Sheng pushed it open and said to Li Yufei, Little Hong decorated this room especially for you. Li Yufei glanced around the room and felt that her whole body was stunned. Her face was wooden. Qi Sheng saw Li Yufei's expression and quickly turned his head. He saw that the room was colorful and inexplicable. The bead curtains were strung together in various colors. There was no order to it and it was extremely ugly. There were also vases. They were all inferior and ugly. There were actually rapeseed flowers in the vases. The style was simply too strange. Little Hong, what are you doing? Didn't I ask you to make the room more elegant? Is this how you do it? Qi Xing seemed to be really angry. After all, he had lost face in front of his bright moonlight cinnabar mole. Qi Xing resented Ning Shu in his heart. Ding! Abuse points, 5, current abuse points, 10. 2333's voice echoed in Ning Shu's mind. Why is this person's abuse points so low? Ning Shu also wanted to ask why it was so low. Qi Xing looked gentle on the outside, but in fact, he was a very complicated and black-bellied person. After being questioned by Qi Xing, Ning Shu's face quickly showed an aggrieved and innocent expression. He said, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I tried my best to do things well. I'm sorry, I made Miss Yufei angry. Li Yufei's smile was a little difficult to maintain. But when she thought of the purpose of this trip, she endured it and said gently, it's okay. Little Hong didn't know my habits before. It's okay to decorate like this. Ning Shu's face immediately showed a surprised smile. He stepped forward and grabbed Li Yufei's hand. He was very touched. Miss Yufei, you are really a good person. Li Yufei suddenly felt an unbearable stench. His hands seemed to be oily and sweaty. When he held her hand, Li Yufei felt like she was going to vomit. God, what kind of person was this? How could Qi Xing keep such a person by his side? It was so disgusting. Qi Xing seemed to know Li Yufei's current mood. He quickly rescued Li Yufei from Ning Shu's hands. As soon as she broke away from Ning Shu's hand, Li Yufei quickly wiped her hand with a handkerchief. She looked like she was going to vomit. Ning Shu smiled very foolishly. He didn't see Li Yufei's disgust at all. Go and let the kitchen prepare the food. You just need to tell them. You don't have to cook. Qi Xing added. Qi Xing knew how disgusting Ning Shu's cooking was. It was as disgusting as eating crane top hong. Ning Shu quickly said, you really don't want me to help? Since Miss Yufei is here, this servant wants to make 2 of my signature dishes to welcome Miss Yufei. No, Qi Xing said quickly. Qi Xing hurriedly said. He realized that his tone was too anxious, so he slowed down his voice and said gently, no need. Yufei just arrived. She can't eat so much. When Li Yufei heard Qi Xing's words, a subtle expression flashed across her face. She frowned. What did Qi Xing mean? Did he not welcome her? Li Yufei said, Little Hong, you really don't have to trouble yourself. Let the kitchen prepare something. I can't eat much. Ning Shu nodded and turned to leave. As soon as Ning Shu left, Qi Xing and Li Yufei both breathed a sigh of relief. The smell of this woman was really disgusting. Li Yufei quietly sniffed the handkerchief and almost vomited. Qi Xing pretended not to see Li Yufei's action and said gently to Li Yufei, I'll let people redecorate the room later. I didn't expect Little Hong to decorate the room like this. But Little Hong is kind. Don't blame her. Qi Xing subconsciously wanted Li Yufei to have a good impression of Ning Shu. Chapter 145. Hearing Qi Xing's words, Li Yufei frowned imperceptibly and then relaxed her brows. She smiled and tilted her head to look at Qi Xing. She said mischievously, Brother Sheng, why do I feel that you're so good to this maid named Xiaohong? Don't tell me you like her. Qi Xing immediately looked at Li Yufei with bright and affectionate eyes. He reached out and tapped the tip of Li Yufei's nose. He said unhappily but dotingly, how can you say that about your brother Sheng? Don't you know what kind of person your brother Sheng is? Li Yufei wrinkled her nose and said, Brother Sheng, you didn't answer Yufei's question directly. Do you like that girl named Xiaohong? If you really like her, I can help you. Qi Xing shook his head and said firmly, don't think too much. She's just my personal maid. Because she's too ugly, she always likes strange makeup. In fact, she's a pitiful person. Hearing that Xiaohong was ugly, Li Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, an ugly woman was not competitive. She had said so much before just to test whether Qi Xing still loved her. Most women knew that a man liked them, but Li Yufei ignored Qi Sheng's love. Li Yufei and Qi Sheng were childhood sweethearts. Their families were family friends and they were both merchants. Qi Sheng liked Li Yufei, but Li Yufei had higher ambitions in her heart. Naturally, she didn't like Qi Sheng. This time, she came to Qi Sheng because there was a problem with her family's business and she needed his help. However, she couldn't resist Qi Sheng's male lead halo. In addition, there was the beautiful Mu Yanluo who liked Qi Sheng. It was good to have someone to fight for things. Besides, Li Yufei and Qi Sheng had sex. Naturally, she fell in love with Qi Sheng. She fell in love with Qi Sheng with the intention of using him. Ning Shu first went to the kitchen and asked someone to cook. Then, he went to the room and saw Yuelan embroidering something. He took an apple and gnawed on it. Looking at Yuelan's embroidery, he said, "You're embroidering bamboo. This is for a man." "Yuelan, do you have a man?" Yuelan's face instantly turned red. She muttered, "Miss, what are you talking about? This servant doesn't have a man. Don't slander this servant's innocence." Ning Shu took a bite of the apple and said with a smile, "It's time to give something." "Why isn't there a man? Tell me, who is it? Is it someone from the Qi mansion?" Ning Shu looked at Yulan with wide eyes. Yulan immediately said, "It's not what Miss thinks." "It's who?" "Qi Sheng." Ning Shu stared at Yuelan, dumbfounded. Although Qi Sheng was good-looking and rich, he was a scumbag who wanted to have a foot in two boats. He was absolutely not worthy of his little sister Yuelan. Yulan looked at Ning Shu in a daze and asked, "What does this have to do with Qi Sheng? Who is Qi Sheng?" After all this time, Yuelan still didn't know the name of the owner of this house. Ning Shu asked, "Then who are you giving this to?" Yuelan's face was very red. She said shyly, "Miss, don't ask. Your lipstick is smudged. You should go touch up your makeup. Don't try to divert your miss's attention. Tell me, it's that man. I want to see if that man can be entrusted with my life." Ning Shu said seriously. In fact, Ning Shu still liked little sister Yuelan. Although she was a bit thick-skinned, she was a good girl. It was good to be able to settle this girl's marriage before leaving. Yuelan said, "Miss, this servant really doesn't have a man. This servant is planning to make a pair of shoes for the shadow guard. Last time, this servant saw that the shadow guard's shoes were broken. The shadow guard has worked so hard to protect us, so we have to repay him." Ning Shu's face was suddenly enlightened. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is." Thinking of the shadow guard's square face and then looking at Yuelan's delicate and pretty appearance, would there be any sparks between the two of them? Ning Shu originally wanted to ask Yuelan about her feelings for the shadow guard, but then he thought about it. How could he say anything about feelings? Ning Shu applied lipstick in front of the mirror and then went to serve Qi Sheng and Li Yufei. When they arrived at the living room, Qi Sheng and Li Yufei were already eating. Ning Shu hurriedly said, "Young master, why didn't you call this servant to serve you the meal?" "Miss Yufei, this servant will serve you the dishes." Li Yufei's face was a little ugly, but she endured it. Ning Shu smiled reluctantly and said, "Xiao Hong, there's no need. I can do it myself. You can serve your young master." Ning Shu immediately said to Qi Sheng, "Then, young master, this servant will serve you." Qi Sheng frowned and covered his nose with his hand. Ning Shu said gently, "There's no need. You can also go and eat. Yufei and I don't need you to serve us." Ning Shu naturally knew that these two people despised her. Disgusting to death. People usually couldn't smell their own bodies, so Ning Shu didn't think that she smelled that bad. However, seeing these two people trying their best to hold it in, but not wanting to say it out loud, it was really refreshing. Qi Sheng and Li Yufei were the same kind of people. They were more hypocritical. They looked one way on the surface, but their hearts were different. Now, one was beautiful and gentle, and the other was gentle and amiable. They disliked her so much in their hearts. How can this be? This servant is the young master's personal maid. Naturally, I have to serve the young master. Ning Shu picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of chicken. However, he didn't hold it firmly. The chicken fell into the chicken soup. The soup splashed and splashed on Li Yufei. Li Yufei jumped up from the chair with a cry. Then, she realized that her actions were not gentle. She bit her lips tightly, looking a little wronged. She looked at Qi Sheng with a pair of watery eyes. Qi Sheng also frowned. Ning Shu's face showed panic and apology. He quickly took out a handkerchief with the scent of flowers mixed with the smell of feet and wiped the oil stains on Li Yufei's body. Li Yufei was about to vomit because of this strange smell. She pushed Ning Shu away and said to Qi Sheng with grievance, "Brother Sheng, do you not welcome Yufei? Is that why you let your personal maid do this? If Brother Sheng wants Yufei to leave, Yufei will leave immediately. Hurry up and leave. Look at what you've done." Qi Sheng shouted at Ning Shu. Ning Shu curled her lips and said, "This servant didn't mean it. Get out." Qi Sheng pretended to be angry, but he secretly winked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu saw that Qi Sheng's eyes were constantly cramping and hurriedly asked with concern, "Young master, what's wrong with your eyes? They keep cramping." "Poor young master, please don't go blind." Qi Sheng was speechless. Li Yufei also asked with concern, "Brother Sheng, are you okay?" Qi Sheng felt so sad. He had never seen anyone as stupid as Xiao Hong. Chapter 146. Qi Sheng told Ning Shu sternly, "You can leave now. You don't need to serve here." Ning Shu was still hesitant. Qi Sheng said coldly, "Leave. If you don't listen to the young master, do you want to be sold?" Ning Shu turned around and left without saying a word. Qi Sheng then said to Li Yufei, "Yufei, don't think too much. This girl is clumsy and always causes problems. How can I bear to drive you away? You know how I feel about her." Li Yufei smiled and asked, "Why is this maid so clumsy? Brother Sheng, why do you keep this girl by your side? Also, this maid has a strange smell on her. Can Brother Sheng bear it?" Qi Sheng was speechless. He kept this girl by his side because she might be the most beautiful woman in the world, Mu Yen Luo. Qi Sheng naturally would not give up on such a good thing, even if he had Li Yufei in his heart. As a man, it was okay to have a taste of something new. "Brother Sheng, why don't you answer Yufei?" Li Yufei asked with a frown. Qi Sheng held Li Yufei's hand tightly and said affectionately, "Yufei, can't you see? Why do you ask me such a question? I've always only had you in my heart. In this life, I want you to be my wife." Li Yufei immediately lowered her head shyly and did not speak. Qi Sheng's heart swayed. He lowered his head and kissed Li Yufei. Then, they began to talk. On the way, Ning Shu found that he had lost his handkerchief, so he went back to look for it. This handkerchief had the most authentic smell. It would be a pity to lose it. Ning Shu had just walked into the courtyard when he heard the movements in the room. Ning Shu was stunned. Weren't they eating just now? How could they be in bed now? Besides, Li Yufei had just arrived at the Qi mansion today. How could she be so unreserved and roll around with the male lead? Sure enough, there was no logic in this world. In Li Yufei's opinion, as long as she caught Qi Sheng, her family would be able to survive the crisis. But in the end, she fell in love with Qi Sheng. This was the plot. She was destined to catch the adulterers. Ning Shu touched his chin. How was she going to catch the adulterers? Ning Shu quietly walked in and walked to the side of the bed. The two people on the bed were fighting and did not notice that there was someone standing next to them. Ning Shu looked at the two white-cut chicken in all kinds of positions, and his face revealed an intoxicated expression. He was very engrossed. Ning Shu suddenly said, "Young master, do you need this servant to prepare the bath water for you?" "Ah!" Li Yufei quickly wrapped her arms around her chest and let out an earth-shattering scream. She immediately pushed Qi Sheng away. Qi Sheng's doppelganger was immediately exposed. It was like a pillar supporting the sky. Then, it was released. Li Yufei's face was covered in it. Then, Li Yufei screamed again. After being scared by Ning Shu and Li Yufei, Qi Sheng, who had just been released, immediately went limp. He felt like he couldn't stand up anymore. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a dirty scene. You guys need to remove it. Qi Sheng's face was ashen. Ning Shu shouted, "Get out! Who let you in? Get out!" After Li Yufei screamed, she calmed down. She loosened her hands from her chest and released her turbulent breasts. She trembled as if she was deliberately showing off to Ning Shu. Ning Shu straightened his chest. "You're big. I'm bigger than you. I'm fuller than you. You're drooping." The two people on the bed had no intention of wearing clothes. They simply had no sense of shame. How could you guys be so licentious? Qi Sheng roared at Ning Shu. This young master told you to get out. You don't want to leave. Do you want to stay together? Ning Shu almost vomited in disgust. Looking at Qi Sheng swaggering around to dry his little bird, he was shameless. Li Yufei and Qi Sheng's bodies were pressed together. Ning Shu felt like his eyes were going blind. This servant will go prepare the bath water for young master. By the way, young master, you were frightened by Miss Yufei's scream. Do you need medicine? Ning Shu asked very considerately. Ding, abuse level 15. Current abuse level 20. 2333 hurriedly said, Ning Shu, you can't look. If you look at this thing too much, you'll get a needle eye. You're not pure anymore. Get out. Qi Sheng was so angry that Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu hurriedly said, this servant will get out now. Young master, have fun. By the way, if you need medicine, this servant will prepare it for you. This servant will really get out. This servant will get out now. Ning Shu saw that Qi Sheng's face was very scary. There was no trace of his usual gentle appearance. He guessed that he had really pissed him off. After leaving the door, Ning Shu didn't leave. Instead, he hid by the window and listened to what was going on inside. Ning Shu, why are you doing this? You've changed. You weren't like this before. You used to be very pure. 2333 said. Ning Shu directly said, do you know me? If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. Previously, the system recorded that you were very pure. Why have you changed now? You only peeped at other people's sex once in a few missions. Now you're actually peeping at other people's sex. 2333 seemed to be wiping tears. I've changed. What does it have to do with you? If you have the ability, then don't bring me to this crazy world. Ning Shu's forehead was full of black lines. Now you're blaming me for being impure. What does it have to do with you? 2333 was sad. How can you be so fierce to me? Although I'm the mainframe, I have emotions too. We'll be partners in the future. Maybe we'll be tied together forever. You should be nicer to me. Then can I change to another system? I don't want you. Ning Shu said bluntly. I'll never talk to you again. 2333 went into hiding. Ning Shu and 2333 were arguing. Inside, Qi Sheng and Li Yufei were also talking. What's wrong, brother Sheng? Why can't you get up? Try it. Qi Sheng's voice was a little anxious. Ning Shu looked through the window and saw Qi Sheng kneeling on the bed. Li Yufei was trying her best to tease him, but little Qi Sheng was soft. Brother Sheng, this isn't very good. Yufei has never tried it before. Li Yufei said very shyly. However, Qi Sheng's expression was very bad. He directly pressed Li Yufei's head down and pressed her under him. Then, the scene was very dirty. Ning Shu rubbed his eyes and continued to watch. But unfortunately, after Li Yufei's efforts, little Qi Sheng still didn't get up. Ning Shu thought silently. Could it be that he was so scared that he became impotent? Amit Ba. How many women would not fall into his evil hands? His little brother didn't feel anything, which made Qixing angry and scared. He pushed Li Yufei in front of him away. Li Yufei was stunned and called out sadly, "Brother Sheng." Ning Shu saw that Qixing's face was ashen, but he still wanted to comfort Li Yufei. Ning Shu felt very happy in his heart. "Yufei, I'm tired today," Qixing said and kissed Li Yufei's head perfunctorily. Then, he began to put on his clothes. Chapter 147. It seemed that the situation in the room would not continue. Little brother Qixing was dying. Ning Shu saw that there was nothing else, so she quickly ran back to her room. She took out the whistle on her chest and blew it. Seeing Ning Shu blow the whistle, Yulan hurriedly put down her subordinate's shoe and asked, "Miss, did something happen?" Ask the shadow guard to come out. Of course, something happened. Now that Qixing was dying, he would definitely come back to find her. Although Li Yufei was also involved, the main reason was still her. Now that she was courting death, Ning Shu came to the shadow guard for protection. "I'm the silly and sweet female lead. I need protection." After blowing the whistle for a while, the shadow guard jumped in from the window. She was dressed in black and had a mask on her face. "Miss, what's the matter?" the shadow guard asked. Ning Shu said, "I just want to see if you're around. My life is in danger recently. You must appear when I blow the whistle." The shadow guard looked at Ning Shu, paused and asked, "Miss, what did you do?" Ning Shu said very innocently, "I didn't do anything. There are always unruly people who want to harm your Mississippi, you have to be careful recently. Maybe someone wants to deal with your Mississippi. You must protect your Mississippi," Ning Shu's shadow guard said. The shadow guard's eyes were filled with disdain as she said, "I know. By the way, Yuelan made a pair of shoes for you," Ning Shu's shadow guard said. The shadow guard immediately looked at Yuelan. Yuelan's face immediately turned red. She stomped her feet and said to Ning Shu, "Miss, how can you say it so quickly? Why can't I say it?" Ning Shu looked at Yuelan. The shadow guard thanked Yuelan and jumped out of the window. Ning Shu said, "If I say it, you won't be able to give the shadow guard a surprise." Yuelan looked at Ning Shu and pursed her lips. She was about to cry. "You're making this servant embarrassed." Ning Shu said, "Oh, you won't be embarrassed if you secretly give the shoes to the shadow guard." Ning Shu admitted that he did it on purpose. "Miss, why are you like this? You've changed. You weren't like this before." Yulan looked sadly at Ning Shu. "Damn it. Today, all of them told her that you've changed. It's fine. If you really can't make 2 pairs, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Originally, Big Brother's shadow guard thought that you would only receive 1 pair of shoes, but in the end, you received 2 pairs. Aren't you pleasantly surprised?" Ning Shu comforted Yuelan. Yuelan looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. "Miss, how can you be like this? There's clearly nothing, but after hearing what you said, I feel like there's something." "There's clearly nothing, so how can this servant take a fancy to the shadow guard's wooden face?" Ning Shu quickly covered Yuelan's mouth and said to her, "Although what you said is the truth, you can't say it so casually. If this is heard by Big Brother's shadow guard, what if Big Brother's shadow guard leaves heartbroken?" Yulan shook her head. Ning Shu released Yulan's mouth. Yulan said, "This servant thinks that hidden guard Gij is a good person." After being given the good person card, there was usually no play. Sure enough, as Ning Shu expected, Qixing came to find her at night. Ning Shu felt very speechless. What couldn't be said during the day? Why did he have to wait until night time? She could tell that this guy had bad intentions. When Ning Shu opened the door, Qixing was holding a folding fan in his hand. He leaned against the door in a very handsome and lazy manner. When he saw Ning Shu, he said, "Little Red, take a walk with young master." Young master has something to say to you. Ning Shu blinked her panda eyes and asked, what's the matter? Young master, it's so late. What do you have to say to this servant? This servant wants to sleep now. Qi Xing frowned and looked at Ning Shu's face. He asked, don't you wash your face at night? Why do you sleep with makeup on at night? This lead powder is very bad for the skin. Go wash your face and take a walk with young master. Ning Shu touched her face shyly and said, this servant likes this makeup. Even if I sleep, I don't want to wash my face. Qi Xing's eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. Ning Shu said gently, it's okay. Take a walk with young master. Ning Shu followed behind Qi Xing. Qi Xing walked very slowly in front of him. His posture was very elegant and lazy. Under the bright moonlight, he was like a person in a painting. Qi Xing did not speak, and neither did Ning Shu. When they reached the pavilion, Qi Xing sat on the stone bench and did not speak. To be honest, when Ning Shu saw Qi Xing's current appearance, the image of Qi Xing taking off his clothes and cutting a chicken appeared in his mind. The koi fish swam in the pool under the pavilion, making a little noise from time to time. It was like a ghost, making Ning Shu's hair stand on end. He felt that the surroundings were a little gloomy. Young master, the moon tonight is really big and round. Ning Shu broke the silence. Qi Xing looked at Ning Shu. Under the cold moonlight, her face was very pale. Her eyes were dark, and her lips were red. She looked like a ghost. Qi Xing looked away and said, I want to talk about what happened at noon. What happened at noon? Ning Shu touched the whistle on his chest, in case Qi Xing was really scared to the point of impotence. Did he come to take revenge on her? Ning Shu took 2 steps back and asked, young master, what do you want to talk about? Qi Xing said to Ning Shu, sit down. I want to talk to you about Yufei. Ning Shu, get lost. What is there to talk about? Yufei is the girl I have loved since childhood. We will definitely be married in the future. Qi Xing looked at Ning Shu with a forced and affectionate gaze. I hope you can understand. Of course this servant can understand. Congratulations, young master. Ning Shu said very straightforwardly. Qi Xing's face suddenly showed joy. He stood up and wanted to grab Ning Shu's hand, but then he withdrew his hand and said, young master knows you are a kind-hearted person. When Yufei and I are married, I will let Yufei accept you. Yufei is a kind-hearted person like you. Qi Xing said happily. What the fuck, what the fuck? Ning Shu really wanted to slap him. After all this time, this guy wanted to have his cake and eat it too. He wanted to marry his true love and take her as a concubine. Damn, he thought this guy couldn't take it anymore and came to him for an explanation. He came in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk and flirt. The male lead's ability was really not for show. This was fine. He should get rid of the root of the problem. Nothing would happen. Ning Shu couldn't understand. She had already ruined herself like this. She was so unbearable to look at, but Qi Xing could still hypnotize himself and think that she was a great beauty. Ning Shu showed a shy smile. Young Master and Miss Yufei are a match made in heaven. Young Master said that Miss Yufei is the best woman in the world. Young Master should take good care of Miss Yufei. Why does Young Master want Miss Yufei to accept this servant? This servant has the appearance of a willow. I really don't want to get involved in the great love between Young Master and Miss Yufei.